1. Certainty wins power. Here's the uncomfortable truth. The world doesn't always follow what's right. It follows what feels steady. In noise and confusion, people move toward the voice that sounds sure, the hand that doesn't tremble, the presence that doesn't rush. Certainty is not about being perfect. It's about offering nervous hearts a place to rest. And when people can rest near you, they follow. Think about the last decision you watched fall to the person with the clearest tone. Maybe you had better facts, but spoke like you were asking for permission. Maybe they had less, but spoke like a compass. Certainty signals safety. It slows the pulse of a room. It says, without bragging, "We are not lost." The body hears that before the mind can argue. Shoulders lower. Breathing evens out. Attention leans in. This is why certainty wins power. It soothes the doubt that tires everyone. But certainty isn't arrogance. It doesn't shout or push. It is quiet, grounded, and specific. It sounds like, "Here is what I see. Here is the next step." No drama. No begging for agreement. No flood of details to hide fear. Just pace, clarity, and the courage to carry silence between sentences. When you speak that way, you let your words land. You let other people feel strong around you. And that is power, the kind that builds, not breaks. How do you grow it without pretending? Start with honest edges. Name what you know, name what you don't, and name what you will do. Replace soft apologies with clean statements. Trade speed for presence. If you need more time, claim it without shame. I'll confirm 2 points and return at 9. That is certainty too, the certainty of a reliable process. People trust leaders who trust their steps. There is a simple practice that changes rooms. Breathe, slow your pace by 10%, and shorten your sentences. Let your eyes rest, not scan for approval. Hold your posture like you've already decided to be kind. Then speak the core idea and stop. Certainty is often the courage to end a sentence. Tonight, notice where you collapse into doubt because you want to be liked. Notice the moments you flood with details because you're afraid to be clear. Try one clean line. "This is my view, and here's what I recommend." Let it be calm. Let it be human. You don't need to be right to be steady, but when you become steady, you make space for truth to be heard. And that is the power worth winning. 2. Emotion beats logic. Here is the quiet rule behind most decisions. We choose with the heart and justify with the mind. Logic writes the speech, but emotion wins the election. You know this because you've lived it. Every time the numbers were clear yet your body whispered no. Every time a story made you act before a spreadsheet could catch up. Think about the last time you argued with someone you love. You brought reasons. They brought feelings. You stacked facts. They felt dismissed. Nothing moved until someone named the emotion in the room. The fear, the loneliness, the need to be seen. Suddenly, the temperature dropped. Breath returned. Only then could logic find a chair. Emotion doesn't hate logic. It just insists on going first because it has to keep you alive. A fast heartbeat and a quick story once saved our ancestors. That reflex is still steering your hands on the wheel, still guiding your eyes toward what looks like safety, still pulling you toward warmth and away from cold data that doesn't smile back. If emotion leads, the wise thing is not to fight it, but to befriend it. When you speak to someone, colleague, partner, stranger, start where their body is. Name what they might feel. Offer a picture before a proof, a story before a statistic. Say, "I get why this is scary," and watch the ground firm under your feet. People do not open their ears until their nervous systems feel safe. That is why tone matters more than volume, pace more than syllables, presence more than perfect wording. Your calm is a permission slip. Your empathy is a bridge strong enough for logic to cross without falling. With yourself, the rule is the same. When you cannot decide, ask your body what it already decided. Notice the heaviness, the tightness, the little flinch that follows a certain name or place. Emotion isn't always right, but it is always honest about where you are. Let it speak without letting it reign. Breathe. Write the feeling in one sentence. Then invite logic to the table. What are the real risks? What are the next 2 steps? This is not a war. It's choreography. Feeling leads, thinking refines, action completes. Tonight, choose one conversation to practice this. Slow down. Mirror the mood you see. Offer a simple story that holds their fear or hope. Then add one clean fact that guides the path forward. Notice how the air changes when people feel felt. Logic becomes welcome, not weapon. And as you honor emotion without surrendering to it, you'll find something rare. Decisions that make sense and feel right, at a pace your heart can carry. 3. People want direction. Here is a tender truth most of us hide. Freedom is beautiful, but guidance is comforting. We say we want endless options, yet our nervous system relaxes when someone we trust points and says, "This way." In a world of infinite paths, the rarest gift is a clear next step, offered without pressure, delivered with care. Think about the last time you felt stuck. Your mind opened too many tabs. Every choice had another branch, every branch another. What if? Did you really need more information, or did you need a steady voice to help you choose one door and walk through it? People don't hunger for control as much as they hunger for orientation. They want to know where to place their feet, what to do first, and how to measure progress without drowning in possibilities. Direction doesn't steal autonomy. It gives shape to it, like banks give shape to a river so it can move. Real direction is not barking orders or pretending to know everything. It is quiet leadership. It sounds like, "Here's what matters. Here's what we'll try. Here's when we'll review." It makes the path small enough to start. It respects people's dignity by naming the purpose, not just the task. It sets the tempo so anxiety has less room to rush. When you offer direction like this, you lend people your steadiness. You become a calm map in a loud city. If you're afraid to lead because you don't want to be controlling, remember, clarity is kindness. Unclear expectations are a slow cruelty. They force people to guess the rules and absorb the blame. Direction is a form of care, especially when it includes the truth about limits. You can say, "I don't know the whole picture, but I'm confident about the first 2 steps." That honesty builds trust. People follow leaders who allow reality to exist while still moving forward. With yourself, practice the same. When your day scatters, pick one priority and make it concrete. Decide what done looks like. Set a time to stop. Let your attention rest inside a single lane long enough to feel momentum. Direction is not a life sentence. It's a temporary container that makes progress possible. You can adjust the route once you are in motion. Tonight, ask where you or someone you love needs a gentle compass. Offer one sentence of direction that shrinks the world to a next step. Let it be simple, humane, and doable. People want direction because direction lets us breathe, and when we can breathe, we can become brave. 4. Control their uncertainty. Here's a quiet lever most people miss. You don't have to control people to guide them. You only have to calm their uncertainty. When doubt is loud, minds grab for anything that feels steady. Give them steadiness, and they'll walk with you. Uncertainty is a storm that lives in the body first. It shows up as fast breath, darting eyes, the urge to check one more thing before deciding. In that state, even smart people make strange choices, because the goal shifts from what's right to what will stop this feeling. If you want to lead, don't start with answers. Start with nervous systems. Slow the pace. Speak in short, grounded lines. Name what's true and what's unknown. Offer a path with a beginning and an end. Uncertainty hates specifics. It dies when the next step is clear. Control doesn't mean pretending to know everything. That only adds another layer of fear. Fear of being found out. Real control is honest structure. Here's what we can rely on. Here's what we're testing. Here's when we'll check again. Timelines tame anxiety. Boundaries shrink the ocean into a river. Rituals, weekly reviews, daily stand-ups, simple checklists. Turn chaos into a rhythm your team, your family, even your own scattered mind can dance to. People don't need perfect forecasts. They need consistent touch points that prove the sky is not falling today. When you speak into uncertainty, be careful with your tone. Don't flood people with data to prove you're prepared. That often feels like panic in a lab coat. Offer 1 or 2 core facts and a clean plan. Use language that breathes. First, then, next. Replace maybe and hopefully with we will and by this time. If you don't know, say so, and pair it with what you do know and what you'll do to find out. Confidence is not the absence of doubt. It is the presence of direction. With yourself, the rule is the same. When your mind spirals, tighten your horizon. Decide the next hour, not the next year. Choose a smallest actionable step and a time to reassess. Keep promises to yourself in public ways. Write them, track them, close loops. Each kept promise lowers the noise inside your chest and raises your natural authority in the eyes of others. Tonight, ask where uncertainty is stealing energy. From your team, your home, your own heart. Offer one steady sentence that turns fog into road. Not control of people, control of the weather around them. When the air clears, they will see farther, choose better, and walk more bravely beside you. 5. Fear and desire rule. Here's the pulse beneath every choice. We move to avoid pain, and we move to taste something sweet. Strip away the speeches, the spreadsheets, the brave faces. We are guided by 2 quiet engines, fear and desire. They are not enemies. They are currents. When you learn to see them, your own behavior makes sense, and so do the people who confuse you. Think about the last time you hesitated on a decision you knew was right. The facts were clear, the path was simple, and yet your foot stayed on the brake. That wasn't laziness. It was fear whispering about loss. Loss of status, money, safety, belonging. Fear protects, even when it overprotects. Now think about the last risk you took too fast. Maybe you bought the thing, sent the message, jumped into the plan because something bright pulled you forward. That was desire promising expansion. More love, more meaning, more life. Neither force is good or bad. They are signals about what matters to you. The mistake is pretending we are beyond them. When leaders deny fear, it leaks out as control. When lovers deny desire, it returns as resentment. A wiser way is to name both honestly. In any conversation, business, family, friendship, ask, what are we afraid to lose here, and what do we long to gain? When those answers are on the table, the temperature drops. People stop arguing about surface details and start negotiating with reality. Fear needs a plan. Desire needs a path. Give fear guardrails, clear risks, boundaries, contingency steps. Give desire direction, concrete milestones, ways to measure progress, moments to celebrate. Suddenly the same team, the same couple, the same self can move. With yourself, practice this small ritual. When you feel stuck, write 2 sentences, I'm afraid that, and I want. Keep them short and specific. Let your body relax as you tell the truth. Then design one action that respects both forces. If you're afraid of failing publicly, but you want to build the skill, practice privately for 7 days, then share one small result. If you're afraid of rejection, but you want deeper connection, make a warm invitation with a clear exit for the other person. Fear calms when it sees exits. Desire focuses when it sees doors. Tonight, scan your life for one place ruled by silence. Ask the real questions. What loss am I guarding against, and what goodness am I running toward? Choose a step that honors protection without killing possibility. When fear is heard and desire is guided, you don't need to force yourself forward. You simply move, steadier, kinder, and closer to the life that keeps calling your name. 6. Silence speaks louder. Here is a strange truth we learn only after we've wasted a lot of words. Silence is not the absence of power, it is how power breathes. In a world that shouts to be believed, the quiet presence becomes the strongest voice in the room. People don't just hear silence, they feel it. It presses pause on panic. It lets meaning rise to the surface without being chased. Think about a time someone answered your pain with a speech. They meant well, but their words crowded the air and pushed your heart to the wall. Now remember the person who simply sat with you, eyes steady, breath slow, waiting for your story to arrive. That silence didn't abandon you. It held you. It said, I am not afraid of your truth. In leadership, love, and conflict, silence is often the difference between control and connection. It allows the other person to reveal their real reasons instead of their rehearsed ones. It turns negotiation into discovery. It invites honesty that noise can never coax out. Silence also protects your dignity. When you rush to fill every gap, you start bargaining with your own value. You explain too much, apologize for breathing, twist your sentences into shapes that make you smaller. But when you pause, you let your words land. You let the other person carry their part of the conversation. You give space for respect to grow. A measured breath between ideas is not hesitation. It's composure. A quiet look after a question is not passivity. It's an invitation to step into responsibility. This isn't about stonewalling or passive aggression. Weaponized silence is a cold prison. Wise silence is a warm room. It has a center and a purpose. To understand, to steady, to let truth speak. You can practice it in tiny moments. When someone finishes talking, count 2 slow beats before you answer. When you feel the urge to prove yourself, put one hand on your chest and breathe instead. When a meeting turns loud, lower your voice and make your sentences shorter. Even that small silence inside language changes the weather. And when you are hurt, let one honest sentence stand without defending it. Trust the strength of the quiet line. Tonight, notice where your life needs less noise and more presence. Let silence become your punctuation, the full stop that gives weight to what you mean. Ask one question, and then truly listen. Resist the reflex to rescue the moment from discomfort. You will find that silence, offered with care, doesn't empty the room. It fills it with the one thing we are starving for, the space where real understanding can finally be heard. 7. We follow strength. Here's a quiet truth we don't like to admit. People rarely follow the person who is right. They follow the person who feels unshakable. Certainty is like warmth in a cold room. We move toward it. Not because we're weak, but because life is confusing and a steady hand calms our nervous system. Think about the last time you were lost. On a road, in a plan, inside your own thoughts. The moment someone spoke with grounded clarity, even a small one, your shoulders dropped. You felt led. That's the current we live in every day. Strength, real strength, is not shouting or posturing. It's the calm center that survives the test of questions. It's the person who can say, here's what I know, here's what I don't, and here's the next honest step without flinching. We follow that because it grants permission to stop spiraling. Even toddlers search a room for the face that says, "You're safe." Adults do the same thing. We just hide it behind better clothes and bigger words. So yes, we follow strength, but most of us misread where it comes from. It isn't built from dominance. It's built from self-regulation, from keeping promises to yourself until your presence carries the weight of many kept vows. You can feel the difference. False strength rushes, pressures, performs. True strength breathes, asks, and doesn't need to fill every silence. False strength needs an audience. True strength needs a direction. When you meet someone who can hold their boundary without becoming cruel, who can listen without surrendering their judgment, who can move slowly while the world demands speed, you move with them, not because you must, but because your better self wakes up in their weather. If you want people to follow you, at home, at work, inside your own mind, stop trying to impress and start becoming reliable. Tell the truth you can stand behind tomorrow. Make fewer promises and keep them all. Decide what matters most and let the rest fall to the floor without apology. Speak one clear sentence where you used to deliver 10. And when fear starts to sell you urgency, choose posture over panic. Shoulders down, breath low, eyes steady. You will be amazed how often the room settles around a single unhurried breath. Tonight, ask yourself, where can I be quietly stronger? Not louder, not harsher, stronger. Maybe it's finishing what you said you would finish. Maybe it's saying no without a courtroom. Maybe it's meeting someone's anxiety with your calm instead of your lecture. We follow strength because real strength helps us become more ourselves. Be that weather for a while, and notice who you become too. 8. Charisma is elegant manipulation. Here is the uncomfortable truth. Charisma is not magic. It is engineering for the human heart. It arranges attention, shapes emotion, and gently tilts decisions. We feel it before we see it. A warm gaze, a grounded voice, a story that fits our secret hopes. Suddenly we are leaning forward, nodding yes to a future we didn't plan 5 minutes ago. That isn't always evil. It is the power to move people, and like any power, it can heal or harm depending on the hands that hold it. Charisma works because it honors a simple sequence. First safety, then meaning, then momentum. Safety is your nervous system saying, I am okay near this person. It's the cadence of their words, the space they leave between sentences, the way they look at you without grabbing. Meaning is the picture they paint that includes you at the center, a problem made clear, a path made human, a future that feels like relief. Momentum is the nudge, the next step named so simply your body can take it. None of this requires shouting. In fact, the loudest room often belongs to the least persuasive voice. Charisma is quiet precision, fewer words, thicker presence, cleaner intention. There is technique to it. The charismatic person mirrors your pace without mocking you, names what you feel before defending their view, and offers a story that turns your fear into a role you can play with courage. They touch your values, then give those values legs. Even their silence works. It lets your own desire echo back to you. And yes, that is manipulation, because it moves your inner state. The question is whether it moves you toward your dignity or away from it. Ethical charisma expands choices. Predatory charisma shrinks them and asks you to thank it. If you want to grow ethical charisma, start small and honest. Tell the truth quickly. Speak in pictures, not jargon. Make your sentences short enough to breathe. Keep your promises in public ways so trust accumulates like interest. Let your attention be generous. Really listen, reflect back what you heard, and only then guide. When you must persuade, hold a boundary against trickery. No false urgency, no shame hooks, no secrets you can't say out loud. People feel the difference. Their bodies relax around clean power. Tonight, think about the voices you follow. Do they open your chest or tighten it? Do they make you braver in your own life, or only loyal to theirs? And when you speak, ask for this quiet aim. May my words move people without stealing them. That is charisma at its best. Elegant, yes, but anchored to conscience, leaving everyone a little taller when the room goes still again. 9. The illusion of choice. Here's the unsettling truth. Most of what we call choice is choreography. We feel free because someone set the stage so well we didn't notice the exits were already marked. Menus decide our hunger, headlines decide our fears, and the order of options decides our vote. We point and pick and pay, and yet the path that led us to that moment was shaped by framing, timing, and the feelings they awakened in us long before we reached for a decision. Think about the last time you chose fast. You were tired. The screen offered 2 glowing buttons. One was larger, brighter, closer to your thumb. You clicked. Or you stood in a store with 15 versions of the same thing, and the one at eye level with the friendly words felt safest. That wasn't weakness. It was human design. Our minds save energy by following the easiest riverbed. Whoever digs that riverbed first wins. The illusion of choice is not a trick with mirrors. It's a careful shaping of context so that one path feels like relief and the others feel like work. This happens in conversations, too. Do you want to talk now or after lunch? Sounds generous, but it quietly removes no from the table. Would you prefer plan A with speed or plan B with savings? Removes plan C and the courage to ask for it. Even self-imposed choices play this game. We ask ourselves, should I quit or endure, and forget negotiate, redesign, pause, ask for help, change the rules. The map narrows, and we call it fate. Power lives in whoever drew the map. So what do we do if we want to be free inside a guided world? First, notice the frame. Who wrote the options? Who benefits from the structure? What feelings are being invited? Urgency, guilt, flattery, fear. If a countdown clock is forcing you, ask who set it and why. If 2 options appear, assume there is a third and go looking. Second, slow the moment. A pause restores choice. When you breathe, your nervous system stops chasing relief and starts looking for truth. Third, add a question to the script. What would this look like if I weren't afraid? What option am I not being shown? What happens if I do nothing for 24 hours? Questions widen hallways that were built to be narrow. With others, use this power carefully. Offer real choices that include no without punishment. Name the frame out loud so people can see it. Say, here are the options I see, and we can create new ones together. That is leadership, not theater. Tonight, review one decision on your horizon. Notice who set the stage. Add one option that wasn't offered. Feel how your chest opens when possibility returns. The illusion breaks not when the world stops shaping you, but when you start shaping the world back. 10. Define reality. Rule it. Here is the hidden throne most people never notice. The person who defines what a situation means becomes the person everyone else quietly follows. Reality is not only facts, it is the story we attach to them. The one who names the story steers the room, the relationship, the day. Think about a moment of crisis at work or at home. The same facts can become 2 worlds. One voice says, "This is a disaster." Another says, "This is a hard reset and a clean start." Which world do people move in? Usually, the one that offers meaning and a next step. Defining reality is not about denying pain. It is about deciding the frame that pain will live in. When you say, "This setback is feedback," your body changes, your options widen, your team breathes. When you say, "This proves we're doomed," the same facts shrink you. The story chooses the size of the room. To define reality well, start by telling the truth clearly and briefly. Name what is, without drama and without anesthesia. Then choose the lens with integrity. Ask, what interpretation keeps us honest and moving? Maybe it's, "We overpromised. Now we focus and ship a smaller, better version." Maybe it's, "This relationship is not mutual. I will stop performing for crumbs and invest in barns that feed me." Notice the language. It does not spin. It steadies. It does not erase responsibility. It assigns it wisely. The point isn't to be positive. It's to be precise about what this moment will mean for your next action. In conversation, reality is often defined by the first calm voice with a coherent frame. Pace matters. Silence between sentences matters. People borrow your nervous system before they borrow your plan. If your tone says, "We can hold this," others can hold it too. This is why confident humility is so powerful. Here's where we are. Here's what this means. Here's the next move. We'll review at 3. You are not playing God. You are drawing a map. Guard this power from manipulation. If your frame hides harm or strips others of choice, you are not leading, you are trapping. Ethical framing leaves space for different perspectives and invites consent. This is how I see it. Does this fit your experience? What are we missing? Paradoxically, that openness strengthens your frame because it is anchored to reality, not ego. Tonight, take one confusing area of your life and define it in one clean paragraph. Facts first, then meaning, then the very next step. Feel how your shoulders settle when the world around you has edges again. Rule nothing but your frame, and you will find that the world, more often than not, will meet you inside it. 11. Repetition creates belief. Here's the unnerving truth. The mind confuses the familiar with the true. Say a sentence enough times. See it, hear it, think it, and your nervous system begins to soften around it as if it were a fact. Repetition doesn't ask for permission. It walks belief through the same doorway every day until the hinges forget they were ever new. Think about the phrases you grew up with, the ones that still echo in your head at midnight. Maybe it's, "I'm not good with money," or "Love always leaves," or "I work best under pressure." Were these carefully tested insights, or just sentences that got enough airtime to sound like weather? Advertisers know this. Political slogans know this. But the most powerful campaign is the one you run on yourself, quietly, daily, without realizing you're the target and the voter at once. Your inner billboards shape your choices. You scroll past opportunities because the story you repeat says you're not that kind of person. You accept treatment you don't deserve because you've rehearsed the role that fits it. Repetition is not evil. It's how the brain saves energy. Patterns free us from constant calculation. The question is, who chose the pattern? If you don't, someone else will. An algorithm, a fearful parent, a tired boss, a younger version of you who was doing their best with less information than you have now. You can reclaim this machinery. Start by noticing what plays on loop. Catch the tiny slogans that steer your day. See how a single phrase, "I'm overwhelmed," primes your body to prove it, how "I'll figure it out" lifts your chest by a few millimeters. Language is not decoration. It is steering. To change a belief, don't argue with it once. Outlast it. Choose a sentence that is true enough to stand. Clean, specific, breathable. I keep promises to myself. I learn quickly when I start small. I set boundaries with warmth. Then repeat it where your life happens. On your calendar titles, in the first line of your notes, out loud before a hard call, written on the inside cover you open each morning. Pair the words with one small action so your body and your story can shake hands. The mind falls in love with what it sees you do consistently. Be careful with the repetitions you offer others, too. Your daily words to a partner, a team, a child become mirrors they carry. Tell them the story you want them to practice. Name their efforts. Point to real progress. Make the truth you want to grow the truth they hear most. Tonight, listen for the sentence that runs your day like background music. Ask if it deserves that power. If it doesn't, choose a new line and let tomorrow rehearse it with you. In a world that repeats noise until it sounds like truth, make your repetitions an act of authorship. What you practice believing becomes the life you recognize as yours. 12. Comfort over truth. Here's a hard confession most of us carry in secret. Many days we would rather feel safe than be free. Comfort is warm, soft, familiar. It lets us sleep. Truth is bright, sharp, demanding. It asks us to change. When the room gets cold and the stakes rise, the human heart often reaches for a blanket, not a compass. We choose the story that lets us breathe tonight, even if it costs us a year. You can see this everywhere, in small and large ways. We keep the job that drains us because the routine is a lullaby and the unknown is a storm. We stay in conversations that belittle us because silence afterward feels lonelier than the noise we know. We say, "It's fine," not because it is, but because fine buys us a few quiet minutes before the reckoning. Comfort is not evil. It protects, but when it becomes our highest value, it turns into a cage lined with pillows. The mind learns the trick quickly. Explain, soften, postpone, repeat. We polish excuses until they shine like principles. We call fear prudence, call stagnation stability, call self-betrayal keeping the peace. The body knows better. It leaves hints. The heaviness on Sunday night, the tight jaw after certain names, the way our eyes dim when we talk about a dream only in the past tense. Truth begins there, not as a lecture, but as a sensation that refuses to lie. If comfort is the anesthetic, truth is the clean breath you take when you finally step outside. It doesn't need poetry. It needs sentences like, "This is hurting me, and I've outgrown this, and I'm scared and I'm moving anyway." It needs one boundary spoken calmly and kept without ceremony. It needs small experiments with reality. Apply, ask, renegotiate, rest, leave, return. Actions that let you measure life by alignment, not avoidance. Choosing truth does not mean rejecting all comfort. It means earning a deeper kind, the kind that follows integrity around like a shadow. When you tell the truth, your sleep changes. When you replace "maybe someday" with a date, your spine remembers its job. When you say no without apology, the right yes has room to find you. Tonight, ask one kind question. Where am I using comfort to delay a conversation with myself? Then take one small step that tells the truth out loud. A message, a plan, a decision you can place on a calendar. Let it be gentle, not grand. The warmth you're seeking is on the other side of honesty, and it stays longer when you welcome it that way. 13. Mirror feelings, not opinions. Here's the soft secret that unlocks hard conversations. People don't need you to agree with their opinions. They need you to understand their feelings. Arguments freeze when we trade conclusions. Hearts open when we name the weather inside the other person. Fear, hope, frustration, pride, without trying to fix or win. Think about the last time a talk went sideways. You brought facts, they brought facts, and both of you kept raising the volume on your logic. Nothing moved. Now imagine pausing long enough to say, "It sounds like you felt dismissed," or "I hear how much this matters to you," or "You're worried we'll waste time again, aren't you?" Notice what happens in your body when someone does that for you. Your shoulders drop. Your breath evens. The nervous system stops defending its flag and starts listening for a bridge. Mirroring feelings is not manipulation. It is respect, an acknowledgement of the human cost beneath the point being made. Mirroring feelings does not mean surrendering your view or praising what you can't support. It means sequencing wisely. First safety, then ideas. You can say, "I see you're angry and disappointed. I want to understand before I respond." That one sentence buys you a path. It replaces the reflex to rebut with the courage to relate. When people feel seen, they stop performing and start telling the truth. The conversation shifts from positions to needs. I need reliability. I need room to try. I need to be consulted before decisions. I need to know this won't happen again. Needs are easier to negotiate than identities. In practice, mirroring feelings is simple, not easy. Keep your language clean and short. Name the emotion you notice and check it with a gentle question. "Sounds overwhelming. Did I get that right?" If you're wrong, they'll correct you, and even that correction deepens trust because you showed you're trying to meet them where they live, not where you wish they'd live. Pair your mirror with one grounded boundary or offer. "I hear the frustration. Here's what I can do by Friday." Or, "I get the urgency. I can't commit today, but I can give you a clear answer tomorrow at noon." With yourself, try the same skill. Before you flood a friend or fire off a message, mirror your own state. "I'm anxious and I want certainty. I'm hurt and I want respect. I'm excited and I want momentum." Your clarity about feeling will clean your words of blame and make your requests precise. Tonight, choose one relationship that matters and listen for the heartbeat under the words. Reflect what you hear, gently and honestly, then add your truth with care. You may find that agreement was never required for closeness, only recognition. When feelings are mirrored, opinions can finally take off their armor and walk toward each other. 14. Scarcity breeds desire. Here's a sharp truth we all feel in our bones. We want what might disappear. The minute something becomes limited, time, attention, a seat on the last train, our minds light up, our pulse climbs, and the thing that was nice to have suddenly feels essential. Scarcity doesn't create value. It highlights it. It pulls the object into focus by threatening to close the window. Think about the messages that push you to act. Only 3 left. Offer ends at midnight. Final call. Even when you know the game, your body leans forward. This is not weakness. It's survival code. For most of human history, missing a narrow chance could mean real loss. So your brain marks rarity with urgency. The same pattern lives in relationships. The friend who never sets boundaries becomes background noise. The one with a full life and clear limits becomes magnetic. The project that could be done any time sinks to the bottom of your week. The one with a clean, non-negotiable deadline rises to the top, not just because it must, but because its edge gives it shape. Scarcity can be abused. False countdowns, artificial limits, attention games that starve you just to sell you crumbs. These tactics hijack dignity for a quick yes. But scarcity can also be honest and healthy. When you protect your time, your yes carries weight. When you stop being universally available, people treat your presence like it matters, because it does. When a team defines a small scope and a short runway, momentum appears. Constraints concentrate energy. Without them, desire diffuses until it feels like apathy. If you want to use scarcity wisely, begin with truth. Limit what is actually limited, your hours, your focus, your promises, and say so plainly. Replace vague openness with clear windows. "I take calls on Tuesdays. Enrollment closes Friday because we start Monday. I can do one revision, not 4. Watch how clarity becomes gravity. With yourself, create real edges that honor your attention. A timer, a 5-item daily list, a start and stop for deep work, a bedtime alarm that means something. Desire wakes up when it sees a gate and a garden, not an endless field. And notice where scarcity is using you. If someone keeps you chasing by withholding the basics, respect, consistency, warmth, step back. Manufactured scarcity is a trap that mistakes anxiety for love. Real affection grows in steady soil. Tonight, choose one place to add an honest boundary and one place to refuse a fake limit. Feel how your desire shifts when life has edges again. You don't need to chase everything. Let the rare things be rare on purpose, and let your attention meet them like something sacred. 15. Effort breeds loyalty. Here's a simple truth we often overlook because it isn't glamorous. We love what we labor for. The more of ourselves we invest, time, sweat, attention, the more tightly we hold the thing we're building. It's not because the thing is perfect. It's because effort weaves our identity into it, and we're wired to protect what carries our name. Think about the first plant you kept alive, the playlist you curated for someone you loved, the small project you stayed late to finish. None of these were the best by some universal standard, but they were yours. You noticed details other people missed. You forgave flaws others criticized. Effort became glue. This is why relationships deepen after shared struggle, why a team bonds over late nights and honest feedback, why your own confidence grows when you keep promises to yourself. Work turns intention into attachment. Contribution turns belonging from a feeling into a fact. This doesn't mean we should manufacture difficulty or worship grind. Forced struggle breeds resentment, not loyalty. What grows loyalty is chosen effort, clear, meaningful, and connected to purpose. When people know why the work matters and how their piece fits the whole, effort stops feeling like extraction and starts feeling like authorship. Leaders forget this. They try to buy commitment with perks and praise while protecting people from the very participation that would root them. The paradox is gentle. Make it easier to start, not empty to do. Give real responsibility with real support. Invite people to put their fingerprints on the outcome. Ownership awakens care. In love and friendship, effort speaks louder than speeches. A consistent check-in. A thoughtful boundary kept. A repair made without drama. These are small costs that compound into trust. The same is true with yourself. Every time you finish the workout you promised, write the page you said you would, or close the laptop when you said, enough, you feed a quiet bond with the person you are becoming. Loyalty to self is not a feeling you wait for. It is a relationship you earn through repeated acts of alignment. If you're stuck, start where effort is missing. Make the task smaller and the stakes clearer. Define done, so your brain can feel the click of completion. Celebrate the boring wins that nobody sees. Loyalty grows in those invisible moments. The mornings you show up, the evenings you keep your word, the days you try again after a missed step. Tonight, ask one question. Where could a little honest effort deepen the bond? With my work, my people, or myself? Pick one act, small and specific, and do it without fanfare. Feel how the thread tightens between you and what you're building. In a world addicted to instant results, remember the ancient rhythm. We care more about what we cultivate. Put in the right kind of effort, and loyalty will quietly bloom. 16. Make it their idea. Here's a quiet law of human nature. People rarely resist what they help create. We defend our freedom the way a body defends breath, so when a suggestion feels like a command, the mind pushes back, even if it's wise. But give someone a path to discover the thought themselves, and the same idea becomes oxygen. Ownership flips the switch from compliance to commitment. Think about the moments you truly changed. Your diet, your work habits, the relationship you chose to repair. It didn't happen because someone lectured you. It happened because something inside you clicked. A question landed, a story mirrored your life, a small experiment worked, and suddenly the idea felt like your reflection, not someone else's rule. That's the art here. Less telling, more prompting, fewer conclusions, better questions. Ask, what would make this easy to start? And watch pride turn into momentum. Ask, if this went right in a simple way, what would you see first? And watch anxiety shrink to a size you can carry. Offer 2 or 3 clean options and invite edits. Which version fits your style? That tiny shift preserves dignity and awakens agency. People move when the path bears their fingerprints. This isn't manipulation. It's respect for how change actually happens. Even your tone matters. Replace "you should" with "would it help if?" Swap "here's the answer" for "here's a draft. What would you change?" When someone gives you a story, reflect their values back to them. Reliability, freedom, craft, care, and frame the idea as a way to serve what they already love. In teams, give authorship in public. Let the quiet voice present the solution they shaped. Call the project by the name they chose. Let metrics sit beside meaning they wrote themselves. In love, invite collaboration. How would repair look so it's real for you? In self-leadership, treat your own resistance the same way. Don't bully yourself with shoulds. Ask, what version of this would future me thank me for? Design a tiny, kind experiment your pride can agree to. A 5-minute start, a single email sent, 1 clean boundary spoken. When it works, let that success become your idea about who you are. Tonight, find one place you've been pushing and trade pressure for partnership. Ask a genuine question, offer a sketch, leave room for their ink. Feel how the air changes when an idea becomes a mirror. We move fastest toward futures we authored, and we stay longest where our signature lives on the door. 17. Unpredictability hooks. Here's the hidden engine behind obsession. What comes sometimes is chased all the time. The human brain is wired to return to the door that opens unpredictably, not the one that's always locked or always open. Uncertainty creates a spark. Maybe today, maybe now. And that spark keeps us checking, scrolling, refreshing, waiting for the next tiny win. You've felt it. The message that might arrive. The like that might land. The person who is warm one day and distant the next. The game that pays out just enough to make one more try feel reasonable. This isn't weakness. It's biology. Variable rewards flood us with anticipation chemistry. The promise is never guaranteed, so the imagination takes over, building a story about the next hit, the next yes, the next sign that we matter. Predictable comfort becomes background noise. Intermittent attention becomes a siren. We don't chase the prize. We chase the maybe. But unpredictability isn't only a trap. It's also the spice of life. Surprise is how stories stay alive, how art bends light, how love remains interesting. The key is authorship. When unpredictability is used on you, it owns your time. When you design it with intention, it becomes a craft. Creators use it to delight. A twist in the narrative, a pattern broken to wake the senses, a pause before the final note. Leaders use it to keep attention fresh. A rotating format, a new question at the end of meetings, a ritual that occasionally changes to prevent sleepwalking. Even within your routine, small surprises can revive you. A different route, a new tool, a day you protect for silence. To free yourself from harmful hooks, name the pattern out loud. This keeps me here because it's unpredictable. Replace endless maybe with planned yes. Schedule the check, don't live in it. Turn the slot machine into a mailbox you open twice a day. In relationships, Ask for steadiness instead of trying to earn it. If someone's attention trains you like a lever, pull, wait, hope, step back and set terms you can trust. Consistency is not boring when it carries respect. To use unpredictability ethically, pair surprise with safety. Let the ground be steady and the sky change. Keep promises, then play within them. Offer delight, not confusion. When people know you won't vanish, a small mystery invites wonder instead of anxiety. That is the difference between a hook and a spark. Tonight, notice one place where maybe is running your life, and one place where a kind surprise could bring it back to life. Close the first door a little, open the second with intention. Unpredictability will always knock. Choose when to answer, and you'll keep your freedom while keeping your fire. 18. Strategic praise addicts. Here's a truth that feels flattering until you see the hook beneath it. We become loyal to whoever rewards us on purpose. Not constant praise, that turns into background noise, but praise delivered like lightning at just the right moment. A well done when we doubt ourselves, a you're the only one I trust when we want to belong, a public compliment when status matters. The brain drinks that feeling and starts looking for the next sip. We don't chase the person, we chase the high they can trigger. Think about the first time a mentor singled you out, or a partner said the one thing you'd secretly hoped to hear. Your chest lifted, the world sharpened. Suddenly their goals felt like your goals. That's not weakness, it's wiring. Recognition releases a warm chemistry that marks the giver as a source of safety and meaning. When the recognition is scarce and unpredictable, the bond deepens. We check our messages more often. We work longer for fewer words. We bend our edges to keep the stream coming. That's how strategic praise can addict. It pairs validation with control, and our need to feel seen makes the leash feel like jewelry. But praise isn't the villain. Honest appreciation builds people. It teaches them what to repeat. The danger lives in the motive and the ratio. Compliments that spike when compliance is needed, silence when boundaries appear, kindness that arrives only in public, never in repair. You can feel the difference in your body. Ethical praise leaves you freer. Manipulative praise makes you anxious to earn your worth again. How do you protect your center? First, notice the pattern. Do the compliments come after you agree, or after you grow? Do they honor effort and specifics, or flatter you in generalities that could be said to anyone? Next, shift your source. Create a scoreboard you control. Promises kept, skills practiced, boundaries maintained. Let your own evidence become praise you can count. Finally, ask for clarity from others. What exactly worked here? Turns a hit of validation into information you can own without their approval tomorrow. And if you lead, praise like a gardener, not a gambler. Make it timely, specific, and steady. Reward the behaviors that build durable strength, preparation, integrity, collaboration, not just the dazzling finish. Celebrate in public, repair in private, and never attach affection to obedience. People who feel valued for real become courageous. People who are praised to be captured become small. Tonight, scan your ties. Where does praise make you bigger? And where does it make you needy? Offer one piece of honest thanks you've been withholding, and give yourself one, too, written in plain words you can revisit when the room goes quiet. When appreciation is clean, it frees. When it's strategic, it hooks. Choose the kind that lets you stand taller when the applause fades. 19. Arguments are emotional first. Here's the quiet rule underneath every loud debate. The body argues before the mouth does. We feel threatened, unseen, or disrespected, and only then do we pick our facts. That's why brilliant logic can fall flat and simple words can heal a storm. Arguments are emotional first, rational second. If you start by trying to win the mind, you lose the moment. Start by steadying the heart, and the mind will often walk back into the room. Think about the last time you clashed with someone you care about. You stacked reasons like bricks, and somehow the wall only grew higher. Maybe you were right, but you were arguing with their nervous system, not their notes. Under their words was a pulse. Do I matter to you? Can I trust you? Are you going to hurt me like before? Until those questions are answered, every fact feels like a shove. And you felt it too, the way your chest tightens when someone talks at you, the way you stop hearing and start defending a version of yourself that suddenly feels at risk. The antidote isn't surrender, it's sequence. First, name the weather. This got tense fast. I can hear how frustrated you are. I see I touched a nerve. You're not agreeing with their conclusions. You're recognizing their state. Then slow the pace. Short sentences, soft tone, a breath long enough for your shoulders to drop. Ask a simple question that invites the truth beneath the point. What are you most worried about here? What would feel fair to you? What would repairing this look like? When someone feels felt, their body turns down the alarm and makes room for thinking again. With yourself, do the same. Before you fire off the perfect paragraph, ask, what am I actually feeling? Maybe it's not anger. It's fear of being dismissed. Maybe it's not contempt. It's hurt that the effort you gave wasn't seen. Write one sentence that names it. Then decide what you actually want. Understanding, a boundary, a plan. You'll choose cleaner words when you've chosen a cleaner aim. And remember, repair beats victory. Winning an argument can lose the relationship if the way you won created a scar. Let your logic arrive like a bridge, not a blade. Here's how I'm seeing it, and here's why I care. Offer something specific you can do differently, and invite the same. Keep the door open to being changed by what you hear. Tonight, replay one conversation that keeps echoing in your head. Ask what emotion was driving each side, and write the one sentence you wish you'd said to acknowledge it. Try it next time, with kindness and steady breath. When you soothe the storm, truth has a chance to land, because arguments begin in the heart, and that's where resolution begins too. 20. Curiosity persuades. Here's a gentle paradox. The fastest way to change a mind is to stop trying to change it. Curiosity opens doors that pressure only hardens. When you ask real questions, without a trap, without a lecture hiding behind them, people lower their guard and raise their own best thinking. They lean toward you, not because you overpowered them, but because you made it safe to walk. Think about the last time someone listened to you with clean attention. No rushing, no interrupting, no gotcha. Their eyes said, I want to understand. Didn't your story get clearer as you told it? Didn't you notice places where your logic wobbled or your fear was steering? That's the quiet magic of curiosity. It lets people persuade themselves. When you feel respected, you can afford to be honest. When you're not being pushed, you can let go of positions that don't fit anymore. Curiosity is not a performance. It's a posture. It sounds like, what matters most to you here? And how would we know this worked? And what am I missing from your side of the street? It doesn't pretend agreement. It simply chooses sequence. Understand first, influence second. Most arguments skip that step and lose the moment. We dump facts onto closed ears and call it truth-telling. But truth doesn't land on a nervous system that feels threatened. Curiosity is how you switch the alarm off. There's a practical rhythm to it. Ask a short, open question. Let silence do some lifting. Reflect back what you heard in your own words, not as a trick, but as proof you care. Then offer your view like a gift, not a verdict. Hearing that, here's how I'm thinking about it. People will walk farther with you when they feel you've walked a few steps in their shoes. And if you discover you were wrong, curiosity lets you pivot with dignity. It turns being mistaken into learning instead of humiliation. Use it on yourself, too. When you're stuck or stubborn, trade judgment for inquiry. What am I protecting? What am I afraid will happen if I change this? What tiny experiment would give me real data? Curiosity shrinks monsters back into puzzles you can solve. Tonight, try one conversation differently. Replace your best argument with your best question, and guard the space that follows. Watch how shoulders drop, how ideas breathe, how respect grows. You don't need to win by force. Let curiosity do the persuading, and notice how, in the quiet it creates, truth finds a kinder way in. 21. Read emotions to lead. Here's the quiet secret behind real leadership. Plans move on paper, people move on feeling. Before a room follows your idea, it borrows your calm. Before a team trusts your strategy, it tests whether you see them. Read the pulse first, and the path appears. Start with the obvious things we often ignore. Notice the air when you walk in. Is the pace jittery or slow? Are shoulders up around ears or resting where they belong? Who has gone quiet? Who keeps filling space? Who laughs too loud for the moment? These are not small details. They are road signs. A leader who misses them will push a good plan into a closed door. A leader who names them, gently and without drama, "I can feel some pressure in the room. Let's slow our pace," opens that door without force. Reading emotion is not mind reading. It is respectful attention. It sounds like, "You look worried, what's the real risk you see?" Or, "I can feel excitement, what's the part you can't wait to try?" Ask, then let silence carry the answer to you. Mirror the feeling before you move the plan. When people feel seen, they stop performing and start partnering. Your authority grows not because you're loud, but because you are accurate about the weather they're standing in. Once the room can breathe, bring direction in simple lines. Name what is true, name what matters, and name the next tiny step. Sequence is everything. Safety, then strategy. You can say, "We're stressed about the deadline and proud of the progress. Here's today's focus. Here's when we'll check in again." The clarity lowers heat without killing momentum. You're not fixing people. You're regulating the climate so they can think. Read your own emotions with the same honesty. If you're irritated, name it to yourself before it leaks out as control. If you're afraid, choose transparency that builds trust. "I don't have every answer yet. Here's what I do know and what I'm doing next." Your nervous system is the room's thermostat. Set it on purpose. This is a practice, not a trick. It will make your meetings shorter and your repairs faster. It will save you from the expensive habit of bulldozing and apologizing later. Most of all, it will make people brave around you, and brave people build beautiful things. Tonight, think about one moment this week you wish had gone better. Replay it with new eyes. What feelings were actually in the room? What single sentence could you have spoken to name them? Try it next time. Read the emotion, lead the moment, and watch how the path clears when hearts are no longer walking alone. 22. Guilt and gratitude bind. Here's a quiet paradox at the center of human loyalty. The same two feelings that make us kinder can also make us captive. Guilt tugs us back when we try to leave. Gratitude ties us close when someone gives with timing and warmth. Used well, they build community. Used carelessly or strategically, they turn love and teamwork into debt. Think about guilt first. It's the ache that says, "You owe." Sometimes it's honest, a reminder that we broke our word or harmed someone and repair is due. But guilt can also be cast like a net, After everything I've done for you, you're the only one who can help. Good people don't say no. That isn't ethics. That's leverage. When we move from responsibility to resentment, we know we're paying a bill we didn't agree to. Guilt should point to a specific action and end when repair is made. If it lingers without an exit, it's a leash. Now look at gratitude. Real gratitude expands us. It says, I see the gift, I see the giver, and I want to honor both. It makes us generous in return. But gratitude can be shaped into a contract we never signed. Praised at the right moment, thanked in public, given the special chance no one else got, we begin to guard the relationship like a title we must keep. Soon we are protecting the giver from honest feedback because we confuse appreciation with obligation. That isn't loyalty. It's fear dressed as grace. Freedom lives in how we hold these twins. Healthy guilt is precise and temporary. I missed the deadline. I'll deliver by 10 and communicate better next time. Healthy gratitude is chosen and clean. Your help mattered. Here's how I'll pay it forward. Not, I'll never ask for what I need again. In families, teams, and love, say thank you often, but don't trade thanks for your voice. Apologize quickly, but don't rent your life to a mistake you've already repaired. Leaders, be careful. Praise should not purchase silence, and reminders of past support should never collect interest. With yourself, check the motives under your yes. Are you acting from care or from fear of being called selfish? Are you staying because you're thankful or because you're scared to lose a benefactor? Write one clear sentence before you agree. I'm saying yes because. If the answer is, so they won't be upset, pause. If the answer is, because this aligns with who I am, proceed and let gratitude be joy, not currency. Tonight, reflect on one bond that feels heavy. Identify the guilt that needs a specific repair and give it one. Identify the gratitude that needs a boundary and name it kindly. You can keep your heart soft and your spine strong at the same time. When guilt teaches and gratitude frees, love remains love, and you remain you. 23. Feelings outlast words. Here's the truth your body already knows. The sentence fades, the feeling stays. We remember the temperature of a moment, the lift in our chest, the knot in our stomach, the warmth in our face, long after the exact phrasing is gone. This is why a clumsy apology can still heal if it lands with sincerity, and a perfect speech can fail if it arrives cold. Words explain. Feelings imprint. Think about the last conversation that stayed with you overnight. You may not recall every line, but you remember how small you felt when they rushed your story, or how seen you felt when they slowed down and let your breathing catch up. You remember the safety of a steady gaze, the relief of a gentle tone, the insult of a dismissive laugh. Our nervous systems keep score in sensations. That is not weakness. It's wisdom built for survival. Before the mind files the transcript, the body decides whether this person is shelter or storm. If feelings outlast words, then how we speak matters more than how much we say. Pace carries meaning. Silence between ideas gives dignity. A softer voice can say harder truths without breaking the bridge. Even posture tells a story. Shoulders low, hands open, face unclenched. These are sentences the heart can read. When you lead, when you love, when you disagree, ask yourself, what feeling do I want to leave in the room? Not manipulation. Intention. Calm instead of chaos. Respect instead of performance. Hope instead of pressure. Then let your delivery match your aim. This applies inward too. The words you repeat to yourself shape a mood that lingers through your day. If your inner tone is urgent and cruel, your body lives in a room with no chairs. Switch the soundtrack. Keep your language clean and kind. I can move this forward. I have time for one honest step. I can repair if I get it wrong. The feelings those sentences create will outlast them, steering your choices when the noise returns. Repair lives in the same place. Don't chase a perfect explanation. Give a true feeling. I see I hurt you, and I care about making this right. Then follow it with action that proves the feeling wasn't theater. People may forget your exact promise, but they will remember whether their nervous system could finally rest near you. Tonight, choose one interaction you can shape on purpose. Before you speak, decide the feeling you want to leave behind. Let your breath, your pace, and your words serve that feeling. When the conversation ends, the sentences will blur, but the climate you created will remain, guiding what grows there next. 24. Listening creates power. Here's the paradox most loud rooms miss. The person with the most influence is often the one speaking least. Real power comes from listening, not the passive kind that waits to reply, but the active kind that gathers truth, cools the temperature, and gives people the courage to be honest. When you listen well, you don't lose control. You create the conditions where control isn't needed. Think about the last time someone truly heard you. They didn't rush your story, fix it, or compete with it. They asked one clean question and let silence do some of the lifting. Notice what happened in your body. You softened, your thoughts organized, your defenses lowered. You became wiser in your own words. That is the quiet miracle of listening. It turns confusion into clarity without force. It makes the speaker stronger, and strength offered freely returns as trust. Listening is not a performance. It's a posture. Your eyes say, "I'm here." Your pace says, "We have time." Your face says, "You won't be punished for telling the truth." You reflect back the heart of what you heard, short, plain, human, so the other person can recognize themselves and go deeper. You ask about feelings before facts, needs before solutions. And when it's your turn to speak, your words carry weight because they're shaped by reality, not assumption. In that moment, guidance lands where advice would have bounced off. Power grows in teams the same way. Meetings shrink when listening expands, because problems surface before they harden, and quiet talent stops hiding. Decisions get better because they're informed by the people closest to the work, not just those closest to the mic. Even conflict repairs faster when listening leads. You can say less and mean more because you've already honored the bruise beneath the argument. With yourself, practice the same skill. Listen to your day before you judge it. What drained you? What fed you? What boundary did you ignore? Write 3 honest lines at night and let tomorrow learn from them. Self-listening prevents you from outsourcing your life to noise. If you fear that listening makes you look weak, try it once where stakes are small. Ask, "What matters most to you here?" Then wait. You'll feel the room change. Less posing, more truth. From that truth, say one clear sentence and stop. The silence after good listening is not empty. It's full of decisions people can finally make. Tonight, choose one conversation and trade certainty for curiosity. Let your attention be the gift that organizes the world in front of you. Listening creates power because it creates understanding, and understanding is the only authority people trust when the lights come back on. 25. Influence is invisible. Here's the paradox. The strongest hands rarely touch you. Real influence doesn't shove. It shapes the air you breathe. It works in what people assume, what they feel safe to say, what they believe is possible before anyone speaks. You won't always see the source. You'll see the temperature of a room tilt, the pace of a conversation slow, the next step feel obvious. That's influence doing its quiet work, the way gravity keeps oceans from floating away. Think about the moments you changed your mind and didn't call it surrender. It was the friend who asked one honest question and let you answer without rescue. The mentor who showed up on time every time until your own standards lifted to meet theirs. The partner who respected your no so consistently that your yes started to mean something again. None of that was a speech. It was a climate. You lived in it long enough that your nervous system relaxed, and when the body relaxes, it allows better choices to enter. Invisible influence is not a trick. It's a stable atmosphere that makes growth the path of least resistance. We miss this because we chase volume. We confuse intensity with impact. But the human mind doesn't yield to pressure. It adapts to context. Change the context. A clearer boundary, a calmer tone, a ritual that keeps promises, and watch behavior reorganize itself around the new center. Quiet leadership does exactly this. It sets expectations in how it breathes. It repeats the same few values in actions, not slogans. We tell the truth quickly, we repair without humiliation, we respect the clock, we measure what matters. Over time, the culture starts speaking those sentences for you. If you want your influence to grow, stop trying to be impressive and start being consistent. Keep the small agreements other people treat as optional. End meetings when you said you would. Answer slowly when the room speeds up. Admit what you don't know and name what you will do next. People copy stability more reliably than brilliance. Your steadiness becomes permission for theirs. Influence has an inner version too. The habits you repeat when no one is watching are the scripts your future performs. If your mornings begin with one chosen task, your day learns how to focus. If your evenings end with a simple review, your decisions improve while you sleep. You're not forcing transformation. You're laying tracks that carry you when willpower is tired. Tonight, don't ask, "How can I make them change?" Ask, "What climate am I creating?" Choose one invisible lever, your pace, your follow-through, your first question, and set it on purpose for a week. Let your presence do the heavy lifting. The loudest voices fade, the quiet patterns remain, and in that softness, the world around you starts to move. 26. Love controls best. Here's the unsettling truth we don't like to name. The strongest leash isn't fear, it's love. People will outrun exhaustion, ignore doubt, forgive wounds, even rewrite their own boundaries for the promise of belonging. We obey what makes us feel chosen. That is why love, its warmth, its safety, its mirror, can guide behavior more powerfully than rules ever could. And it's why love, misused, becomes the most elegant form of control. Think about the choices you've made for the people who truly saw you. You tried harder. You showed up on time. You protected the fragile things they care about because their faith in you felt like oxygen. That wasn't manipulation. It was devotion. Love tuned your standards upward. But you've tasted the shadow too, the version where affection has conditions you can't quite meet, where approval arrives just after compliance, where silence freezes when you finally say no. The body learns quickly. Stay agreeable to keep the warmth. Soon you're negotiating with yourself in whispers, trading little truths for a little peace. Love controls best because it ties action to identity. If I'm loved, I'm good. If I'm distant, I'm in danger. That story can lift you or trap you. The way out isn't to harden your heart. It's to learn the difference between love that expands you and love that edits you. Expanding love stays when you set a boundary. It celebrates your separate life. It repairs without humiliation and doesn't keep score. Editing love shrinks your world to a stage where you perform the version that causes the least trouble. One makes you larger. One makes you careful. If you lead, remember that people will follow a care they can feel. Use it cleanly. Offer steadiness instead of surveillance, clear expectations instead of quiet punishments, praise for effort instead of affection for obedience. When you must correct, Do it without withdrawing the basic warmth that says, "Your worth is not at risk here." That kind of love still guides behavior, but it guides towards strength, not dependence. With yourself, or for the same terms. Self-respect is love without the hook. Keep one promise each day that honors your future. Speak one boundary without apology. Repair one thing you broke, even if no one saw it. The feelings that follow will shape you far more than any lecture you give yourself in the mirror. Love is a compass when it's honest and a cage when it's conditional. Tonight, ask a kinder question. Where does love make me bigger, and where does it make me small? Give more weight to the first, step back from the second, and let your life organize around the warmth that doesn't ask you to disappear to keep it. That kind of love still directs you. Only now, it directs you home. 27. Fear works fastest. Here's a hard truth wrapped in biology. Fear can move a body before a thought can form. Long before logic drafts a plan, your pulse climbs, your breath shortens, your attention narrows to the nearest exit. Fear is efficient because it has one job: keep you alive, and it will trade elegance for speed every time. That's why leaders, marketers, and even the voices in our own heads reach for it. Fear gets results now. But what fear wins quickly, it often costs quietly. Curiosity, dignity, long-term trust. Think about the last time fear made your decision for you. A deadline screamed, and you said yes to protect your image. A message went quiet, and you filled the silence with a story that punished you first. A headline flashed, and your thumb obeyed. Fear collapses the world to a small circle. Avoid pain, avoid shame, avoid loss, and in that small circle, brave ideas can't breathe. You move, but you don't always move toward the life you want. You move toward the feeling that will stop the panic the fastest. There's a reason fear is seductive. It feels like clarity. It gives you a single target and the rush to chase it. It's why some managers rule by crisis, and why some relationships survive on jealousy. When everyone is afraid, compliance looks like loyalty. Yet underneath, people get smaller. They learn to hide, to hedge, to perform yes with their mouth while their heart plans an exit. Fear can raise numbers. It cannot raise people. So what do we do with a force this powerful? We respect it, and we reroute it. Let fear speak first, but not last. Name it cleanly. I'm afraid of failing publicly. I'm afraid they'll leave. I'm afraid to be ordinary. See how your body settles when the monster has a name. Then give fear a job it can't refuse. Risk assessment, not life direction. Ask, what is the real danger? What is the smallest protective step? Let love, values, and long-term vision pick the path once fear has scanned the horizon. If you lead, never borrow speed from fear that you can't pay back with safety. Create urgency from purpose, not panic. Say, this matters because, here's our next move, here's when we regroup. People move fast when they feel held. And with yourself, build a small ritual that outpaces fear's reflex. One breath slower, one sentence kinder, one action aligned with who you mean to be tomorrow. Tonight, notice where fear is driving and ask it to ride shotgun. Thank it for the warning. Take the wheel with clarity. Speed is empty if it runs in the wrong direction. Courage is calm momentum aimed at the right one. When fear works fastest, let wisdom work longest, and choose the road that still feels like you when the rush fades. 28. Confusion breaks resistance. Here's a quiet weapon most people never see until it's too late. When you can't think straight, you can't say no. Confusion lowers the drawbridge. It turns strong voices into polite nods, clear boundaries into maybe, and sharp minds into, just tell me what to do. This is why chaos is often created on purpose. Rapid changes, mixed signals, vague promises, urgent deadlines that keep moving. When the world blurs, We grab the nearest hand, and whoever offers the simplest sentence wins. You've felt it. The contract full of tiny exceptions. The meeting with 3 goals and 12 detours. The conversation where someone talks so fast and so long you start doubting your own memory. Resistance doesn't usually collapse because of superior logic. It collapses because your nervous system is overloaded and wants relief. Confusion is the fog that makes even a wrong lighthouse look holy. In that fog, we outsource our judgment to the person who sounds most certain, and later we call it fate. But there is another path, one that doesn't require becoming louder or cruel. The antidote to confusion is pace, not panic, edges, not anger. When you feel the blur rising, slow your breathing and shrink the world. Ask for one sentence. What exactly are you asking me to agree to? If they can't say it simply, don't move. Confusion hates clarity like shadow hates light. Put decisions back on paper. Write the promise in your own words and read it out loud. Repeat the deadline and the consequence. We're saying X by Friday, and if not, we do Y. Each clean line is a rope tied to the shore. If you lead, never use confusion as leverage. It works fast and rots trust. Instead, protect your people with structure. 1 goal per meeting, visible notes, small decisions in sequence, a recap that a tired brain can read. Confusion will still visit. You can't stop life, but your culture can learn to clear rooms quickly. You'll move slower for a moment and faster for a season. In love and friendship, remember that clarity is a form of care. Say what you mean, even when it's humble. I'm not ready. I want this, not that. I need a day. These are small sentences that save large futures. And with yourself, end the spiral the same way. Write the next step on a card. Put a time on it. Do that, then reassess. Momentum returns when your actions can find the floor. Tonight, scan your day for the place that felt most foggy. Name the trick the fog tried to play on you, and answer with 1 clean sentence you'll use next time. When confusion tries to break your resistance, let clarity break its spell. The brain relaxes, the spine returns, and your yes and no both start to mean something again. 29. Withdraw to raise value. Here's the paradox no one teaches us when we're young. Constant availability makes you invisible. When your presence is endless, people stop noticing its worth. But when you withdraw with intention, not as a game, not as punishment, but as a boundary, your value sharpens into focus. Scarcity doesn't create your worth. It reveals it to eyes that had grown sleepy. Think about the relationships where you were always the one who stayed late, replied first, solved everything. You became the heir, essential and unnoticed. The more you gave, the more others assumed you could carry. Resentment crept in, not because you weren't generous, but because your yes had no edges. Then remember the moments you stepped back with calm clarity. Fewer meetings, tighter windows, a simple, "I'll get back to you tomorrow at 10." Suddenly people prepared before they arrived. They listened harder when you spoke. Not because you became colder, but because your time finally had shape, and shape creates respect. Withdrawing to raise value isn't a trick. It's a return to proportion. You are not a bottomless well. Attention, energy, kindness. These refill when protected and sour when exploited. When you reduce access, you reduce noise. Your work deepens. Your presence grows heavier, like a stone in the hand instead of fog in the air. Even love gets cleaner. Affection offered from an intact self lands richer than affection poured from exhaustion. The other person can feel the difference. They're receiving a choice, not a survival reflex. Start small and honest. Shorten your replies without sharpness. Give clear windows for availability. Close the loop when you said you would, and not before. Replace constant check-ins with a reliable cadence that others can trust. You're teaching the world how to meet you. If someone punishes your boundaries with guilt or vanishing warmth, you've learned something vital about the agreement you were living under. Step back further. Protect the ground that lets you stand tall. If you lead a team, model the same rhythm. Office hours, not open doors at midnight. Focus blocks without apology. Meetings that end when you promised. People will rise to the standard they can see and predict. Your withdrawal from chaos is your gift to the work that matters. Tonight, ask yourself where you've become a ghost from overgiving. Choose one place to withdraw with grace. A chat you mute after hours, a favor you decline kindly, a project you do slower to do right. Notice how your chest loosens when your time belongs to you again. You are not more valuable because you disappear. You are more visible because you stop dissolving. In that clearer outline, respect returns, desire renews, and your yes begins to mean something beautiful again. 30. Mood dependence enslaves. Here's the trap that looks like tenderness. When your day depends on someone's mood, yours or theirs, you've handed away the key to your life. One frown changes your plan. One compliment becomes oxygen. One bad night turns into a ruined week. We call it being sensitive, being caring, being in tune. But what it really becomes is a quiet prison built from weather that never asked your permission to change. Think about the mornings you waited for motivation to arrive like a bus. If it showed up, you moved. If it didn't, you apologized to yourself and settled for later. Or the relationships where you learned to scan faces before you spoke, reading the sky in their eyes to decide if you were safe. That's not closeness. That's management. Mood dependence makes you a hostage to the loudest feeling in the room. Your purpose shrinks until it fits inside someone else's forecast. There's a gentler way that isn't cold. It's called rhythm. Rhythm means you move because it's time, not because it feels good. You write at 9 because 9 is your promise, not because the muse held your hand. You lift when the bell rings, not when courage does. You call your friend every Thursday because love deserves structure, not just surges. Rhythm is what values look like when they grow up. It respects your feelings and refuses to worship them. You can be sad and keep a small promise. You can be irritated and stay kind. You can be tired and still do 10 honest minutes that keep your identity intact. If you live with volatile moods, yours or someone else's, boundaries become humane technology. Decide the non-negotiables in calm weather. I don't answer work messages after 8. I'll talk when we're both steady. I'll step outside for 10 minutes and return. Simple, repeatable, boring on purpose. Boredom is often the price of freedom. Consistency is how you stop paying rent to chaos. Your nervous system will resist at first. It will argue, this isn't inspired. This isn't perfect. Let it talk while your feet move. Keep the bar low enough to clear daily. Celebrate keeping the rhythm, not the size of the result. Suddenly mood stops being a dictator and becomes background music, sometimes soft, sometimes loud, never in charge. Tonight, ask one kind question. Where does a feeling get to cancel what matters to me? Pick one small ritual that will happen regardless of weather. 5 lines written, a 10-minute walk, a message of repair, lights off at a real time. Keep it tomorrow and the day after, especially when it's inconvenient. The power you're looking for isn't in a better mood. It's in a steady hand on your own wheel. 31. Validation can enslave. Here's the ache beneath so many smart lives. When approval becomes oxygen, you forget how to breathe on your own. A like, a nod, a proud of you, lands like sunlight, and then the clouds return and you start chasing the sky. Validation is sweet because it feels like love, but if you need it to move, it will quietly own your legs. You won't choose. Your hunger will. Think about the last time praise changed your plans. One compliment from a manager, and you took on work you didn't want. One heart eyes from a stranger, and you reshaped your day around a notification. One warm text after silence, and you forgave a pattern you swore you wouldn't. That wasn't weakness. It was biology. Recognition hits the brain like reward, and reward writes stories fast. They see me. The danger is the ratio. When the external chorus gets louder than your inner voice, you will perform instead of live. You will curate the version of you that pulls applause and starve the part that needs quiet, depth, and time. Validation isn't the villain. Clean appreciation builds confidence. Honest feedback refines craft. Enslavement starts when your worth swings on other people's weather. The fix is not to become hard. It's to build a home inside your own life where worth is measured by promises kept, not hands clapping. Create a scoreboard you control. Count the reps you did, the boundary you held, the repair you initiated, the kindness you offered with no camera in the room. Let those numbers speak to you when the feed is silent. Ask for better validation, too. Vague praise hooks you because you can't own it. Specific praise frees you because it tells you what to repeat. That line was clear. You followed through. You listened when it was tense. Then you can anchor your identity to actions, not ambience. And when praise arrives as a leash, only after compliance, only in public, only when you're small, call it what it is. Control with a smile. Step back. Choose respect over approval, even if your chest shakes. If you lead, give recognition that liberates. Make it timely, concrete, and steady. Never trade affection for obedience. People should grow taller after your words, not narrower. Tonight, try a small defection from the worship of applause. Do one meaningful thing in secret and write it down where only you will see it. Then ask yourself a softer question. If no one clapped, would this still be worthy? Let your answer tune your compass. When validation is a visitor, not a master, you don't stop loving praise. You just stop needing it to be yourself. 32. Rejection fuels obsession. Here's the sting that turns into a magnet. When we're shut out, our minds rush in. The door closes, and suddenly that door is the only one that matters. We tell ourselves it's love or destiny, but most of the time it's a loop, an unfinished story that demands an ending. Rejection doesn't just hurt. It awakens a chase. The brain hates not yet, hates the open tab that won't close, so it keeps refreshing, replaying, rewriting scenes to win back what slipped away. Think about the message that never came, the audition you nearly landed, the person who was warm on Monday and ice by Friday. You didn't want them more because they were perfect. You wanted them more because your identity was suddenly on trial. If they say yes, it proves you're worthy. If they keep saying no, it threatens a story you've used to stand up straight. That's why obsession feels urgent. It's not just about the person or the prize. It's about repairing the dent in how you see yourself. The mind confuses relief with love and starts chasing the relief. There's biology in it, too. Intermittent attention, sometimes yes, sometimes no, teaches your nervous system to check again and again and again. The small maybe becomes a slot machine that steals your hours. You turn into a detective of crumbs, decoding pauses and commas, selling yourself hope for the price of your peace. And the worst part, the more you chase, the smaller you feel, which makes the yes feel even more necessary, which makes the chase even louder. That's the trap. Freedom doesn't come from pretending you don't care. It comes from naming what's really happening and stepping out of the courtroom. Say it cleanly. I want this more because I was refused. Feel how the heat drops when the truth gets air. Then widen the frame. Ask, what did I make there no mean about me? And what else is true that I keep forgetting? Put your attention on things you can move. Craft, health, friendships, a project with edges, so your nervous system can measure progress again. Replace the slot machine with scheduled windows. Check once, not all day. Reach out once, then stop. Starve the loop of constant fuel. And if you're on the other side, if you're the one withholding to keep someone hooked, step back. Power built on deprivation rots the hand that holds it. Offer clarity, not a maze. Say yes with integrity or no with kindness, and give people the dignity to heal. Tonight, ask the gentlest question. If their answer never changes, who do I choose to be? Let your next small action serve that person. When rejection stops defining your worth, it loses its magic. The door may stay closed, but you'll remember something better. The house was never your whole world to begin with. 33. Every emotion is a weapon. Here's the unsettling truth most people feel but rarely name. Every emotion carries power, and power can be used to build or to wound. Anger can draw a boundary or burn a bridge. Sadness can invite care or recruit pity. Joy can inspire courage or disguise manipulation. Even calm can comfort a room, or freeze it into compliance. Emotions are not sins or saints. They are tools. The question is who's holding the handle, your values or your fear. Think about the last time you watched someone steer a moment with feeling alone. A raised voice made everyone rush. A quiet, steady tone made everyone trust. A tear softened a harsh decision. A laugh broke tension that logic couldn't touch. None of that was accidental. Our nervous systems read emotion faster than they read words. We respond to the temperature before we audit the facts. This is why charismatic people seem to move the world with a glance, and why predators learn to mimic warmth. Feeling is a fast language. It reaches the body before debate can begin. So what do we do with this? First, tell the truth about your own arsenal. Notice which emotions you reach for when you want control. Do you weaponize silence to punish? Do you perform enthusiasm to avoid saying no? Do you use worry to manage others like puppets, calling it care? Naming the tactic doesn't make you a villain. It gives you the chance to choose a cleaner line. Use anger to state a boundary, not to humiliate. Use sadness to ask for comfort, not to trap someone in guilt. Use joy to celebrate effort, not to buy loyalty you haven't earned. The same feelings, different hands. Second, learn to read the weapons around you without becoming paranoid. If affection arrives only after compliance, you're being managed. If urgency is constant, someone prefers you scared. If calm feels like a lid on real conversation, the silence is not peace, it's pressure. You don't have to fight every tactic. You can simply step out of range, slow your breath, ask for specifics, put decisions in writing, take time before you answer. Clarity disarms theater. Finally, remember that emotion is also how we heal. Warmth can reopen a shut door, or can reset a tired heart. Gratitude can rebuild trust atom by atom. The aim isn't to stop feeling, it's to feel on purpose. Lead with the emotion that serves the moment and honors the people in it, even when that person is you. Tonight, choose one conversation to enter with intentional feeling. Ask yourself, what do I want to leave in the room when I go? Then let your tone, your pace, and your words carry that message. Emotions will shape the world either way. When you hold them with care, they stop being weapons and start becoming instruments. 34. Control the emotional tone. Here's the rule beneath every room. The first steady nervous system wins. Before anyone agrees with your ideas, their body decides whether it can rest near you. If the tone is frantic, people protect themselves. If the tone is grounded, people can think. Control the emotional tone, and you change what becomes possible, without raising your voice, without adding a single slide. Think about the last tense meeting or hard conversation. The facts were tangled, but what actually moved things wasn't a perfect argument. It was the moment someone slowed down. Their breath lengthened, their sentences shortened, their eyes stopped scanning for permission. The room borrowed their rhythm. Shoulders dropped, the pace softened, and suddenly solutions that felt impossible were easy to name. Tone isn't decoration. It's the track the train runs on. Loud tone makes small minds. Calm tone lets intelligence return. Controlling tone isn't pretending everything is fine. It's being precise about your pace and presence. Speak a little slower than the anxiety in front of you. Use clean, short lines that people can hold. Here's what's true. Here's what matters. Here's the next step. Let silence carry weight between ideas. Silence is the punctuation that gives meaning room to stand up straight. Even your posture tells a story. Shoulders low, hands open, voice warm but firm. You're teaching the room how to breathe. When emotions spike, name the weather without drama. I can feel pressure rising. Let's take 30 seconds. We're excited and worried at the same time. Both make sense. Naming doesn't amplify. It regulates. Then offer structure that tames panic. Timelines, check-ins, a small first move. Anxiety hates edges. Give it some. If someone tries to pull you into their storm, sarcasm, urgency, intimidation, don't argue with the wind. Lower your sail. Return to steady pace and specific asks. Say that in one sentence. What, exactly, do you want us to decide? With yourself, tone is the difference between spiral and momentum. Before you answer the email or the accusation, reset your state. 1 slow breath in for 4, out for 6. Write the sentence you intend to leave in the room. I'm committed to repair. Or, we will ship the smaller version Friday. Let that sentence set your cadence. You don't need to feel fearless. You need to be consistent. Tonight, choose one interaction to lead with tone instead of volume. Decide the climate you want. Calm, clear, kind, and let your breath, your pace, and your words serve it. People remember how you made their body feel long after your points fade. When you control the emotional tone, you don't overpower others. You give them back their best selves, and the path opens on its own. 35. Calm unnerves the reactive. Here's the quiet power most people underestimate. Nothing disarms a storm like a steady shore. When someone is reactive, loud, rushing, demanding, a calm presence doesn't just look composed. It changes the math. It removes the fuel their fire expects. Anger wants a mirror. Panic wants a partner. When you refuse to supply either, the performance loses its audience, and the room starts listening to gravity again. Think about the last time someone tried to hook you into urgency. They spoke in fast piles, their eyes scanning for agreement, their voice daring you to escalate. You felt your chest tighten, your words sharpen, your hands want to prove you wouldn't be pushed around. That's the trap. The reactive feed on your reaction. It validates their pace and justifies their tone. Calm is not weakness. It is choosing the lever that actually moves the moment. Slow your breath. Shorten your sentences. Keep your face soft and your posture rooted. You are telling every nervous system in the room, it's safe to think. Calm is not pretending there's no problem. It's refusing to let the problem define the process. You can acknowledge heat without catching fire. I hear the urgency. Here's what we know. Here's what happens next. You can name the weather without amplifying it. Voices are getting sharp. Let's pause for 60 seconds. You can set terms that protect everyone's dignity. I'll discuss this when we're both steady. This unnerves the reactive because it removes the reward. They can shout, but they can't steer. They can threaten speed, but you won't trade accuracy for adrenaline. Over time, even volatile people learn your pace or lose access to your attention. There is a personal version of this, too. Your own reactivity wants you to sprint into emails, defend every rumor, fix feelings that aren't yours to fix. Calm answers with rhythm. Decide in advance when you reply, how you prepare, what you will and won't do when fear spikes. Keep one small promise under pressure, a measured reply, a boundary spoken once, a decision delayed until morning. Your future self will thank you for not letting a 10-minute storm rewrite a 10-year plan. If you lead, model calm as policy. Start meetings at the speed you want the work to take. End on time. Repair without humiliation. Praise in specifics instead of volume. People will borrow your thermostat until they build their own. Tonight, choose one conversation that might run hot and decide your cadence before you enter it. Breathe slower than the room. Aim for one clear sentence, not a perfect speech. Let silence do some lifting. You'll feel the shift. Their urgency has nothing to push against, and the path reappears. Calm doesn't win by force. It wins by making space for truth to be heard. 36. Anger masks weakness. Here's a hard kindness to swallow. Most anger is a costume for a smaller feeling that doesn't want to be seen. Rage looks strong because it's loud. Underneath it is usually fear, shame, grief, or the old ache of not feeling respected. Anger lifts its voice so we don't have to admit, "That hurt me," or "I'm scared," or "I don't know what to do." It feels safer to swing than to say we're unsteady. But every time we choose the swing, we trade real power for a performance that keeps us lonely. Think about the last time you snapped. Maybe you called it principle, standards, just being honest. But if you slow the tape, you can hear the tiny voice you covered. Will they leave? Did I fail? Do I matter here? The body hates those questions. It floods you with heat and offers a quick exit. Get big. The problem is that anger wins the first moment and loses the next 10. People comply, but they don't trust. They go quiet, but they don't feel safe. Your point may land, but the bridge burns as it touches down. Real strength begins where anger wants to end. It starts with naming the truth before the volume rises. I'm disappointed and I need repair. I feel disrespected. Here's the boundary. I'm overwhelmed. I need 5 minutes to think. These lines don't make you small. They make you accurate. Accuracy gives you options. Now you can ask clean questions, set clear consequences, choose a next step that actually solves the problem instead of punishing the room for feeling like a mirror you didn't like. There is also a gentler way to meet someone else's anger. Don't chase it up the stairs. Slow your pace and look for the softer feeling they're hiding. You can say, "You sound worried. What's the risk you see?" Or, "I hear how much this matters to you. Tell me where I failed." You are not rewarding the outburst. You are refusing to confuse volume with truth. Often the storm shrinks once the real weather is named. With yourself, build small rituals that catch the flash before it spreads. One breath longer out than in. One sentence written instead of spoken. One walk around the block before you reply. Tell your anger what job it does have. Energy for a boundary, focus for a repair, and take back the job it steals, your dignity. Tonight, think of one moment you wish you could redo. What softer feeling did your anger cover? What single, calm sentence could you have spoken instead? Try it next time. Power is not the roar that scares the table. Power is the steady hand that keeps the table a place where truth can be said, and where you can stay, unmasked, and still be strong. 37. Victimhood manipulates. Here's a difficult truth that asks for careful hands. Pain deserves compassion, and sometimes pain is performed to control. Real wounds need care. But there is a form of victimhood that becomes a lever, bending other people with guilt, urgency, and the threat of collapse. It says, "If you love me, you'll carry this," and when you do, the load grows. The story stays frozen because the story keeps paying. Think about the patterns you've seen. The colleague who always arrives with a crisis that excused the missed promise. The friend who turns every boundary into an accusation. The partner who disappears when asked for repair and reappears only to list all the ways life has been unfair to them. Your chest tightens, your words shrink. You start editing yourself to avoid the next implosion. That's the manipulation. Not the existence of hurt, but the use of hurt as currency, attention as payment, compliance as proof of care, power disguised as fragility. Victimhood manipulates because it reverses roles. You become the defendant in a court you never agreed to enter. Facts don't matter. Only feelings do, and the verdict is always that you didn't do enough. If you push back, you're cruel. If you step back, you're abandoning. So you stay, explaining, soothing, doing the extra thing. Notice what disappears. Choice, accountability, genuine repair. The performance eats all the oxygen real healing needs. The answer is not hardness. It is clarity. You can meet pain with presence and still refuse the leash. Say, "I'm sorry you're hurting. Here's what I can do, and here's what I can't." Keep your voice warm and your lines simple. Ask for reciprocity. What will you take responsibility for? Watch whether the story evolves or resets to the same scene. Healthy people use support to grow. Manipulative patterns use support to reset the hook. And turn this lens inward with kindness. Where do you use your own struggle to avoid your own change? Where do you reach for, "They did this to me," instead of "Here's my next step"? Naming that isn't self-blame, it's self-respect. It returns the steering wheel to your hands. You can grieve and grow. You can ask for help and still do your part. You can tell the truth about harm without becoming a hostage to it. Tonight, consider one relationship, maybe with someone you love, maybe with yourself, where the gravity of victimhood keeps pulling the same way. Offer compassion without collapsing. Draw one boundary you can keep. Ask one clean question that invites responsibility. Real healing starts where the script ends, and the moment we stop using pain to control, pain can finally become what it was meant to be. Information on the path back to strength. 38. Guilt chains deeper. Here's the quiet sentence many of us live by without knowing it. Fear makes you move, but guilt makes you stay. Fear shouts. Guilt whispers. Fear says, "Run." Guilt says, "You owe." And the whisper can hold you longer than any lock. At jobs you've outgrown, in friendships that only call when they need, in patterns that drain you while thanking you for being so understanding. Think about the last time you said yes when every part of you wanted to say no. You didn't believe it was right. You believed you'd be bad if you refused. That's guilt doing its slow work, turning kindness into currency and debt into identity. You start living like a balance sheet, counting favors, apologizing for needs, performing goodness to avoid the tiny courtroom in someone's eyes. The sentence becomes, "If I disappoint them, I'm disappointing life itself." So you comply, and every compliance tightens the chain. Guilt isn't always a villain. Clean guilt is a compass. It points to repair when we've genuinely harmed. You feel it, you fix it, you learn. But sticky guilt is different. It's vague, chronic, and portable. It shows up even when you're honest. It punishes boundaries and rewards self-erasure. It arrives as "after all I've done for you," as "you're the only one who can," as silence that freezes when you take back your time. Sticky guilt doesn't want repair. It wants control. There's a way out that doesn't harden your heart. Start by naming the accusation out loud, even if it's only to yourself. If I say no, I'm selfish. If I rest, I'm lazy. If I choose me, I'm ungrateful. Then test each belief against the truth. Is it selfish to keep a promise to your health? Is it lazy to recover so your work is real? Is it ungrateful to honor the life that was given to you? Guilt melts when it meets clarity. Next, replace apology with information. Trade "I'm sorry" for "I'm not available." "I can't do that. Here's what I can do. I'm open to repair, not to punishment." Your tone stays warm. Your sentences stay firm. If someone raises the stakes, pouting, silent treatment, public shaming, see the chain in their hands and kindly step back. Love does not require you to live without a self. And with your own mistakes, practice clean repair. Name what happened, name the cost, make one concrete amends, then release the whip. Endless self-flagellation is vanity in a moral costume. It keeps you in the center while change waits in the corner. Tonight, ask one gentle question. Where is guilt making my choices for me? Choose a small boundary you can keep this week. A clear no, a real rest, a repair done once and closed. Notice how your breath deepens when the link breaks. Fear may still knock, but guilt will no longer be your jailer. And in that space, a quieter guide appears. Conscience without chains, love without debt, a life that moves because it's true, not because it's trapped. 39. Master emotional rhythm. Here's the paradox your body has been trying to teach you for years. You don't conquer emotions by fighting them. You lead them by setting the rhythm. A song with no beat is just noise. A life with no cadence becomes the same. When feelings surge, most of us push or drown. But if you can find the tempo, you can move with the wave instead of under it. Think about your last hard day. One message jolted your chest, and suddenly the whole afternoon took its orders from that spike. Emails sped up, breath shortened, words got sharp. Or maybe the opposite. You went heavy and slow, everything postponed until a kinder mood arrived. That wasn't weakness. It was rhythm choosing you. Mastery begins when you choose the beat on purpose. Slow when panic rises. Lighten when heaviness tries to glue your feet to the floor. Sharpen when drift tempts you into endless scrolling. Rhythm is leadership applied to feeling. Start with breath, because breath is the metronome of the nervous system. In for 4, out for 6. Your body reads that as safe, and thinking comes back online. Then choose language that fits the tempo you want. Short, clean sentences calm storms. Here's what's true, here's what matters, here's the next step. Longer, warmer lines soften brittle spaces. I'm here, I want to understand. We'll move when you're ready. Even your posture sets the downbeat. Shoulders lowered, jaw unclenched, eyes steady. People can borrow your steadiness the way a choir borrows a pitch. Emotional rhythm isn't pretending. It's honest pacing. You can say, "I'm angry and I'll speak after I cool," or "I'm sad and I'll do the small thing anyway." That single choice, feel and move, keeps you from becoming a hostage to weather. It's the difference between being driven by moods and driving with them in the passenger seat. In conflict, rhythm saves love from volume. Slow your pace, reflect the feeling you see, then make one request. In leadership, rhythm turns chaos into progress. Start on time, end on time, one decision per meeting, a recap that tells the team what beat to march to tomorrow. There's an art to variation, too. Surprise keeps attention alive, but surprise without safety becomes anxiety. So let the ground be steady, the values, the boundaries, the cadence of your care, and let the sky change, the joke when tension's thick, the silence when truth needs space, the walk when the room is stale. Mastery isn't a single speed. It's a practiced ability to choose. Tonight, scan your day and ask, when did I lose the beat, and what would have brought it back? Pick one ritual for tomorrow that sets your tempo early, a breath before you touch the phone, a written first step before you open your inbox, a two-sentence check-in before you give advice. Emotions will always play their instruments. When you master the rhythm, you become the conductor, calm, clear, and kind, guiding the music towards something you can live inside. 40. Mystery maintains control. Here's the paradox. We don't chase what we fully possess. We chase what we can almost touch. Mystery doesn't hide the truth. It shapes attention. When everything is explained, curiosity dies. When a little is withheld, just enough to invite a question, the mind leans forward, the heart listens longer, and the room gives you space to lead without force. Mystery is not deceit. It's pacing. It's the art of revealing in a rhythm that keeps dignity, wonder, and respect alive. Think about the people who hold a room. They don't dump their entire story in the first minute. They offer a vivid detail, then pause. They speak plainly, but not completely. They let a silence breathe where lesser speakers would panic. That gap becomes gravity. We fall toward it. In relationships, the same rule holds. The friend with a full life and clear boundaries, the one who shares generously but not endlessly, feels magnetic, not because they're playing games, but because their selfhood has edges. In work, a leader who sets direction and keeps the why crisp, while letting the how emerge step by step, protects momentum. Too much detail too soon creates fog. A few clean signals create focus. Mystery maintains control because it preserves authorship. When you reveal everything at once, you hand your narrative to noise. When you reveal in chapters, you stay the editor of your own story. That doesn't mean withholding kindness or clarity. It means refusing to turn your life into an open tab for anyone to refresh. Share what's true, keep what's sacred, and let time carry the rest. Even your presence can hold a little mystery. Slower pace, fewer words, a look that says you're listening more than you're performing. People relax around that kind of strength. Guard the line between mystery and manipulation. Mystery invites consent. Manipulation steals it. If your silence confuses to control, you're building a maze, not a path. Ethical mystery has a purpose beyond ego, to protect intimacy, to honor timing, to let trust grow at a human speed. You can say, "I'm not ready to talk about that, but I will," and mean it. You can keep your boundaries and still be warm. You can give enough light for safety and enough night for stars. Tonight, ask yourself what you've been oversharing to buy approval, and what you've been hiding to avoid courage. Share one thing that matters, carefully and cleanly. Keep one thing that's still becoming, without apology. Let your life speak like a good story. Clear chapters, living questions, an author who knows the ending is earned, not rushed. Mystery won't make you distant. It will make you whole. And from wholeness, control is no longer a grip. It's a steady hand, guiding the moment with grace. 41. No reaction equals dominance. Here's the paradox that unsettles every provocateur. Power is not the loud answer. It's the quiet you refuse to fill. When you don't react, you don't feed the fire, you don't lend your nervous system to someone else's storm, and you don't let the moment decide who you are. Silence, stillness, a measured breath. These are not empty spaces. They are a stance. They say, without threat, I will choose my move. Think about the last time someone tried to hook you. An insult dressed as a joke, a text designed to spike your pulse, a deadline thrown like a grenade. Your body rushed to reply. That rush is the trap. Reactivity gives away authorship. They act, you answer, the script is theirs. Dominance, in its clean sense, is custody of yourself. It's the decision to let the first wave pass and speak from what remains. Not passive, not numb, sovereign. No reaction doesn't mean indifference. It means sequencing. Feel the spark, hold your line, and then choose. Your stillness changes the field. Bullies expect escalation. Manipulators expect apology. Chaos expects you to mirror its pace. When you don't, the game falls apart. The room recalibrates to your rhythm. Even your words, when they arrive, carry more weight because they weren't pulled out of you. They were placed. That won't work for me. I'll respond in the morning. Put it in writing. Short, calm, final. Train this in small ways. Let a notification sit. Give yourself 1 minute between trigger and reply. Breathe out longer than you breathe in. Write the message you'd send in anger, then delete it and send the one that protects tomorrow. In conflict, listen for the move beneath the words. Are they seeking clarity or control? If it's control, starve it. If it's clarity, answer simply. Your restraint isn't for show. It's for structure. You're building a life where your attention isn't a lever anyone can pull. There is kindness in this discipline, too. When you stop rewarding provocation, you stop teaching people that volatility is the price of your presence. You model adulthood, boundaries without theater, decisions without punishment, exits without revenge. With yourself, no reaction means you don't let a bad 5 minutes purchase a bad 5 hours. You interrupt the spiral and return to the plan you chose when you were steady. Tonight, remember the conversation that still echoes in your chest. What would no reaction have preserved? Your time, your dignity, your options. Practice the sentence you wish you'd said and keep it ready. Dominance is not domination. It's stewardship. It is the quiet mastery that lets you move when you mean to, not when you're summoned. And in that quiet, the world learns. You are not a button to press. You're a person to meet. 42. Excitement isn't love. Here's the tender truth we confuse when the lights are bright. Excitement is a spark. Love is a steady flame. Excitement shouts in your chest, floods your body with heat, promises magic at the edge of a moment. Love shows up with groceries after a long day. Excitement is a rush of maybes. Love is a rhythm of yes. Think about the first days with someone new, or the first days of a dream job. You barely sleep. Every text is a firework. Every meeting feels like a doorway to a different life. Your mind calls it fate because your body is singing. But the same chemistry that makes you float can make you blind. You overlook small cruelties, rename red flags as quirks, and feed the fantasy more than the facts. It isn't that excitement is bad. It's just loud. It drowns out the quiet questions that protect your future. Do I feel respected here? Do our values touch? Can we disagree without punishment? Will this still feel kind on an ordinary Tuesday? Love answers in the details. It's the follow-through after the speech, the repair after the mistake, the boundary honored when desire would rather push. Love doesn't always look like fireworks. It looks like chairs pulled close, calendars adjusted, the word we used carefully and kept. It looks like being able to exhale around a person because your nervous system trusts them even when the mood is average. Excitement says, "This is everything." Love says, "This is daily, and I'm willing." If you've been burned by confusion before, don't punish yourself for being human. Attraction is supposed to feel alive. Just add a simple practice. Slow the pace until you can see. Keep the calls warm but short. Watch what they do when the stage is gone, how they treat servers, how they end an argument, how they honor time. Ask for small promises and measure them. Honest care survives scrutiny. Infatuation demands speed. With work, it's the same. The thrilling pitch and big titles won't hold you when culture is cruel. Look for boring proof, clear expectations, healthy boundaries, leaders who repair without humiliation. Excitement sells the future. Love sustains the present. And remember to check your own side. Are you offering excitement instead of love? Grand gestures, big words, no consistency? Or are you hiding from joy, calling the absence of chemistry maturity? You're allowed both, the spark and the stove. Let beauty start the dance, and let character keep time. Tonight, ask one kind question. Where in my life am I chasing the high instead of building the home? Choose one small act of real love. Send the thoughtful note. Keep the boundary. Show up on time. Apologize without a speech. Excitement will come and go like weather. Love is the climate you create on purpose, where hearts can rest and grow. 43. Empathy bridges control. Here's the paradox that softens hard rooms. The fastest way to guide someone is to meet them where they are. Empathy isn't surrender. It's the bridge that carries influence across the river of resistance. When people feel understood, they don't lose power. They share it. And shared power moves farther, with less force and fewer scars. Think about a time you were dug in, ready to fight for your point. Facts bounced off. Advice felt like a shove. Then someone named your feeling without judging it. You're tired of being the only one who cares. Or, you're scared this will happen again. Your body unclenched. The argument lost its teeth. Suddenly you could listen, and not because you were conquered, because you were held. That's empathy's quiet physics. It lowers the alarm so the mind can return. Control without empathy is a tug of war. Control with empathy is an invitation to walk. Empathy does not mean agreeing with conclusions. It means being precise about experience. I see you're angry, and it makes sense given the deadline. I hear the pride in your voice. This mattered to you. Name the weather before proposing the route. Once the climate cools, you can guide. Here's what we can do next. Here's the boundary. Here's the timeline. Sequence is everything. Hearts first, then plans. The plan lands because the heart has a chair. Leaders forget this and try to steer with volume. Parents forget this and try to steer with lectures. Lovers forget this and try to steer with silence that punishes. Empathy changes the medium of control, from pressure to clarity. It turns rules into reasons, expectations into shared commitments. You can say, I get why you want speed. I'm guarding quality. Let's agree on a small version by Friday. You haven't yielded authority. You've wrapped it in understanding so it can be received. Use empathy on yourself, too. When you stall, don't bully your way forward. Name the feeling that's driving the brake. I'm anxious about looking foolish. I'm grieving and I'm slow. Then choose a step that respects the feeling without worshipping it. 5 minutes of focus. One difficult message sent. One boundary kept. Self-empathy doesn't excuse you. It equips you. Guard the edge between empathy and enabling. If your understanding erases accountability, you've built a hammock, not a bridge. Keep your tone warm and your lines firm. I see why it slipped, and it can't slip again. Here's what changes. Tonight, try this in one conversation. Reflect a feeling in a clean, short line, then offer one clear next step. Watch the room exhale. Empathy doesn't replace control. It makes control humane, and when people feel seen, they don't just comply. They choose to come with you. 44. Care isn't always care. Here's a hard truth wrapped in a warm tone. What feels like care can sometimes be control in a softer costume. "I'm only checking on you" can mean, "I don't trust you." "I'm just worried" can mean, "I want you to choose my way." Even inside us, self-care can become avoidance we call rest, and caretaking can become a leash we call love. The body registers the difference long before the mind admits it. Real care makes you breathe. False care makes you shrink. Think about the friend who advises every decision, who just wants the best for you, yet leaves you doubting your own judgment. Notice the partner who rushes to fix what you never asked to fix, then goes quiet when you set a boundary. Consider the manager who calls their urgency support, and burns your weekends in its name. It's confusing because the words are kind. But look at the result. Do you become more capable, more yourself, more able to carry your life, or more dependent, more small, more careful around their comfort? Care that removes your agency isn't care. It's protection of their anxiety with your time. Real care has a different texture. It asks consent. It strengthens your spine. It offers help that keeps your hands on the wheel. Want a sounding board? How can I support your plan? What would make this easier for you to own? Real care tolerates your no without sulking. It celebrates your separate life. It repairs without turning your mistake into a story about your character. You walk away taller, not managed. Turn this lens inward, too. Sometimes our care for ourselves is a padded cell, endless prep instead of a start, indulgence that leaves us foggy and ashamed, gentle language that never adds structure. Kindness without edges isn't care. It's drift. Caring for yourself looks like a bedtime you keep, a boundary you enforce, a promise you honor when motivation leaves. It's the boring generosity of rhythm that lets your future trust you. How do you navigate the difference with others? Use 2 simple questions. First, did I ask for help? If not, say so kindly. Second, do I feel bigger after this? If not, name what support would look like. I don't need answers, just company. Advice after I try my version. Encouragement, not urgency. Watch who can adapt. People who truly care will switch from steering to steadying. People who need control will double down on worry dressed as love. Believe the pattern. If you lead, make your care measurable. Clear expectations, humane pacing, feedback that teaches, not shames. Protect focus. End meetings when promised. Praise effort that builds skill, not compliance that makes you comfortable. Let your team's growth prove your care more than your pleasant words do. Tonight, ask one quiet question. Where in my life does care make me smaller? Choose one small, brave adjustment. Decline a fix. Ask for a different kind of help. Set a time that protects your energy. Then ask the mirror question. Where can I care better by giving freedom instead of rescue? Real care doesn't cradle our fear. It cultivates our strength. 45. Detach to gain power. Here's the paradox that frees you the moment you live it. The less you need a result, the more clearly you can shape it. Attachment blurs vision. Detachment sharpens it. When you cling to being liked, to winning every time, to a specific yes, you stop seeing what is and start negotiating with a fantasy. But when you loosen your grip, your mind returns, your options widen, and your presence becomes magnetic instead of desperate. Think about the last conversation where you wanted something so badly that you over-explained, over-promised, or overreacted. You could feel yourself leaning in past balance, searching their face for proof you were safe. That need didn't persuade. It crowded the room. Now imagine the same moment with a different posture. Your spine is steady, Your sentences are clean. Your worth doesn't swing on the outcome. You're still invested, but not owned. Detachment isn't coldness. It's custody of yourself. Detachment begins with clarity about what you control. Your preparation, your tone, your boundaries, your follow-through. It refuses to worship what you don't. Other people's moods, timing, luck. You can care deeply and still release the result. You can aim hard and still accept a miss without collapsing. That stance changes the energy of your offers. Here is what I propose and why. Not, please rescue me from uncertainty. People sense the difference. They relax around you because you're not asking them to carry your fear along with your request. Practice this in small ways. Send the message without rereading it 10 times. State your rate without apology and let silence do the heavy lifting. Ask for what you want once, clearly, then give space. If a door closes, step back with dignity and face a different door. Detachment protects your time from spirals. It turns convince into invite, prove into present, chase into choose. You stop auditioning for your own life. With yourself, detachment is the difference between identity and outcome. You're not your last performance, your follower count, your latest yes or no. You're the person who keeps promises to your future. Anchor there. Build rituals that don't depend on mood. A start time, a finish line, a modest daily target. Let progress be the quiet proof. When results arrive, enjoy them without letting them rename you. When they don't, learn quickly and walk on. Detachment also softens love. It lets you hold someone without gripping them. You can care and still let their choices be theirs. You can stay present without monitoring. You can set a boundary without revenge. That calm space is where respect grows, and respect is the soil where real closeness survives. Tonight, ask a simple question. Where am I gripping so hard that I'm losing strength? Loosen one finger. Choose one action that's clean and finite. Make the call, state the boundary, submit the work. Then release the outcome and return to your rhythm. The power you're seeking isn't in forcing doors open. It's in walking as someone who knows they will build a life either way. 46. Status is perception. Here's the quiet trick the world plays on us. Status isn't a fact. It's a feeling people agree to share for a while. The corner office, the blue check, the first-class seat, the perfect jawline, none of these are power on their own. They're symbols, and symbols only work if enough eyes decide to bow. Change the eyes, change the room, change the rules, and status dissolves like steam from a mirror. Think about the last place you felt small. Maybe the clothes around you spoke a language you didn't learn. Maybe the titles on the agenda made your voice feel thin. Did anything essential about you vanish? Or did the frame convince you to forget? Now remember the opposite. The room where people leaned in when you talked, where your old stories turned into credentials, where your ordinary kindness became rare. You didn't become a different person. The lens shifted, and with it, the ranking. That's the truth under status. It floats on context, it feeds on attention, and it collapses when you stop treating it like weather and start treating it like stage lighting. This isn't a lecture against beauty or achievement. Symbols can help. They open doors. But doors aren't homes, and status can't carry you through a storm. What carries you is value. How you steady a room, how you solve real problems, how you repair when you miss, how you keep promises when nobody is clapping. Value is portable. It works in designer boardrooms and dusty kitchens, online and off, with rich friends and broke ones. Status is rented. Value is owned. So how do you live freer in a world drunk on perception? First, set your own scoreboard. Measure what matters to your future. Focus hours kept, boundaries honored, people better after they meet you. If a status hit helps, enjoy it without letting it rename you. If it vanishes, let your rituals prove you still exist. Second, learn to read the room without swallowing it. Ask, what is this place rewarding, and does that align with who I'm becoming? If the answer is no, take what's useful and leave the rest without a speech. Third, offer status to others with generosity. Treat the quiet voice like it's already expensive. Credit people in public. Status shared becomes culture. Status hoarded becomes a cage. With love and friendship, watch for the subtle tax. Relationships that rise and fall with optics, not care. Choose people who value the parts of you that won't trend. With yourself, practice the posture that doesn't beg. Shoulders down, breath even, sentences clean. You're not auditioning. You're arriving. Tonight, ask one kind question. In which room do I hand my worth to perception, and what would value do instead? Take one small action that returns you to center. A clear no, a promise kept, a craft practiced in secret. Status will keep moving like weather. Let it. Build the climate within you that doesn't. 47. Confidence magnetizes. Here's the truth we feel before we understand it. We don't follow the person who's right. We follow the person who feels steady. Confidence isn't noise. It's a settled center. It's the quiet signal that says, you can rest here for a moment. And tired people choose rest. Anxious people choose anchors. That's why confidence draws us in like gravity. It lends our nervous system a place to land. Think about the last room where you felt small. The loudest voice filled the air, but what actually held attention wasn't volume. It was poise. The person who breathed slower, who spoke in clean lines, who didn't flinch when silence arrived, became the point that others orbited. Confidence didn't beg to be believed. It let the words land and trusted the space between them. Our bodies read that as safety, and safety opens the door for influence. Confidence is not pretending. It isn't armor or arrogance or a script you memorize in the mirror. True confidence is accurate self-trust, knowing what you can carry, naming what you don't know, and choosing your next step without apologizing for your footsteps. It sounds like, here's what I see. Here's what I recommend. Here's when I'll confirm. No bravado, no rush, no performance. Just presence with edges. If you want to become magnetic, reduce friction. Keep your promises, especially the small, invisible ones. End when you said you would. Arrive when you said you will. Close loops. Consistency teaches your body that your word is safe to stand on, and people borrow that safety. Strengthen your sentences by shortening them. Replace "maybe we could," unless it's not a good time, in which case I totally understand, with "Tuesday, 10 a.m. works." If not, suggest another time. Watch how the world reorganizes when you remove wobble. Guard the line between confidence and control. Control squeezes. Confidence steadies. One says, "Do it my way." The other says, "Here's the way, you're free to join." People lean toward the second because dignity remains intact. And remember the most magnetic trait of all, the ability to be wrong without collapsing. I missed that. Updating now. Nothing draws respect like a spine that can bend without breaking. With yourself, confidence grows where keeping promises meets kind self-talk. Track real evidence. Pages written, reps done, repairs made, boundaries held. Let those numbers be your mirror when doubt knocks. You're not faking it. You're building it, layer by ordinary layer, until your presence carries the quiet weight of someone who knows they will figure it out. Tonight, ask one simple question. Where can I remove 1 ounce of wobble? Make one clear ask, set one clean boundary, finish one small task you keep postponing. Confidence doesn't arrive as thunder. It accumulates like light at dawn, soft, steady, and impossible to ignore. And when it's there, people don't just notice you. They move with you. 48. Body language persuades. Here's the truth your nerves know before your mind does. People believe your body first and your words second. A steady breath calms a room more than a perfect sentence. A wandering gaze makes a promise wobble. You can memorize a script, but the quiet choreography of your posture, your pace, your eyes, your hands, this is the language that persuades without asking for permission. Think about the moments when you trusted someone instantly. They didn't rush. Their shoulders were relaxed, their face open, their voice unhurried. You felt your own chest loosen because their body said, "We're safe." Now think about the times you doubted a message, even as the words sounded right. The speaker glanced down as they swore commitment. Their feet pointed to the door while they said they had time. Your body caught the contradiction and whispered, "Not yet." We don't judge like detectives. We regulate like animals. We borrow nervous systems. That's why presence wins where arguments fail. If you want your words to land, align the vessel that carries them. Start with breath. In through the nose, slow out through the mouth. Empty the lungs a little longer than you filled them. That single shift lowers your heart rate and tells your voice to come from the ground, not the throat. Let your spine be tall but not rigid, as if a string lifts the crown of your head while your heels root you. Keep your gestures contained and purposeful. Moving less says you're not chasing approval. When you speak a key line, stop moving entirely. Stillness is a highlighter. Eyes persuade when they rest, not when they hunt. Look long enough to connect, short enough to respect. If a room is large, hold one pair of eyes just past comfort, then release and include the rest with a gentle sweep. Nod sparingly. Too much nodding reads as seeking, not seeing. And remember your pace. Short sentences carry more weight because listeners can keep up. Silence, placed cleanly, is the period that lets meaning arrive on time. In conflict, let your body do the de-escalation your words alone cannot. Lower your volume, drop your shoulders, soften your face. Turn your torso slightly beside, not against, the other person. It signals collaboration over combat. Put both feet flat when you set a boundary. It anchors you to the floor you've chosen. Practice in small, daily ways. Answer the phone standing tall. Share a tough update while seated evenly, hands visible on the table. Enter rooms with a pause at the threshold, as if you're choosing to be here rather than falling in. Your body will learn the posture of choice, and people will feel chosen, not managed. Tonight, try one conversation as an experiment. Fewer words, fuller breath, slower eyes. Notice how the air changes when your body says what your mouth means. Influence isn't just something you say, it's something you stand in. When your presence tells the truth, your voice doesn't have to shout. 49. Stillness commands attention. Here's a secret the loud world doesn't want you to learn. Movement begs, stillness receives. When you stop rushing, stop fidgeting, stop chasing approval with 1,000 tiny gestures, the room has to come to you. Stillness is not emptiness, it's presence condensed. It tells every nervous system nearby, there is no emergency here, and in that calm, attention returns home. Think about the last person who held you with a pause. They weren't frozen, they were grounded. A steady inhale. Shoulders quiet. Eyes resting, not hunting. They spoke and then let the words land, as if each sentence deserved furniture to sit on. You found yourself leaning in, not because they performed, but because they refused to wrestle you for your focus. In a culture addicted to motion, that refusal feels like authority. Stillness is not silence, though the two are cousins. It's a decision about pace. It's the patience to let a thought ripen before you release it, the confidence to let a question hang until a real answer arrives, the discipline to stop talking the moment you've said the thing that matters. Stillness edits out the nervous extras, the disclaimers, the repeats, the sales pitch you add when you're scared of being ordinary. It leaves only what can carry its own weight. Use it when rooms get hot. Instead of matching speed, lower yours. Put both feet flat. Relax your jaw. Say, "Here's what I'm seeing," in short, clean lines, and let the silence between them do the heavy lifting. Watch how volume drops without a command. Stillness is a thermostat, not a spotlight. It cools the air so thinking can return. Use it in love. When someone you care about spills their fear, don't rush to fix. Let your breath tell them they don't have to earn your attention. A quiet face is a soft chair. People tell more truth when they feel they won't be pushed. Use it with yourself. Before you answer the baiting message or sign the panicked yes, be still for 60 seconds. If the decision dies in stillness, it was never alive. This isn't performance. It's respect, for your words, for others' minds, for the moment itself. Stillness doesn't make you distant. It makes you legible. It says, "I am here, and I'm not going anywhere." Tonight, try one experiment. Choose a conversation and trim your sentences by half, then leave a breath after each. Notice how the room tilts toward you when you stop tilting toward it. The world will always reward speed with noise. Stillness is how you trade noise for gravity, and gravity, quietly, makes everything orbit. 50. Rule of 3 convinces. Here's a strange comfort baked into the mind. 3 feels complete. 1 is a spark, 2 is a tug-of-war, 3 is a pattern you can trust. That's why stories move in threes, jokes land in threes, and promises sound stronger when they arrive as 3 clean steps. The brain loves rhythm more than detail. When you speak in threes, you give people a rhythm they can hold, and holding feels like understanding. Think about the last message that stuck with you. It probably wasn't a flood of points. It was a simple trio repeated until it felt like truth. Clear, kind, consistent. Plan, execute, review. See it, say it, solve it. 3 is small enough to remember and wide enough to guide behavior. It calms the noise. It gives your idea a beginning, a middle, and a push forward without needing a lecture. Even your body relaxes when a thought arrives in this shape. It knows when to breathe. Using the rule of 3 isn't a trick. It's a courtesy. You're not dumbing anything down. You're making the path visible. Start with the core. What matters, what changes, what happens next. Then carve your 3 beams. If you're leading a team, here's our aim, here's our boundary, here's our next check-in. If you're repairing a relationship, "I hear you, I'm sorry, here's what I'll do." If you're motivating yourself, start small, stay steady, stop on time. Say it once fully, then echo it as short anchors through the conversation so it becomes the drum everyone can march to. Tone matters. Keep each piece simple, concrete, and measurable so the trio doesn't turn into poetry that nobody can use. And leave space between them. Silence is the glue that makes 3 ideas feel like a rhythm instead of a rush. Let your voice slow on the 3rd line. That's where weight lives. People don't only hear your structure, they feel your calm. Be careful, too. Triads can sell lies as easily as truths if your motive is to push instead of clarify. Use 3 to focus, not to corner. Invite questions. Does this triad fit your view? When someone adds a missing piece, fold it in and rename the 3. Flexibility earns trust. Rigidity breaks it. Tonight, Choose one problem and shape it into 3 lines you can carry in your pocket. Write them, speak them, try them once. Notice how your mind sharpens when your message has bones. In a world that drowns us in lists and noise, the rule of 3 is a quiet kindness. Just enough structure to stand on, just enough rhythm to move, and just enough truth to remember when the room gets loud again. 51. Be the prize, not the pursuer. Here's the shift that changes rooms and relationships. When you stop chasing, you start choosing. The moment your worth is not on trial, your presence becomes the gravity other people feel. Being the prize isn't arrogance, it's alignment. It's remembering that your time, attention, and care are valuable because they build worlds when you offer them. Think about the last time you chased. You over-explained. You stayed late for someone who didn't show up for you. You sent that extra message hoping to tip the scale. The more you leaned in, the less you were seen. Chasing teaches people how to treat you, as a convenience, as an option, as the background music that never stops. Being the prize reverses that lesson. You move slower. Your sentences get cleaner. You let silence do the heavy lifting. You don't audition. You arrive. Being the prize is not a game of withholding. It's a practice of standards. You know what you bring. Steadiness, honesty, a craft you've earned, love that's not for sale. You know what you require. Respect in the small things, plans that become real, repair when there's a mess. You show this in boring, powerful ways. You start and end on time. You keep promises to yourself before rescuing someone else's chaos. You ask once, clearly, then observe. If they can't meet you, you step back without a speech, because your future is calling and it doesn't like to wait in lobbies. This posture is magnetic because it offers safety without surrender. People relax around those who won't abandon themselves to be liked. Teams work harder for leaders who value their own time. Lovers try better for partners who don't confuse drama with devotion. Even your body believes you more. Your breath gets deeper when you stop negotiating for your value. Of course, there's a shadow to avoid. Being the prize isn't punishing people with distance or testing them with silence. It isn't playing cold to look strong. That's fear wearing sunglasses. Real strength is warm and firm. It says no without revenge, yes without hunger, goodbye without breaking the other person in the process. It knows that attention is a gift, not bait. Try it in one place this week. Price your work to reflect the hours you'll spend alive inside it. Say, this is what I can do and when, and leave the door open but not off the hinges. In love, ask for what you actually want and watch who leans in with effort, not excuses. With yourself, act like the prize by protecting your sleep, your focus, your rituals that make you whole. The world will keep asking you to chase. Smile, steady, and let it keep asking. Prizes don't run. They create a life worth approaching, and they welcome only those who arrive with the same respect. 52. Let them talk about themselves. Here's a simple truth with enormous power. People fall in love with a space where they feel seen. Give someone that space, and they'll walk toward you without being pushed. Let them talk about themselves, not because you're empty, but because you're wise enough to know that a human being blooms in their own light. When a person tells their story, they're not just sharing facts. They're revealing a map of needs, fears, loyalties, and hopes. If you listen well, you don't just gather information. You earn permission. Think about the last conversation that left you warm. It wasn't the one where you delivered your greatest hits. It was the one where another person gave you room. They asked a clean question and then didn't wrestle the silence. You heard yourself more clearly while you spoke. Your scattered thoughts organized. Your guard softened because no one was trying to win. That's the secret. Being heard makes us generous. We give trust to the hands that hold our story gently. Letting them talk is not passive. It's precise. Ask questions that open, not corner. What part of that mattered most to you? How did you know you were ready? What would a good outcome look like? Keep your language simple, so their mind doesn't have to solve you while they're solving themselves. Watch their pace. If the voice quickens, slow yours. If they hesitate, stay with the moment instead of filling it. Reflect what you hear in short lines that show you're tracking. So reliability is important. You felt sidelined. You lit up when you mentioned teaching. Each reflection is a small mirror that helps them recognize their shape. You'll notice persuasion gets easier when you stop trying to persuade. After someone empties their story, there's room for a new idea to land. You can offer one sentence that meets what they've named. Would you be open to a version where you keep the freedom you want and still hit the deadline? Guidance is welcomed when it feels like an extension of their voice, not a replacement. There's care you owe yourself here, too. Let yourself talk to you. End the day by asking, what did I really want today? And where did I betray it? Write 3 lines. Your future self will thank you for the clarity that only attention can buy. Tonight, try one conversation as a quiet experiment. Ask one thoughtful question and let the answer breathe. Resist the urge to impress. Offer a small reflection and a gentle next step only after their story lands. You'll feel the shift. Connection deepens, resistance drops, and the path forward appears because you didn't force it. Most people aren't starving for advice. They're starving for a witness. Be the witness, and watch how the world opens. 53. Control the pace to seem powerful. Here's the quiet secret of presence. Speed decides who's in charge. When you let the world set your tempo, you look like you're catching up. When you set the tempo, slow when others rush, steady when others wobble, you look like gravity. Power isn't just what you say. It's how quickly you make everyone breathe with you. Think about the last time someone pushed urgency into your chest. Their words came in a stack. Their tone borrowed danger. Their eyes hunted for agreement. You felt pulled forward, and in that pull, your judgment shrank. Now imagine the same moment with a different rhythm. You stand still for one breath. You ask, what exactly needs deciding? You trim your answer to a clean sentence and let silence do the heavy lifting. The room shifts. Pace, not volume, changes weather. Controlling pace isn't about playing slow for drama. It's about protecting accuracy and dignity. You shorten your sentences so meaning can land. You pause after key lines so people can think instead of perform agreement. You refuse the bait of right now, trading panic for a timestamp. I'll respond at 3. You don't flood with detail to prove you know. You sequence. Here's what's true, here's what matters, here's what happens next. Your cadence says, we're not lost, and nervous systems believe cadence before they believe content. In negotiation, pace is leverage without threat. You read, you recap, you decide when to narrow or widen the frame. If someone accelerates to corner you, you don't match speed. You name it. We're moving fast. Let's slow to get it right. Precision returns with your voice. In conflict, pace saves love from heat. You lower volume, breathe longer on the exhale, choose one request instead of 5. The argument shrinks to a size both hearts can carry. With yourself, pace becomes character you can count on. You start on time, stop on time, and leave room between tasks so your mind doesn't spend the day sprinting in circles. You draft before you send. You sleep before you decide. You move in rhythms that make your values visible. People feel it. Your steadiness gives them permission to think instead of react, to follow instead of flail. There's a line to guard. Controlled pace is not stonewalling. Withholding response to punish is a game. Taking time to honor the decision is leadership. Tell people your clock. I'll come back at noon with options. Keep that promise and your slow becomes trust, not power play. Tonight, choose one place to take back tempo. Answer one message later and better. Speak one idea in half the words and wait. Walk into one meeting and set a cadence. Clear aim, single decision, recap, done. Notice how authority grows when you stop borrowing speed from panic. Control the pace, and you don't have to look powerful. You'll feel like yourself, and that's what power sounds like. 54. Make others feel seen. Here's the quiet miracle that changes rooms without force. People don't need you to impress them. They need you to notice them. Being seen is oxygen. It steadies the heart, relaxes the jaw, and invites the truth to come forward. You can feel it in your own chest. One person looks at you like you matter, and suddenly the day feels possible. That is not small kindness. It's power used wisely. Think about the last conversation that stayed with you. The person wasn't dazzling. They were present. Their eyes didn't wander. They didn't rush to fix you or compete for sadness or steal your joy with a bigger story. They asked one clean question and let silence have a chair. You heard yourself better while speaking to them. That's what it means to be seen. Your life gets reflected back in a way that makes sense, without judgment, without a sales pitch. Attention becomes a mirror that restores shape. To make others feel seen, shift from performance to presence. Notice the little things that carry weight. The way someone straightens when a topic arrives, the tiny win they almost skipped over, the name they say softer than the rest. Reflect it in simple language. When you talked about mentoring, your whole face lit. You handled that delay with real patience. Sounds like reliability matters a lot to you. Short lines, human words. You are not analyzing them. You are honoring what is already there. Let your questions be doors, not traps. What part of this is most alive for you? What would good look like by Friday? Where do you want help, and where do you just want company? These questions give dignity back. They say, you get to steer your own story here. And when you do offer feedback, place it on a foundation of recognition. People can carry, here's a shift to try, after you've said, here's what's strong and true. In love and leadership, being seen isn't flattery, it's accuracy. Praise with specifics so it can be owned, not chased. Name effort, not only outcomes, so courage keeps growing even when results are slow. Protect space in meetings for the quiet voice. Refer to someone's idea by their name. Give credit in public and correction in private. Respect is a form of light. It helps things grow without shouting at them. With yourself, practice the same medicine. At day's end, note 3 things you did that your future would thank you for, even if no one noticed. Seeing yourself clearly keeps you from begging the world for confirmation it isn't equipped to give. Tonight, try one conversation with full attention. Put the phone away. Ask one thoughtful question. Reflect one real strength. Watch how posture eases, how words come easier, how trust arrives without being summoned. Make others feel seen, and you won't have to push them to move. Their own clarity will start pulling them forward. 55. Appear generous. Calculate wisely. Here's the paradox that keeps power soft and trust intact. Give freely in public, plan carefully in private. Generosity opens hearts. Calculation protects your spine. When you appear generous, people relax around you. When you calculate wisely, you don't empty yourself to keep that feeling alive. Both together create a rare presence, warmth with edges, kindness that doesn't leak. Think about the gifts that truly changed you. They weren't always grand. They were precise. A mentor who made an introduction that mattered. A friend who showed up at the exact hour you wouldn't have asked. A boss who gave you room to try and a net if you fell. Each act looked simple, but behind it was judgment, timing, cost, fit. That's the secret. Generosity lands best when it's shaped by clarity. We confuse giving a lot with giving well. The first drains, the second multiplies. Appearing generous isn't theater, it's tone. It's how you say yes when you can, and how you say no when you must. It sounds like, "I can't do that, but here's what I can offer," or "I'm fully booked this week. Monday I can give you a clean hour." You keep your promises small enough to keep, visible enough to matter. You praise in specifics so it becomes nourishment, not sugar. You pay quickly. You credit people by name. You hold the door without writing a poem about yourself for doing it. That's the appearance. You move like someone who has more than enough. Calculation happens in the quiet. You decide your budget of time, money, and attention before the requests flood in. You rank by impact and alignment. Will this help the work I value, the people I'm building with, the future I'm choosing? You don't give to erase guilt or buy approval. You give to plant a seed you'd be proud to see grow. If someone tries to turn your kindness into a subscription, more favors, more urgency, praise replaced by expectation, you adjust the math. A warm boundary is a generous act for the person you'll be next month. In love and friendship, generous doesn't mean rescuing. It means resourcing. You bring soup and also respect their pace. You offer advice only after listening. You give attention that makes them stronger, not dependent on your next dose. In leadership, generous means sharing information, opportunities, and credit, while calculating means protecting focus, setting deadlines, and refusing to trade team health for optics. Try a tiny practice. Choose one generous act you can do weekly that costs little and helps much. A quick reference, a thoughtful note, a clean introduction. Then choose one calculation you'll keep daily. 10 minutes for planning before you open your inbox. One clear no you'll speak when your plate is full. Watch how your presence changes. Softer around the edges, firmer at the center. Tonight, ask yourself where you've been giving to be seen, and where you've been calculating to avoid feeling. Shift 1 degree toward balance. Let your kindness be real and your boundaries be kind. Appear generous. Calculate wisely. You'll find that your yes grows lighter, your no grows gentler, and your life begins to serve what you actually care about. 56. Lead without seeming to. Here's the paradox of real influence. The strongest leaders don't look like they're leading. They arrange the room so truth can stand up, pace the moment so panic cools, ask questions that make people smarter in their own eyes. When you lead without seeming to, ego shrinks and ownership grows. The result isn't obedience, it's alignment. Think about the last time a meeting actually worked. No speeches tattooed on your forehead. No grand declarations. Someone named the real problem in one clean line, invited 2 short perspectives, and then set a next step so obvious it felt like everyone's idea. That wasn't an accident. Quiet leadership shapes flow. Aim, voices, decision, recap. It doesn't demand attention. It earns trust by making complexity carryable. To lead like this, start with your nervous system. You are the room's metronome. Breathe slower than the noise. Keep your sentences short enough to hold. Replace cleverness with clarity. Here's what we know. Here's what we're choosing. Here's when we'll review. Invite contribution with questions that open instead of corner. What risk are we underestimating? What would good enough look like by Friday? When people speak, reflect the heart of what you heard in one line so their words feel valued and visible. You're not performing empathy. You're building a bridge sturdy enough for decisions to cross. Lead the process, not the spotlight. Publish a simple agenda. Start on time, end on time, and protect the last 2 minutes for a recap that names the owner, the deliverable, and the date. That tiny habit makes you the quiet axis of momentum. In conflict, don't referee personalities. Steward structure. One person at a time. State the proposal in one sentence. What repair would make this right? Boundaries make space feel safe, and safe space invites candor that loud power never finds. At home and in love, the same rhythm holds. You guide with steadiness, not surveillance. You keep promises to the ordinary, the call you said you'd make, the dish you said you'd wash, the apology you said you'd offer. You ask what support looks like before you try to fix. You let silence help you hear the part of the story that would have stayed hidden if you rushed to be in charge. The quiet miracle is that people start leading themselves around you. Guard the line between gentle leadership and invisible labor. Leading without seeming to doesn't mean erasing yourself. Credit ideas by name, including your own. Teach the playbook so the system doesn't depend on your constant presence. Say no with warmth when the room asks you to carry what it must learn to lift. Tonight, choose one moment to lead softly. Set the pace, ask the question that unlocks thinking, draw a crisp next step, and step back. Notice how the room grows taller when it isn't pushed. The less you need to look like the leader, the more space leadership has to do its real work. Quiet, honest, contagious. 57. Mirror their energy. Here's a simple doorway into influence most people walk past. Before you lead, match. We follow what feels like us. When someone mirrors our energy, our pace, our tone, our intensity, our nervous system says, safe. That yes is the beginning of every real change. Mirroring is not mimicry. It's respect. It's saying, I see where you are. I'll meet you there, then walk with you somewhere better. Think about a friend who arrives buzzing with excitement. If you answer with a flat, careful voice, the air thins. But if you let your eyes brighten, let your cadence lift for a moment, their joy lands. Now you can guide it. Ask a grounding question, add a next step, help the spark become a plan. Or consider the opposite, someone heavy with grief. If you come in blazing with solutions, you'll feel them retreat. Meet their quiet with quiet. Lower your shoulders. Speak in sentences that breathe. Only then can any suggestion be heard. Mirroring is calibration. It tunes the frequencies so meaning can travel without static. In a tense meeting, mirroring is the bridge out of heat. Match the urgency just enough to show you understand, then drop your pace one notch and let the room borrow it. I feel the pressure too. Here's what we can do in the next hour. You didn't scold the energy. You shaped it. In negotiation, match formality, posture, and tempo first. Once rapport exists, you can steer, slowing to clarify, pausing to highlight, softening to de-escalate. People don't resist direction they helped create. Be careful. Mirroring done to manipulate feels like theft. Bodies can tell when they're being handled. Keep your intention clean. Mirror to connect, then lead toward dignity. Clearer options, fairer terms, kinder outcomes. If you notice yourself copying quirks or exaggerating, you've left empathy and entered imitation. Return to essence. Pace, volume, emotional temperature. Use mirroring with yourself, too. If your mind is racing, don't command stillness like a drill sergeant. Start by matching with movement. Walk, breathe a little faster, then guide down. Longer exhales, slower steps, fewer tabs. If you're sluggish, mirror with a small lift. Stand, drink water, pick a 5-minute task, then let momentum build. Meet, then lead. Tonight, choose one conversation to practice this art. Notice their energy before their words. Match just enough for them to feel felt, then guide 1 degree toward the climate you want. Calmer, clearer, kinder. Watch how resistance softens when people see themselves in you. The secret isn't to overpower a moment. It's to join it so gently that it's willing to go somewhere new. 58. A smile disarms. Here's a quiet paradox. A soft face can be stronger than a hard argument. A real smile, small, grounded, unhurried, tells the nervous system on the other side, "You are not in danger with me." And the moment danger drops, defenses loosen. People hear more. Options return. The path that was blocked by pride or fear opens a few inches, and sometimes that's all you need. Think about the moments you've felt cornered. A stiff jaw across the table, eyes like closed doors, language sharpened into blades. Your chest tightens. You prepare to fight or to flee, but not to think. Now picture a different scene. Same tension, same stakes, but the person in front of you breathes slowly, eyes warm, mouth relaxed. The smile isn't a grin, it's just enough light to say, "I'm steady." That tiny signal does not erase the problem. It invites partnership. It turns a duel into a dialogue. A smile disarms because it carries messages words can't. It says, "I see you," without forcing intimacy. It says, "I can hold this," without bragging. It says, "We're going to stay human," and your body believes it before your mind can argue. Used well, it becomes a hinge. In negotiation, it softens hard lines long enough to propose a fair trade. In leadership, it tells a tired team, "I'm with you," so they borrow courage instead of hiding mistakes. In love, it repairs what apology alone can't, because it reminds the other person of the face that chose them before the fight. This isn't about performance. A plastic smile manipulates, and people can feel the plastic. A weaponized smile, that sweet tone hiding a trap, teaches others not to trust warmth. The smile that disarms is anchored in respect. You keep it small. You pair it with clear boundaries. No can wear a gentle face and still be a real no. "This won't work for me" lands softer, not weaker, when your expression says you're not here to punish. Try it in ordinary places. Greet the cashier like they matter. Look up from your phone before you speak. When a meeting runs hot, rest your face, loosen your jaw, and let one corner of your mouth lift as you say, "Let's take this one step at a time." With yourself, smile at the version of you that is trying. Not a selfie smile, an inward one. We're learning. It's amazing how much effort returns when shame stops driving. Tonight, choose one conversation that might turn sharp. Bring a real, slight smile and a steady breath. Say less. Mean more. Watch how the air changes when your face tells the truth your words are aiming for. We can do this without hurting each other. A smile doesn't solve everything, but it does something rare. It makes the door unlock from the inside. 59. Silence reveals intentions. Here's a subtle law of human nature. When words stop, truth starts to show. Silence is not empty. It is a mirror. In the quiet, people reveal what they are really chasing: control, closeness, escape, understanding, because without noise to hide behind, the body makes choices that speak louder than any sentence. If you want to know someone's intention, offer them a little calm and watch what fills it. Think about the last tense exchange you had. When you stopped talking, what happened? Did they soften and ask a real question? That's the language of repair. Did they rush to fill the air with flattery or pressure? That's the scent of manipulation. Did they become cruel or sarcastic? That's power trying to keep itself from shrinking. Did they sit with you, breathing, even while disagreeing? That's respect. Silence is a doorway that doesn't push. It simply stands open to see who will walk through and how. In negotiation, silence is a compass. Make your offer and stop. The person who can't tolerate 2 seconds of stillness often shows their bottom line in the scramble to speak. The timeline, the fear, the true priority. Out it comes, not because you trapped them, but because quiet removes the fog where rehearsed lines live. In leadership, silence turns meetings from performances into rooms where thinking can return. Ask, what are we missing? Then wait. If ideas arrive, you've built trust. If excuses and volume arrive, you've located the real problem. People protecting themselves instead of the work. Use silence as kindness in love. After an apology, don't sprint into self-defense. Leave a pause that allows the other person to believe the repair. After a hurt, speak one clean line and rest your mouth. People who intend to love you will step toward that stillness with effort, not vanish into it. And if they do vanish, the silence has done its gentle job. It saved you months of decoding by telling you the truth quickly. With yourself, silence reveals intentions you've been hiding under busyness. Turn off the noise for 10 minutes and listen. What thought keeps knocking? What decision have you delayed by talking about it instead of acting? In quiet, your real aim emerges, simple and undeniable. You don't need a perfect plan. You need to stop drowning it in distraction. Tonight, try a small experiment. In one conversation, speak less than you usually do. Ask one honest question and let the space hold. Watch what arrives, urgency or patience, blame or ownership, hunger for control or hunger for understanding. Let silence show you who you're with and who you are. Then choose your next step with that clarity, softly but firmly. The loud world may mistake quiet for weakness. You'll know better. Silence doesn't weaken your power. It focuses it on what is real. 60. Control perception. Control people. Here's a quiet, unsettling truth. People don't act on reality. They act on what they believe reality is. If you shape the frame, you shape the feeling. If you shape the feeling, you shape the choice. Perception is the steering wheel most never notice they're holding. The story around the facts moves us more than the facts themselves. Think about a meeting labeled a fire drill. Hearts race, corners get cut, blame hunts the room. Same situation, new frame, hard reset and a clean start, and suddenly the shoulders drop, ideas surface, and the path looks wider. Nothing outside changed. The meaning did. Or consider a text you send at midnight. One person reads it as urgency, another as anxiety, a third as care. The same words carry 3 climates because every message arrives wearing the costume you gave it. Tone, timing, pacing, context. This is perception at work. The mind fills gaps. The body follows the mind. Controlling perception is not lying. It's choosing an honest lens that serves clarity instead of chaos. Start with the simplest question. What do I want people to feel and do? If you want focus, speak in short lines and set one next step. If you want trust, reveal your limits before someone has to guess them. If you want momentum, name a small, winnable target and celebrate its completion like a door opening, not a mountain climbed. Your cadence becomes a cue. Your calm becomes permission. Your precision becomes a place to stand. Media knows this. Marketers know this. Manipulators know this. You can use the same engine with integrity. Control the frame by controlling the first words, First numbers, first image. Firsts anchor memory. Lead with the true north. Why this matters, what success looks like, when we decide again, then let detail hang from that nail. When conflict rises, rename the moment. We're not fighting, we're figuring out how to protect what we both care about. Watch the temperature shift as the room tries on the new story. Guard the line between framing and coercion. If your frame hides harm, you are not leading, you're disguising. Ethical framing leaves space for consent and correction. This is how I see it. Tell me what I'm missing. Paradoxically, that openness strengthens your influence because it signals you're serving reality, not your ego. With yourself, perception is the difference between a spiral and a step. I failed becomes, I learned one rule. I'm behind becomes, I'm early for the next attempt. You're not gaslighting your life. You're restoring proportion so your courage can move. Tonight, choose one moment ahead of you and script its perception on purpose. One sentence of meaning, one image of progress, one next action with a time. Enter the room as the editor of the frame, not the actor lost inside it. People will feel the story before they know they're in it, and if the story is true and steady, they'll choose to walk with you. 61. Mystery fuels curiosity. Here's the sweet ache the mind secretly loves. What we almost understand is what we can't stop reaching for. Mystery isn't a wall. It's a doorway left slightly open. When everything is explained, the soul gets sleepy. When something is hinted at, cleanly, honestly, with respect, attention wakes up and walks forward on its own. Think about a book you couldn't put down. It didn't start by telling you everything. It gave you a detail that didn't fully add up, a key without a lock, a footprint with no owner, a smile that meant more than it said. Your imagination did the heavy lifting. Or think about someone who fascinates you. It's not because they hide. It's because they reveal themselves in seasons. Their life has edges. They share generously, but not all at once. You don't feel managed. You feel invited. Mystery fuels curiosity because it protects wonder. It leaves room for questions that belong to you. In a world that shouts answers before we've even learned what matters, mystery is a form of respect. It says, I trust you to follow the thread. Used well, it keeps learning alive in classrooms, keeps interest alive in love, keeps attention alive in leadership. A teacher who asks the right question before the explanation gives a student the gift of discovery. A partner who reveals their history at a human pace turns intimacy into a journey, not a data dump. A leader who sets a clear aim and unfolds the how in steps keeps teams focused and creative instead of overwhelmed. But there's a line. Mystery is not manipulation. If you withhold to control, people feel the chill. If your silence breeds confusion or fear, that's not wonder, that's amaze. The ethical version is simple. Offer enough light for safety, leave enough night for stars. Tell people what they need to consent, to prepare, to trust. Let curiosity carry the rest. Try it in small ways. Ask questions that open instead of corner. What do you think happens next? Tell stories with a pause where a moral would go, and let others find it. Share a plan as milestones, not a flood. With yourself, keep one dream a little sacred. Work on it daily without announcing it hourly. Watch how energy grows when it isn't spent proving itself. Tonight, consider one place you've been oversharing to buy attention or over-explaining to calm your fear. Pull back a single inch, not to hide, but to invite. Offer a clear first step and a living question. Let the space do its quiet work. Curiosity will come closer, not because you chased it, but because you left room for it to breathe. 62. Charm is emotional precision. Here's the secret most people miss while chasing charisma. Charm isn't excess, it's accuracy. It's not louder, brighter, bigger. It's exactly enough. The right word at the right moment. The joke trimmed to fit the room. The silence that lets someone finish their sentence and feel proud of what they said. Real charm is emotional precision, the discipline of landing on the feeling that unlocks the person in front of you. Think about someone who lights up a table without stealing it. They don't monologue, they tune. They notice the shy laugh and invite it with a gentle question. They hear the clipped answer and soften their pace. They remember the name of the project, the dog, the city you miss, and they place those details like small gifts you didn't have to unwrap. Nothing is random. Their warmth is aimed. That's why it feels safe. Precision is respect, proof you were paying attention. Emotional precision starts with listening that isn't hungry. You're not listening for your entrance line. You're mapping the climate. Is this a room that needs relief or focus? Does this person want applause or understanding? Charm chooses the tool for the task. Encouragement when courage is fragile. Humor when tension needs a door. Curiosity when someone is ready to be known. Even your timing is calibrated. You don't praise in a pile. You praise the moment effort turns into progress. You don't tease to show wit. You tease only when trust is strong enough to hold it, and you stop the second it isn't. There's an ethic here. Precision without conscience becomes manipulation. The test is simple. Do they feel bigger after being with you? If your charm buys compliance while shrinking their dignity, you've traded craft for control. Keep the aim clean. Leave people steadier, clearer, and a little more themselves. Boundaries are part of the precision. "I can't stay long," said kindly and kept, protects the warmth you do offer. "I'm not the right person for that, but here's who might be," turns a no into service instead of performance. With yourself, practice the same art. Be precise with your inner tone. Replace global judgments with exact language. Not "I'm failing," but "I'm scared of this part." Not "I'm lazy," but "I'm tired, I need a 20-minute step." When your self-talk is calibrated, your presence is calmer, and charm grows in calm soil. Tonight, try a small experiment. In one conversation, choose one intention. Encourage, clarify, lighten, and let every word, pause, and glance serve that aim. Say a little less, mean a little more. Watch how the room adjusts when your warmth has edges. That's charm, not sparkle for its own sake, but the steady hand that touches exactly where it helps, and then lifts away. 63. Inspire before you command. Here's the paradox every real leader learns sooner or later. People don't obey orders, they follow meanings. A command can move a body once. Inspiration moves a heart again and again. If you want a choice to last longer than your voice, you must kindle why before you direct what. Think about the moments you gave your best. It wasn't because someone barked. It was because something inside you stood up. A purpose you believed in, a standard that felt like home, a person you didn't want to disappoint because they never tried to make you small. That's the order of things. First, remind me who I am. Then, ask me to act like it. Without that spark, commands feel like weight. With it, the same task becomes a proof of who we are. Inspiration isn't fireworks. It's accuracy about why this matters now. It sounds like, here's the human cost if we don't. Here's the dignity we protect if we do. Here's the future we get to build if we begin today. It uses plain words and real stakes. It shows, not tells, what good looks like. You show up prepared, you repair quickly, you keep promises when no one claps. Inspiration travels through example faster than through slogans. When people can see your discipline, your care, your calm under pressure, they don't need your volume. They borrow your rhythm. Then, and only then, comes the clean ask. Short, specific, measurable. This week, 3 calls a day. By Friday, a draft we can mark. After this meeting, each of us owns 1 line. The request lands on ground you prepared. You don't have to push because the room already knows where it's going and why the path is worth it. Where a command would provoke resistance, a purpose-backed instruction invites agreement. It preserves dignity. We are choosing, not being dragged. There's an ethic here. Inspiration without follow-through is theater. Command without inspiration is control. Do both with integrity. Keep your promises. End when you said you would. Share credit. Tell the truth when it's heavy, and make the next step small enough to start. Invite challenge. What am I missing? People give more when they feel they can speak without punishment. Try this with yourself, too. Before you force discipline, remember your why. Name the person you're becoming. Picture them doing the ordinary thing well. Then give yourself 1 clear instruction a child could follow. Begin. Momentum is self-respect in motion. Tonight, choose 1 conversation you'll shape on purpose. Start with a sentence that lights the reason. Show the standard with your posture and tone. Make 1 simple ask. Then be quiet and let choice walk across the bridge you built. Inspire before you command, and you won't need to command much at all. 64. Every talk is power play. Here's the quiet truth under everyday words. Every conversation balances power, even the gentle ones. Who sets the topic, who asks the questions, who defines what good means, who is allowed to pause. These are the levers. Most of us feel the tilt in our body before we can name it. Your chest tightens when you're being steered. Your breath deepens when you're being met. Once you can read that tilt, you stop being dragged by the current and start choosing how to swim. Notice how power shows up in timing. The person who opens and closes the talk often frames its meaning. I have 5 minutes, puts the clock in their pocket. Let's take 10 and decide 1 thing, puts it back on the table. Questions control more than statements. Why did this happen? Hunts blame. What would good look like by Friday? Creates a path. Even silence is a move, an invitation when it's calm, a trap when it's punishing. We all play. The only question is whether we're playing on purpose. You don't need to dominate to have power. You need to carry your center. Sit with both feet down, shoulders low, voice steady. Say what you want in clean lines. Here's my aim. Here's my boundary. Here's my offer. Ask short, shaping questions that give dignity. What matters most to you here? What's the smallest next step? Listen fully and use a brief mirror. So speed matters and reliability. So people hear themselves with you. That mirror softens ego without surrendering yours. Watch for games. If someone floods you with detail, they're blurring the field. Slow the pace and ask for 1 sentence. If they escalate urgency, they're borrowing panic to buy compliance. Put a timestamp on your reply. If they withhold to make you chase, step back and invite clarity. Happy to continue when the ask is specific. None of this requires edge, only steadiness. Power that harms is easy. Power that steadies is rare. Use your power ethically, to surface truth, to protect the quiet voice, to end the meeting when it's done. Give credit by name. Put decisions in writing so memory can't be weaponized. In love, trade control for collaboration. How would repair look to you? And let the answer shape your next move. With yourself, notice the inner power play. Is the voice in your head a tyrant or a teacher? Replace "what's wrong with you" with "what would help right now." Aim your questions like light, not heat. Tonight, replay 1 conversation from your day. Where did the tilt begin? What single sentence would have returned you to center? Carry that line into tomorrow. Every talk is a power play, yes, but power isn't a trophy. It's a responsibility to make the space safer, clearer, and more honest than you found it. When you hold it that way, people leave taller, and so do you. 65. Command attention without asking. Here's the paradox. The moment you chase attention, it runs. The moment you stand where you are with purpose, it arrives. People don't give focus to the loudest voice. They surrender it to the clearest presence. Commanding attention isn't a trick of volume or charisma. It's the quiet alignment of posture, pace, and intention that tells the room, this matters, and I'm here for it. Start before you speak. Enter like you chose the moment, not like you fell into it. One calm breath at the threshold, shoulders low, eyes steady. Place your notes, then look up and let a heartbeat of silence settle. That pause is a signal. There will be space to think here. Space is rare. The mind leans toward it. When you begin, use short, clean sentences. Let each idea land with a small stillness after it. Stillness is gravity. It pulls wandering attention back without force. Your body carries meaning faster than your words. Keep your feet grounded and your gestures purposeful. Move less, not more. Economy of motion reads as control. When a key point arrives, stop moving entirely. A still frame frames the message. Aim your voice just below the energy in the room. Lower, slower, warmer. People match cadence instinctively. If you hurry, they scatter. If you breathe, they return. Content matters, but scaffolding matters more. Give a simple shape. Why this matters, what we're doing, what happens next. Repeat that shape like a soft drumbeat so minds can rest on it. Tell one true story in human language and end it before it starts begging. Precision respects time. Respect earns attention. If someone interrupts with noise, don't compete. Absorb. Turn, meet their eyes, and ask a single clarifying question. Noise shrinks when it has to be specific. You don't have to be impressive. You have to be trustworthy. That means you keep promises inside the moment. Start when you said you would. End when you said you will. Name one action with a clock on it. Close loops. The room learns that your presence is a place where ambiguity goes to get organized. Attention follows reliability the way sunflowers follow light. Use the same craft in small, ordinary conversations. Put the phone down. Say a person's name like it belongs here. Mirror their energy by one notch, then guide it toward calm. Ask one good question and let silence do half the work. The more you honor other people's sentences, the more they will give you theirs. Tonight, try a quiet experiment. In one interaction, cut your words by a third, slow your pace by a breath, and make one point with one story. Notice how faces lift when they realize you won't fight them for attention. You'll earn it. You don't need to ask the room to look at you. Be a place worth looking, and the looking will take care of itself. 66. Master yourself first. Here's the paradox that flips power on its head. The moment you stop trying to control everything out there, and start governing what's in here, you become the person the room quietly follows. Self-mastery is not a performance. It's a climate. It's the steady pulse beneath your words, the calm that does not beg, the discipline that keeps its own promises when no one is watching. Start with your breath, because your breath is the steering wheel of your nervous system. In for 4, out for 6, and your mind comes back online. Now you can choose instead of react. Now you can hear the sentence under the noise, the need under the anger, the truth under the flattery. Self-mastery is attention trained on what you can actually carry. your pace, your tone, your boundaries, your next step. It is a refusal to be owned by moods, headlines, or someone else's urgency. Think of the last time you lost yourself. You promised from fear, argued from pride, scrolled to escape. The consequence wasn't just time. You weakened your own word. And when you don't trust your word, your presence thins. Mastery restores thickness. It sounds like, "I'll get back to you at 3. It looks like closing a tab and opening the work that matters. It feels like saying no without building a courtroom to defend it. The world reads this as confidence, but inside it's something humbler. Congruence. Self-mastery isn't harsh. It's kind structure. You set rhythms that protect the person you're becoming. A morning start before the world's opinions arrive, a small task finished at the same time each day, a bedtime that respects the next morning's courage. You repair quickly when you miss, without the drama of self-punishment. Guilt becomes a guide, not a jailer. You ask better questions, not "what's wrong with me?" but "what would help right now?" Not "how do I win?" but "how do I stay true?" In conflict, mastery lets you choose sequence. Feel first, name second, act third. You can say, "I'm angry and I'll respond after I cool," and then actually cool. You can hear a critique and sort it for usefulness instead of proof you're unworthy. You can hold a boundary with a warm face. Power without this becomes noise. Power with this becomes gravity. Begin small. One promise kept daily, 10 quiet minutes of work, a single honest outreach, a walk when you want a screen. Let that be the seed you water. Mastery doesn't arrive like thunder. It accumulates like morning. And as it does, your life shifts. Rooms feel easier. Choices feel cleaner. Influence becomes a side effect, not a chase. Tonight, ask yourself one gentle question. What would tomorrow look like if I trusted myself a little more? Then set one rhythm that proves it. Simple, steady, yours. 67. Awareness is your weapon. Here's the quiet advantage that changes everything. The moment you notice, you're no longer owned. Awareness isn't passive. It's the first move. When you can name the pull in your chest, the story in your head, the pattern in the room, you turn from target into strategist. You don't need to swing harder. You need to see sooner. Start with the body because it tells the truth before the mind writes its novel. Jaw tight. What am I defending? Breath shallow. What am I chasing? Shoulders high. Whose urgency did I borrow? Awareness interrupts the autopilot that sells your day to the loudest feeling. You pause, identify, and choose. This is anxiety, not prophecy. This is hunger for approval, not love. This is pressure disguised as importance. With 3 honest lines, the fog thins. You can walk instead of sprint. Awareness of others works the same way. Listen for the engine beneath the words. Is this person asking for clarity or control? Are they scared of the deadline or of being ignored again? When you see the engine, you stop arguing with the smoke. You answer the fear, not the theatrics. We'll decide by noon. You're not alone in this. I can't do that, but I can do this. Your calm becomes a boundary that needs no weaponry because it carries accuracy. In your own habits, awareness is the flashlight that makes the monster smaller. Notice the moment you reach for distraction, right before the hard email, right after the hard feeling. Name the script. If I delay, I'll feel safe for a minute and sorry for a day. Then change the next beat, not your whole life. One paragraph written. One call made. One walk around the block. Awareness without action becomes obsession. Awareness with a tiny action becomes momentum. Awareness also protects your joy. Catch the good while it's alive. The way your friend's voice lifts when you answer. The 3 minutes of clean focus that prove you can. The sunset you almost scroll past. Attention is how we vote for what grows. If you only notice what hurts, your life becomes accurate and unbearable. Let awareness include what's working so your courage has somewhere to stand. There's a line to watch. Awareness can turn into surveillance if you treat yourself like a problem to solve. Be curious, not cruel. Ask, what is this teaching me? Instead of, what's wrong with me? Use what you see to design kinder structures, clearer boundaries, smaller steps, consistent rest, so you're not relying on willpower to fight every battle. Tonight, try a simple drill. When a feeling spikes, say out loud, I notice under. It makes sense because under. I choose under. Fill the blanks honestly and small. 3 sentences, 1 inch of progress. That's awareness with teeth. You don't need a sharper sword. You need a brighter light. When you can see the board, the next move appears, and most of the pieces that scared you were only shadows. 68. Emotions are tools. Here's a kinder truth than the one we were taught. Emotions aren't problems to fix, they're instruments to play. Fear isn't the enemy. It's a smoke alarm. Anger isn't sin. It's a boundary detector. Sadness isn't weakness. It's the body asking for repair. Joy isn't frivolous. It's fuel. When you treat feelings like tools, you stop being dragged by them and start building with them. Think about the last time a feeling took the wheel. Anxiety wrote your schedule in a hurry. You said yes to avoid guilt. You snapped because shame was louder than breath. That's what happens when we mistake a signal for a sentence. Tools lying around make a mess. Tools held on purpose make a home. Imagine the same day with a different posture. Anxiety arrives. You label it clearly, heightened alert. You let it do the job it's good at, risk assessment, then you send it back to the bench. Anger lights up. You ask, what value just got stepped on? You state one clean boundary and refuse the temptation to punish. Sadness enters. You slow your pace, gather comfort, and let it wash the dust off the truth you didn't want to name. Joy comes. You don't rush past it. You store it, so courage has something real to stand on tomorrow. Using emotions as tools is about sequence, not suppression. Feel first, name second, act third. The name shrinks the storm. This is fear, not prophecy. This is envy, not evidence. This is grief, not failure. Then choose the fitting action. Fear. Plan one protective step. Anger. Speak one respectful no. Sadness. Ask for presence or rest. Joy. Take one meaningful risk while your heart is open. The same energy that once hijacked your day becomes power you aim. With other people, read the tool they're holding. Behind urgency is often fear. Give a timeline and clarity. Behind defensiveness is usually shame. Reflect effort before you offer correction. Behind silence might be grief. Sit with it instead of filling the air. When you answer the real emotion instead of the performance on top, conflict softens and respect grows. Be careful, though. A tool misused is a weapon. If your anger humiliates, if your sadness recruits pity to avoid responsibility, if your joy becomes a costume that erases other people's pain, you're not building, you're breaking. Keep your aim clean. Use feelings to honor values, protect dignity, and move life forward. Try a small drill tonight. When a feeling spikes, say out loud, I feel under, because under, so I will under. Keep it simple. I feel anxious because the unknown is big, so I will write the first email. I feel angry because my time was ignored, so I will set a clear boundary. I feel grateful because they showed up, so I will tell them. Do that 5 times this week and watch your days change shape. Emotions aren't there to run your life or to be run from. They're there to hand you the right tool at the right moment, so you can build a life that feels true. 69. Discipline is inner dominance. Here's the paradox that frees you. The strongest person in any room isn't the one who can bend others. It's the one who can't be bent by their own impulses. Discipline is inner dominance. It's the quiet decision to keep steering when mood, fear, and noise are all grabbing for the wheel. It looks simple from the outside. Start, continue, finish. But inside it is an act of sovereignty. You are choosing your life on purpose, one unglamorous rep at a time. Think about the days you've lost to weather within. A rush of anxiety rewrote your plan. A hit of praise made you chase approval instead of progress. A dip in energy turned later into never. Discipline isn't a punishment for those moments. It's your shelter. It says, I hear you, and we're still moving. Not everything, not perfectly, but one step that aligns you with the person you promised to become. Discipline does not shout. It repeats. It keeps the bar low enough to clear daily and high enough to matter. 10 minutes. 1 page. A single honest message. The tiny things become the life. Start where power actually lives. In your agreements with yourself. If your word to you is soft, the world will be heavy. Set a time to begin, a time to stop, and a checkpoint in the middle where you ask, what's the next smallest piece? When the urge to escape rises, don't negotiate with it. Shrink the decision. 5 more minutes, then water. 1 paragraph, then stretch. You're not fighting a dragon. You're guiding a puppy with firm hands and kind eyes. Discipline is also how you treat mistakes. Without it, failure becomes identity. With it, failure becomes data. You miss a day, name why, repair the plan, and return without the dramatic courtroom of self-hate. Shame loves extremes. Discipline loves rhythm. Rhythm survives real life, sickness, travel, noise. It bends and resumes. That's inner dominance. Flexible spine, consistent feet. Guard your inputs because attention is fuel. If the morning starts in other people's timelines, your focus belongs to them. Begin with your own. 1 sentence of intent, 1 action before the world can vote. Choose companions who respect your boundaries, not just your dreams. Keep tools visible and temptations far. Make good choices frictionless and bad choices expensive. You're engineering gravity in your favor. Tonight, write 1 sentence about who you're building. I'm someone who finishes small things daily. Then prove it once. Wash the dish, send the note, lay out tomorrow's clothes, draft the opening line. It's not the size of the task that changes you. It's the fact that you did it when you said you would. That's inner dominance. That's the seed of a life that bends toward your will, not your whims. 70. Power attracts power. Here's a truth your body knows before your mind agrees. Healthy strength looks like safety, and safety draws its own kind. Real power isn't a shout. It's a steady pulse. It's the person who keeps their word, holds their boundary with a warm face, and doesn't rush to fill silence. Stand near that, and your nervous system exhales. You want more of it, not to take from it, but to match it. That's why power gathers. Gravity recognizes gravity. Think about the last time you met someone quietly formidable. They didn't sell themselves. They named what they could do, what they wouldn't do, and when to expect it. They didn't beg for a chance. They offered a standard. You felt yourself organizing around them, sitting straighter, choosing clearer words, wanting to bring your best. That's the magnetism of clean power. It doesn't dominate. It dignifies. It makes room for your strength to show up too. Power attracts power because life seeks a mirror. People who take responsibility for their lives prefer others who do the same. Consistent meets consistent. Focus meets focus. Integrity hears integrity and leans in. The opposite is also true. Desperation attracts rescuers and predators. Chaos attracts more chaos. If you don't like who you're pulling in, don't chase different people. Change the field you're emitting. So how do you become gravity without becoming cold? Start with private agreements that make your presence thick. Begin when you said you would, end when you promised, repair without drama. Keep your asks simple and your no's kind. Price your work honestly and deliver quietly. Credit people by name. Protect your sleep and your focus like they're part of your job, because they are. Strength that runs on fumes turns brittle. Strength that rests becomes reliable. Choose rooms that stretch you without erasing you. If you're always the strongest, you stagnate. If you're always minimized, you shrink. Find the circles where excellence is normal and humility is expected. Enter with an offer, not a pitch. Here's a useful thing I can do by Friday. Let your consistency become your introduction. There's one more piece. Generosity. Power that hoards becomes anxious. Power that circulates becomes culture. Make introductions that don't benefit you immediately. Share the template. Pay on time. Tell the truth when it's heavy. People remember where they felt expanded, not impressed. Tonight, ask one quiet question. What signal does my life send right now? Need, noise, or steadiness? Change one small frequency. Finish the hard 10 minutes. Decline the distracting yes, or reach out to a peer you respect with a concrete help. Power attracts power because it frees others to stand tall. Be that freedom, and watch who steps closer. 71. The world mirrors you. Here's a strange law that feels unfair until it frees you. People tend to hand you the version of themselves your presence invites. Walk in frantic, and life echoes noise. Walk in steady, and even difficult rooms look for your rhythm. We think the world is only happening to us, but often it's answering us, reflecting our tone, our boundaries, our belief about what we deserve. Think about the days you moved like a question mark. You apologized before you spoke, padded every sentence with maybe, said yes because you were afraid of the air after no. What came back? More requests, more push, more doubt. Not because you are weak, but because uncertainty teaches others how to treat you. Now remember the moments you stood like a period. You were kind and direct. You said what you could do and when, and you believed yourself enough to stop talking. Suddenly the room grew clearer. People met your pace. Even disagreement felt cleaner because your spine gave the conversation a shape. That's the mirror at work. This isn't magic. It's nervous system's trading signals. Your breath tells mine if it's safe to think. Your posture tells me whether I can rest or if I must perform. Your language, short, honest, human, teaches me to answer in kind. The world doesn't always obey, but it tends to rhyme. If you bring respect to a cashier, you usually get it back. If you treat time like it matters, meetings start to shrink around your clock. If you carry quiet pride in your craft, opportunities find the person who already behaves like the role. You can use this without becoming a performer. Start inside. Choose the mirror you want to offer. If you want clarity, be clear. If you want warmth, be warm without begging. If you want boundaries, keep one small promise to yourself when no one is watching. Lights out on time, 10 minutes of real work before you touch your phone, a single clean no delivered with a soft face. Your life will start to reflect the structure you live. There will be places where the mirror breaks, rooms that punish kindness, people who exploit steadiness. That, too, is information. When your best self makes a space worse, the space is telling you to leave. Believe it without drama. Tonight, try a tiny experiment. Pick one interaction and set your reflection on purpose. Slow breath, shoulders low, one clear sentence. Then watch what returns. Maybe not perfect, but different, quieter, truer, closer to the life you mean to build. The world may not be your creation, but it is often your echo. Tune what you're sending, and the sound that comes back begins to change. 72. Get comfy with discomfort. Here's the paradox your nervous system keeps trying to teach you. The more you run from discomfort, the bigger it gets. The more you turn toward it, the smaller it becomes. Pain grows in pursuit. It shrinks in presence. Most of the suffering isn't in the task itself. It's in the flinch, the delay, the story you tell to avoid the first honest step. Think about the last message you postponed, the workout you skipped, the conversation you stretched across 3 anxious days. The dread was heavier than the doing. That dread isn't proof you're weak. It's proof you're alive. Your brain is built to keep you safe, and anything uncertain gets labeled danger. But danger and discomfort are not the same. Discomfort is often the toll booth on the road you actually want to drive. You can pay the toll once, or you can circle the exit for months paying with your peace. Getting comfortable with discomfort doesn't mean loving pain. It means learning its language. A tight chest before you speak? That's the price of truth. Butterflies before you begin? That's energy looking for a job. Give it one. The awkward silence after a boundary? That's space rearranging itself around your new shape. When you expect these sensations, they stop feeling like alarms and start feeling like mile markers. Start small and specific. Don't promise yourself a new personality by morning. Promise 1 minute inside the thing you avoid, and keep that promise like it's sacred. Set a timer. Enter the cold water, the blank page, the honest call. Notice what happens at 30 seconds, at 60. The wave you feared is usually shorter than the fear of it. Step out, breathe, step back in tomorrow. Comfort with discomfort is built like calluses, thin at first, then reliable. Use rituals that hold your hand. A countdown from 5. A sentence you say out loud. I can do hard things for 10 minutes. A reward that respects the effort. A stretch, a walk, a quiet cup. This isn't bribery. It's training. You're teaching your body that discomfort is survivable, even useful. You're becoming someone your future can count on. In relationships, the same rule saves love from rot. Have the talk while the wound is small. Name the need before it curdles into resentment. Allow the tension that honesty creates, and stay gentle while it passes. Closeness isn't the absence of discomfort. It's the ability to remain kind inside it. And when you meet a wall that isn't growth but harm, know the difference. Discomfort that makes you truer is tuition. Discomfort that makes you smaller is a warning. One asks for courage. The other asks for a door. Tonight, pick a single inch of hard and step into it on purpose. Send the message, start the draft, say the boundary in one clean line. Feel the heat rise and fall. Let it pass through. On the other side is not perfection. It's a quiet pride that says, I stay when it matters. That feeling is freedom, and you build it 1 brave minute at a time. 73. Neediness gets exploited. Here's the harsh truth that can save you. The moment you need someone to choose you, you hand them the script. Need doesn't just ask, it leaks. It shows up in the extra text, the discount you didn't need to offer, the way you laugh too hard at a weak joke, the apology you add to a simple request. Predators can smell it. Even good people start to accept the terms you set, because you quietly taught them your worth is negotiable. Think about the last time you reached from emptiness. You wanted the job so badly you minimized your rate. You wanted the date so badly you edited your opinions. You wanted approval so badly you performed a version of yourself you couldn't maintain. It worked for an hour, maybe a month. Then came the tax. More work for less respect, more access with less care, more talking with less listening. That's the hidden mouth of neediness. It doesn't buy closeness, it buys leverage, for the other side. Need is human. Exploitation happens when need becomes your strategy. The antidote isn't coldness, it's self-supply. You fill what you can so you don't sell what you must. Start with the basics you keep outsourcing to strangers. Rest that makes your brain kind again, food before the meeting, a morning rhythm that reminds you who you are before anyone else votes. Anchor to promises you control. Begin when you said, stop when you said. Send the draft even if you're shy about it. Each kept promise thickens your presence. Thick presence repels opportunists and attracts equals. When you ask clean. Here's my rate. Here's what I want. Here's the boundary. Then let silence earn its keep. If someone pushes, don't sprint to please. Say, that doesn't work for me, and hold the line with a warm face. Watch their next move. The right people negotiate terms. The wrong people negotiate your dignity. Believe them the first time. In love and friendship, don't convert care into a currency you expect to be repaid. Give what you mean. Say what you can't give. If they vanish when the faucet slows, you didn't lose a person, you lost a deal. That's a gift dressed as grief. Need will still knock. When it does, meet it with awareness, not shame. Name it, breathe, and take one action that restores choice. A walk before the call, a price you honor, a no you keep. If you can't meet your own need today, say so to yourself without cruelty and do the next smallest true thing. Desire can be beautiful, but when desire becomes desperation, it turns you into clay for other people's hands. Tonight, ask a simple question. Where am I asking others to rescue me from the work only I can do? Do 1 inch of that work. Feel your weight return. The world treats you like you treat yourself in private. Fill your own cup, and you won't mistake a thirsty crowd for love. 74. Don't beg for respect. Here's the painful paradox. The more you demand respect, the less you get. Respect isn't granted by volume, it's invited by standards. When you start bargaining for basic dignity, you teach people that your worth is up for debate. They'll test the price. They'll ask for a discount, and you'll end up exhausted, performing your value instead of living it. Think about the times you tried to earn what should have been assumed. You over-explained your boundaries. You laughed off a slight and then wrote a novel in your head. You sent long messages to make them understand. But understanding isn't the problem. Incentives are. People rise, or sink, to the level your behavior allows. The moment you stop begging and start behaving like someone who respects themselves, the world reorganizes. Some will step closer. Some will fall away. Both are answers you needed. Respect begins quietly, in private agreements you keep. You say you'll start at 9, and you start. You say you'll leave at 6, and you leave. You close the loop you opened. You price your work honestly and let silence carry the number. You speak in short, clean lines. That won't work for me. Please don't speak to me like that. I'm available Tuesday at 10. No courtroom. No lecture. Just a steady edge that says, I know what I'm worth and I won't argue about it. There's a calm face to this firmness. You don't punish. You proceed. When someone crosses a line, you state it once and change your behavior. Fewer replies, clearer terms, different seat, different room. Consequences teach faster than speeches. In love and friendship, you don't threaten to leave. You leave the moment staying would teach the wrong lesson. You don't chase closure from people who showed you their ceiling. You bless them and return to your life. Respect also means giving what you want to receive. You show up on time. You credit by name. You listen without checking your phone. You apologize without a performance and repair without delay. This is not people-pleasing. It's alignment. You're building a culture around you where dignity is normal, not rare. If you've begged before, forgive yourself. You were trying to buy safety in a store that doesn't sell it. Tonight, try a simple shift. Pick one place where you've been explaining too much and replace the explanation with a boundary. One sentence, one action, then quiet. Notice how your breath deepens when you stop lobbying for your worth and start living it. Respect isn't a favor to win. It's a climate you carry, and the right people can feel it from the door. 75. Silence carries weight. Here's the paradox that unsettles the noisy world. What you don't say often speaks the loudest. Silence is not absence. It's pressure, shape, gravity. It gathers meaning around it like iron filings to a magnet. When you stop rushing to fill the air, people feel the contour of their own words, the cost of their choices, the truth they were dodging. Silence holds up a mirror that chatter keeps smudged. Think about the last time you let a moment breathe after someone said something sharp. No lecture, no sarcasm, just steady eyes and a calm face. In that pause, the sentence echoed back to them with its full weight. They heard themselves. Maybe they softened. Maybe they doubled down. Either way, the truth surfaced without you wrestling it out. Silence didn't surrender. It invited accountability. In another moment, after you made your point, you stopped. The room leaned in. Stillness turned your words from sound into substance, because you gave them a chair to sit on. Silence is also how you keep your center when urgency tries to buy you. A beat before yes. A breath before no. The pause is where you check for alignment. Do I mean this, or am I managing someone else's feelings? One heartbeat of quiet can save you 10 hours of cleanup. It can turn an argument into a discussion, a threat into a boundary, a mistake into a repair. Silence resets the pace to human. This isn't the weaponized quiet that punishes and confuses. That kind of silence is a maze. People get lost in it and trust withers. The silence that carries weight is anchored in respect. It pairs with eye contact, plain language, and visible follow-through. I'm thinking. Pause. Here's what I can do. Or, that crossed a line. Pause. We'll continue when we can both speak calmly. The pause makes your line believable. It says, I am not here to win a moment. I'm here to keep the ground solid. In love, silence lets tenderness land. Sitting close without fixing, listening to pain without building a courtroom, letting laughter fade without forcing the next joke. These are forms of care. With yourself, silence returns you to choice. Put the phone down for 3 minutes. Close your eyes. Let the nervous noise settle until the next right step rises like a stone under water. You don't need a perfect plan. You need a quiet place where your own voice can find you. Tonight, try one small experiment. Choose a conversation and cut your words by a third. After your key line, count to 3 in your head. Don't rush to rescue the moment. Watch how people meet you in the space you create. How truth edges forward, how tempers cool, how respect appears where pressure used to live. In a world addicted to sound, silence is substance. Carry it, and everything you say begins to weigh what it's worth. 76. Detachment isn't coldness. Here's the paradox that protects your heart without hardening it. Detachment isn't about carrying less, it's about carrying clean. When you detach, you don't shut the door. You take your hands off the hinges. You stop trying to move people with your need and start meeting them with your truth. Love remains, urgency leaves. Concern remains, control dissolves. Peace has room to breathe again. Think about the last time you squeezed an outcome. You texted twice to fix the silence. You lowered your price to keep the client. You explained your boundary until the meaning drained out of it. The tighter you held, the smaller you felt. That's what attachment does. It trades self-respect for a temporary sense of safety. Now imagine the same moment with detachment. You say what you mean once, in a steady voice. You offer your rate, your need, your limit, and then you let reality answer. Some doors close. The right ones stay open. Nothing in you has to shatter to hear the response. Detachment is not distance. It's dignity. It keeps your nervous system out of other people's weather. You can sit with someone's fear without inhaling it. You can witness anger without catching fire. You can love a person and still refuse the patterns that make you small. Detachment gives your yes integrity and your no softness. This matters to me. Period. I'm not available for that. Period. No courtroom. No rescue mission. Just a calm edge that makes you trustworthy, even to yourself. In work, detachment looks like process over panic. You show up prepared. You ship what you promised. You accept feedback without letting it rename you. Wins don't inflate you. Losses don't erase you. You're anchored to the craft, not the claps. That steadiness is felt, by teams, by clients, by your future self who no longer has to drag you back from every spike and crash. With family and love, detachment is the difference between support and surveillance. You ask what help looks like instead of prescribing it. You offer presence without the invoice of expectation. If someone chooses chaos, you don't sprint after them. You clear your side of the street and keep the porch light on. Doors stay unlocked, not unguarded. Practice it gently. Before the reply, a breath. Before the yes, a check. Am I choosing this or chasing relief? Speak one clean sentence and let silence carry it. If anxiety surges, give it a job. Walk, water, one page of work, while reality answers at its own speed. You will discover a quiet power you don't have to perform, the ability to remain kind while refusing to abandon yourself. Tonight, choose one place to loosen your grip by one finger. State the truth, keep the boundary, release the outcome. Notice how your chest opens when you stop trying to hold what isn't yours. Detachment isn't coldness. It's warmth with a backbone, the shape love takes when it has learned how to stay. 77. Self-pity weakens you. Here's a hard kindness to hear. Pain deserves compassion, but self-pity steals your strength. Grief asks to be held. Self-pity asks to be housed and fed, then changes the locks. It tells a story where everything is happening to you and nothing is happening through you. The more you repeat that story, the smaller you feel, and the smaller you feel, the more the world seems too heavy to lift. Think about the moments you slipped into it. A plan fell apart, a person disappointed you, luck passed your door. You told yourself, of course, this is how it goes for me. Then you waited, for rescue, for fairness, for someone to notice. Waiting grows roots. Your shoulders rounded. Your choices got softer at the edges. Even your wins felt like borrowed clothes. That's the trap. Self-pity gives comfort without change. It soothes you now and invoices you later with interest. Lost time, dull courage, friendships tired of the same loop. There's another way that keeps your dignity intact. Start with honest care for the hurt. Name it cleanly, let the body shake, call a friend who can witness without fixing. But then, shift the narrator. Replace "why me?" with "what now?" Replace "no one helps me" with "who is available, and what can I carry alone?" Replace "it's always like this" with "it's like this today." You aren't erasing pain, you're restoring choice. Choice is the doorway out of the room where self-pity keeps the lights dim. Give yourself a small task that proves you still exist. One email sent. One walk outside. One tidy corner of a messy room. Do it gently and completely. Action shrinks helplessness because your hands remember what your mind forgot. You can affect the world. Then widen the circle. Ask for specific help instead of vague rescue. Can you review this paragraph? Lands better than "I can't do anything." Specific asks invite partnership. Vagueness invites distance. Guard your language. Self-pity loves absolutes. Always, never, everyone, no one. Trade them for numbers and facts. 3 applications, 0 replies yet. Facts keep the flaw from disappearing. And watch the company you keep inside your head. The harsh inner critic and the self-pitying voice are siblings. Both make you smaller. Speak to yourself like a coach who refuses to let you quit and refuses to humiliate you into moving. Firm, warm, forward. In love and work. Resist the urge to turn pain into proof of your special suffering. Let it be information. Let it be fuel. The people who can help you most are drawn to motion, not to martyrdom. Show them a next step, and they will meet you on the road. Tonight, ask one simple question. What's the smallest honorable action I can take before I sleep? Do that, then rest without a story. Tomorrow, repeat. Self-pity will knock again. You can nod, offer it a chair for 5 minutes, then walk it to the door. Your life is waiting outside with sleeves rolled up, ready to grow strong wherever you plant your feet. 78. Boundaries create value. Here's the truth that feels like a contradiction until you live it. Love expands when it has edges. Time, energy, attention. None of them are infinite, and pretending they are turns you into a ghost in your own life. Boundaries aren't walls. They're architecture. They give shape to your care so it can carry weight. Without them, everything leaks. With them, what you offer becomes rare, focused, trustworthy, valuable. Think about the person who answers every message, says yes to every favor, rescues every crisis. At first, it looks generous. Soon, it starts to feel like fog. You can't find their real yes because they don't have a real no. Now think about the person whose time has a clear frame, whose words are simple and steady, who shows up when promised and disappears when done. You may not get them always, but you can count on them when you do. Their presence costs something, so it means something. That's what a boundary does. It turns attention into currency you respect. Boundaries create value because they teach the market of your life how to treat you. When you answer at midnight, you train urgency. When you discount yourself, you train doubt. When you over-explain every limit, you train debate. But when you say, "I'm available from 10 to 4, the world learns your hours. When you say, "I can't do that, I can do this," the world learns your menu. When you say, "That tone won't work for me," the world learns your price. People who can meet you, do. People who can't, don't. And that's a gift disguised as loss. This isn't cruelty. It's clarity. A boundary is a promise to your future self. It keeps you from spending tomorrow's strength on today's approval. It turns resentment into responsibility. If I keep choosing beyond my edges, I'm the one teaching others I have none. Boundaries make your yes brighter because it isn't powered by fear. Boundaries make your no kinder because it arrives before you're boiling over. Start small and visible. Protect the first hour of your day from other people's plans. End the meeting when you said you would and recap in one line. Price your work with a number that lets you do it well. In love, ask for what you actually want, not what you hope they guess. Let silence carry the request. Watch who leans in with respect rather than negotiation. And remember, consequences finish what boundaries start. If someone keeps stepping over the line, don't write a longer speech. Change your behavior. Fewer replies. Clearer terms. A different seat. A different room. Your energy is not a common resource. It's a sacred one. Guard it, and it grows. Give it away to buy belonging, and it thins until you can't find yourself. Tonight, ask a calm question. Where does one clean line in my life create more value for everything inside it? Draw that line with a soft voice. Keep it tomorrow. Then feel how your time, your love, and your work begin to gain weight. Not because you became harder, but because you finally gave them a shape. 79. Needing nothing is magnetic. Here's the paradox that turns heads without trying. The moment you stop needing approval, you become the kind of person people want to approve. Need pushes. Wholeness pulls. When your value isn't up for negotiation, your presence relaxes the room, because you're not asking anyone to carry you. You're just here, steady, with a life that runs whether or not they clap. Think about the last conversation where you wanted something too much. You overlaughed. You over-explained. You said yes before you heard the terms. The more you reached, the further it moved. Now remember a time you felt full, after you kept a promise to yourself, after a good workout, after doing the hard thing quietly. You didn't need to advertise your worth. You could simply state it. Here's what I can do. Here's my rate. Here's what I want. No heat, no chase. That calm edge is magnetic. People lean toward what doesn't beg. Needing nothing doesn't mean wanting nothing. It means your wants don't own you. You can desire deeply and still walk away clean if the price is your self-respect. You can love someone and still let them choose, because you're not outsourcing your oxygen to their decision. You can pitch your work and let silence do its job, because your craft is not a hostage of the room's reaction. This is not coldness, it's custody. You carry yourself. How do you build that center? Start in private, where magnetism is born. Keep small promises. Wake when you said, move your body, do 10 honest minutes before you touch your phone. Close the loop you opened yesterday. Keep your environment a little kinder than you found it. These small acts fatten your presence. Your nervous system learns, we can trust us, and everyone else can feel it. Speak simply. Short sentences. Clear edges. No, thank you. Tuesday works. I'll reply by 3. If it's a no, let it be a kind no without a courtroom. If it's a yes, let it be a clean yes without the invoice of resentment. Price your time like someone will have to live the hours. Give generously from overflow, not to buy belonging. Credit people by name. Leave when the terms shrink you. Staying centered is not arrogance. It's honesty about the limits that keep you human. And remember, wholeness attracts equals. When you stop signaling hunger, the takers lose interest and the builders step closer. The conversations get simpler. The rooms get quieter. Your life starts to mirror the respect you practice when no one is watching. Tonight, ask one gentle question. Where am I reaching from emptiness, and what small action would fill me instead? Do that one thing. Send the boundary, finish the page, make the meal, take the walk. Let your breath deepen as the need loosens its grip. Needing nothing is magnetic because it's freedom made visible, and freedom is what every heart is secretly looking for. 80. The unmanipulable is dangerous. Here's a quiet truth that unsettles the schemes of the world. You become dangerous the moment no one can buy your attention with flattery, steer your choices with fear, or rent your soul with approval. Not violent, not cruel, dangerous like a lighthouse in a storm. You stand. Ships must navigate around you. They can't move you. Manipulation feeds on three hungers: to be liked, to be chosen, to be safe. If someone can touch those levers inside you, praise when you crave validation, urgency when you fear loss, guilt when you long to be good, they can steer your life with two fingers. The unmanipulable still has those hungers, but they don't shop for relief in other people's pockets. They meet themselves first. They know their price and refuse discounts. They separate emotion from instruction, feel the spike, then choose the move. Think about the last time a message tried to hijack your breath. Urgent, final chance, only for you. Or the person who gave love like a paycheck with fine print. You felt the pull. Now imagine answering from a different center. You pause. You ask, what is the ask? What is the cost? What is the timeline? You remove the theater and keep the facts. Suddenly, the magic trick fails because the curtain is open. Manipulation needs fog. Clarity is fresh air. The unmanipulable has simple habits. They let silence do the sorting. They say, send it in writing, and half the problems disappear. They state boundaries without sermons. That won't work for me. I'll respond tomorrow. I'm not available for pressure. They don't trade self-respect to keep a room calm. They can hear, you've changed, without sprinting back to who they were. They repair when they're wrong, which makes them harder to corner. Shame is a cheap leash when confession is available. This isn't coldness. It's warmth with edges. The unmanipulable are often generous because their giving is clean. They don't hand out favors to buy belonging. They give from overflow. They don't punish. They proceed. If you push, they don't escalate. They exit. If you bargain with guilt, they name it and return to terms. Their steadiness makes bullies tired and honest people brave. To move toward that life, practice 3 small acts. First, label the lever when you feel it. This is urgency. This is flattery. This is guilt. Second, insert 1 breath before every big yes. If the offer wilts in that breath, it was never an offer. Third, keep 1 promise to yourself daily, so your worth isn't outsourced to someone else's mood. Sovereignty is built in quiet repetitions. Tonight, ask a gentle question. Where am I easiest to steer? Praise, pressure, or pity? Put 1 lock on that door, a boundary you'll keep, a pause you'll honor, a truth you'll say out loud. Not to become hard, but to become whole. Because once you cannot be manipulated, you don't need to threaten anyone. Your very calm becomes the most dangerous thing in the room, the kind of danger that frees others to stand, too. 81. Patience is the power move. Here's the paradox your heart already knows. Speed looks strong, but patience decides the ending. The person who can wait sees what panic hides, hears what noise drowns, and chooses when others react. Patience is not passivity. It's pressure held in your hands until the shape becomes clear. Think about the last time urgency grabbed you by the throat. You answered too fast, bought too soon, apologized for what wasn't yours, said yes to stop the discomfort. The relief was instant and expensive. Now imagine the same moment with patience. 1 breath. 1 clean question. 1 night of sleep. Suddenly, The offer isn't so golden, the threat isn't so large, and the path you actually want appears like a road at dawn. That's the power move. Not to freeze, but to choose the tempo that protects your judgment. Patience edits drama out of decision-making. It turns right now into by noon. It turns everything into the next step. It turns I must convince into I will present once. You give silence a job and let it work for you. After you name your rate, after you set the boundary, after you deliver the plan. Silence sorts the serious from the impatient, the honest from the opportunist. Those who are aligned will stay. Those who needed your panic to win will fade. Patience is also how love stays clean. You don't rush someone to understand you. You don't throw more words at a wound to force repair. You sit beside the heat until both hearts can see again, and then you speak simply. I was hurt when, and here's what would help. You give the other person time to meet you as themselves, not as a defendant. That space doesn't weaken the bond. It strengthens the trust that your connection can hold tension without breaking. With yourself, patience is the border between progress and self-sabotage. The craft you want won't become yours in a weekend, and that's a gift. Daily, small, repeatable work is how identity takes root. 5 pages a week. 20 minutes of practice. 1 walk instead of a scroll. Patience lets momentum compound until it looks like luck from the outside. It is not luck. It's the math of showing up without needing fireworks every time. Guard the difference between patience and avoidance. Patience has a clock and a next step. Avoidance has excuses and fuzzy edges. Keep your patience honest by naming the review date out loud. I'll revisit Friday. I'll reply at 3. I'll give this 3 months and then reassess. Then keep that promise. Power lives in that keeping. Tonight, try one experiment. Take the decision that scares you most and give it 24 hours with a specific question to answer. Do the small action you can, then rest your hands. Feel the ground return beneath your feet. Patience is not the absence of force, it's force under control. And when you can wait, you become the person time is working for, not against. 82. Hide motives until late. Here's a paradox that protects your influence and your integrity. If you reveal your aim too soon, you give people something to push against. If you wait, you give them space to lean in. The mind resists pressure but welcomes discovery. When you hide your motives until late, you're not lying. You're letting truth arrive in the order a nervous system can accept. Think about times you asked for something right away. Support, a sale, a change. Walls appeared. People shifted into defense, scanning your request for loss. Now picture the same moment with a different rhythm. You begin with attention. You ask what they want, what they fear, what good means in their language. You name their reality with care so they feel seen instead of studied. You add useful facts, a calm story, a small win that costs nothing. Only after the room relaxes do you reveal the ask, shaped to fit what they've already told you. It lands not as a push, but as a next step that makes sense. Hiding motives isn't about trickery, it's about sequence. First safety, then sense, then suggestion. You show your work before you show your want. You let your presence do half the persuading. Steady breath, short sentences, no rush. You keep your curiosity real. People can feel when questions are just bait. What changes everything is that you are willing to be moved by what you hear. When their truth adjusts your plan, your later ask carries respect, and respect carries weight. Use timing as a tool. In a meeting, open with their stakes, not your slide. Offer one piece of value with no invoice attached. Ask, what would make this easier? and listen fully. When you finally share your intention, funding, approval, a different path, tie it to their language and keep the request small and specific. In love, do the same. Don't demand closeness. Build conditions where closeness happens. Attention, reliability, repair. When the moment is warm, name what you want in one clean line and let silence help. Guard the line between pacing and manipulation. If your hidden motive would harm them, you're not being strategic. You're being false. Ethical secrecy has an end date and a reveal that preserves choice. Here's what I've been thinking. Here's why. Tell me what fits and what doesn't. Tonight, try a gentle experiment. In one conversation, lead with understanding, deliver one unasked for help, and wait. When you finally share what you hope for, make it a natural extension of the trust you've earned. You'll feel the difference. Influence grows when people can walk to the same place on their own feet. Reveal your motive late, not to control the path, but to respect the pace at which truth can be received. 83. Control the narrative. Here's the unsettling truth. People don't act on facts. They act on the story those facts are placed inside. Change the frame, change the feeling. Change the feeling, change the choice. Control the narrative, and you control the speed, the stakes, and the shape of what happens next. This isn't about deception. It's about choosing language that tells the truth without surrendering your power. Think about a moment that spun out because the wrong story took the mic. A delay became failure. A boundary became selfish. A pause became rejection. The facts were simple. The labels turned them into an emergency. Now imagine the same moment with a different narrator. A delay becomes a reset to get it right. A boundary becomes how we protect quality. A pause becomes space to think. You feel the ground return beneath your feet. The event didn't change. Your frame did. That's the work. Give reality a story that serves clarity, not panic. Start by defining what the moment is about in one clean line. If you don't, someone else will, and you may not like their version. We're solving for reliability, not speed. We're choosing dignity over drama. We're learning, not losing. Keep it short enough to carry into hard rooms. Short travels, long gets lost. Then set stakes that are human and real. People follow meaning, not metrics alone. If we do this, fewer customers feel invisible. If we don't, our future becomes a reaction to other people's urgency. Anchor in a why that can outlast the mood of the day. Tell the story with sequence. Where we are, what matters, what happens next. Repeat that drumbeat until it becomes the rhythm others use to think. Share numbers as characters in the plot, not as bricks to throw. Use examples with names and edges. Invite correction. What am I missing? So your narrative gains trust instead of becoming propaganda. When someone pushes a different story, don't wrestle every adjective. Return to your spine. We can call it what we want. Here's the decision and here's why. In love and friendship, remember the small narratives that shape belonging. We're not fighting. We're figuring out how to protect us. You're not too much. This is a lot. I'm not distant. I'm recharging so I can return. Stories like these keep tenderness alive while you navigate hard things. Use the same craft with yourself. Watch the default titles your mind assigns to your days. I'm behind becomes, I'm early for the next attempt. I failed becomes, I found the edge of my current skill. This isn't denial. It's proportion. It gives your courage a place to stand so action can begin again. Tonight, choose one situation that feels heavy and write its headline on purpose. One sentence. Then state one next step that fits that headline and do it. That tiny act is you taking the pen back. Control the narrative, not to escape the truth, but to carry it in a way that keeps your hands free to build. 84. Always appear in control. Here's the paradox. You don't need to control everything. You need to look like you can handle anything. The world doesn't ask for perfection. It asks for a steady hand. When your presence says, "I can carry this," people relax, listen, and follow. When your presence says, "I need this to go my way," the room tenses and shrinks. Appearing in control begins before a single word. Breathe slower than the moment. Drop your shoulders, unclench your jaw, place your feet flat. Enter a room as if you chose to be there. Let silence arrive first and treat it like an ally, not a gap to be filled. When you speak, use short, clean sentences that land like stepping stones. Here's what's true, here's what matters, here's what happens next. Your calm cadence will do half the work. Nervous systems borrow rhythm faster than they borrow ideas. In control doesn't mean all-knowing. It means never rushing your uncertainty. Say, "Here's what I know, here's what I'm checking, I'll update at 3, and then keep that promise." Precision buys trust. Timelines buy patience. Confident people admit limits without collapsing. They don't drown the room in detail to prove they're competent. They sequence information so others can think. If someone tries to speed you into bad judgment, slow the tempo by naming it. "We're moving fast. I'm going to confirm the facts and respond this afternoon." Watch the temperature drop as your pace becomes the thermostat. Your body is a broadcast. Move less when stakes rise. Hold still for a key line so it wears a frame. Keep your face soft when you set a boundary. Warmth with edges reads stronger than hard with panic. After you deliver a decision, stop speaking. Let the silence carry weight for you. If challenged, reflect the essence of the concern in one line. You're worried about timeline risk, then restate your path. Reflection diffuses ego. Restatement restores direction. Control also shows in repair. When you miss, don't hide. Name the miss, state the fix, reset the clock. "We slipped here, here's the patch, review at 10. People fear leaders who can't own errors because everyone knows life includes them. Your willingness to correct without drama makes you look larger, not smaller. Practice in ordinary places. Start and end meetings on time. Put decisions in writing. Answer fewer messages with better answers. Protect your first hour from other people's urgency. Off-stage habits make on-stage calm believable. Tonight, ask one small question. Where can I remove 1 ounce of wobble? An overlong explanation, a frantic reply, a promise without a clock. Replace it with one clear line and one kept deadline. You may not control the storm, but you can become the shoreline, steady, shaping, and quietly in charge of what happens next. 85. Patterns repeat endlessly. Here's a hard grace to accept. Life doesn't keep testing you with new problems. It repeats the old pattern until you change your part in it. Different faces, different jobs, same knot in your chest. The lesson isn't hiding, it's looping. And the loop isn't punishment. It's a mirror, holding steady until you finally see what needs to shift. Think about the arguments you've had that felt eerily familiar. The topic changes, the rhythm doesn't. One person raises their voice, the other retreats, then the chase and the silence and the apology that never names the real wound. Or the project that starts hot and ends in overwhelm. New timeline, old spiral, perfection, delay, rush, regret. Patterns don't lie. They reveal. They show you where your nervous system is driving the car, while your mind writes careful stories about the scenery. The way out begins with naming, not blaming. Give the pattern a short, True title you can recognize in the wild. I overgive then resent. I avoid then sprint. I joke when I'm scared. I pick people who need saving. It stings to say it. Good. Truth should feel like fresh air after a long hallway. Once it's named, you can spot the first footstep instead of waking up at the cliff's edge. That's the power, intercepting the loop while the cost is still small. Then change one beat, not your whole life. If your pattern is over-explaining to buy safety, swap it for one line and a pause. If it's jumping into rescue, set a timer and ask, what would support look like? Before you move. If it's perfection, send the draft at 80% and let feedback finish the last 20. Patterns are choreography. New steps feel wrong at first. Wrong is usually new. Honor the body, because it's where patterns live. When the old script arrives, your shoulders lift, your jaw tightens, your breath goes shallow. Meet that signal with a different ritual. Drop your shoulders. Lengthen your exhale. Touch something solid. Say a sentence out loud that belongs to the new path. I can be clear without defending. I don't do urgency without facts. I can want closeness and still set a line. The nervous system listens to posture more than promises. Be gentle. You learned these patterns for a reason. They once kept you safe, or loved, or chosen. Say thank you, and retire them. Replace them with structures that serve who you're becoming. Consistent sleep, written boundaries, small daily wins, honest repair. When you change your step, the dance changes, even if the music stays the same. Tonight, ask one kind question. What pattern is asking to end through me? Then choose one tiny interrupt you'll practice this week. Expect to forget and return. That's not failure. That's how loops unwind. Patterns repeat endlessly, until something truer repeats instead. And that something can start with you, in a single, steady breath. 86. Emotional contrast addicts. Here's the uncomfortable truth. It isn't constant pleasure that hooks us. It's the swing. The brain lights up when calm flips to chaos, when cold turns suddenly warm, when the no becomes a maybe, and then a yes. That jump from dark to light pumps reward into the system like a slot machine. The contrast, not the content, becomes the drug. Think about the relationships that once felt irresistible. They weren't steady. They were storms that apologized with sunshine. A silent day, then a torrent of affection. A dismissal, then a grand gesture. Your body learned to chase the high that follows the low. The crash primed the thrill. You called it chemistry. Your nervous system called it intermittent reward, and it begged for another spin. The same pattern shows up in work. Panic, sprint, praise, collapse, repeat. You think you're motivated by excellence. Often you're addicted to the roller coaster. Emotional contrast addicts because it teaches the brain that relief is near but not guaranteed. Anticipation becomes the leash. You wait for the text, the raise, the apology, the like. You refresh until the hit lands, and when it does, you feel alive, for an hour. Then the baseline drops. Now you need a bigger swing to feel the same spark, and life without the swing starts to look boring. This is how good, quiet things are abandoned, not because they lack value, but because they lack drama. There's a way out, and it isn't numbness. It's choosing steady rewards over spiky ones. Name the patterns first. Say out loud, I'm chasing a high after a low. I'm calling chaos passion. I'm mistaking urgency for importance. The moment you name the lever, you loosen its grip. Then replace contrast with consistency you can feel. Keep promises to yourself so pride arrives on schedule. Ask for clear plans instead of grand gestures. Lunch Friday, 1 p.m., the place we said. Notice how your body calms when reality matches the words. You can still love intensity. Just earn it honestly. Seek it in a hill you climb, a skill you sharpen, a risk you choose while steady. Let joy swell because you built something, not because someone stopped withholding. And if you lead others, wield contrast ethically. Celebrate wins without manufacturing lows. Create momentum without panic. Don't addict a team to adrenaline when clarity and cadence will take them further. Tonight, take one small step toward a quieter baseline. Silence the baiting notifications. Choose a simple ritual that pays a reliable dividend. A walk at dusk, 10 pages, a call with someone who speaks plainly. Let your brain learn a new pleasure, the relief that doesn't require a crash to feel good. Emotional contrast will always seduce. But you get to decide what your heart calls home, the roller coaster or the road that actually gets you where you meant to go. 87. Delay. Respond strategically. Here's the paradox that saves you from 100 small mistakes. The first impulse feels honest, but the second response is usually true. Delay is not avoidance. It's intelligence. When you pause, you buy back the part of you that thinks, remembers your values, and chooses a move that serves tomorrow as well as today. Think about how many fires in your life were started by speed. You replied to prove you weren't afraid. You said yes to outrun tension. You apologized to stop the noise, then resented the debt you created. Urgency dressed up as importance, and you obeyed. Now imagine the same moments with a pocket of time stitched inside. One breath before you answer. One line that sets a clock. I'll get back to you at 3. One night of sleep before a big decision. The problem shrinks from a monster to a map. You can see the turns. Delay on purpose changes the terrain. It cools the temperature so facts can surface. It lets other people reveal themselves in the silence. Who pressures, who respects, who sends new information once they realize you won't be rushed. It turns traps into choices. This is not passive. It's precise. You're not freezing. You're placing your pieces where they count. Respond strategically by deciding what outcome you're actually playing for. Not to win the moment, but to protect the goal, the relationship, the project, your peace. Keep your language short and directional. Here's what I know. Here's what I'm checking. Here's the next step. If someone escalates, don't match pace. Name it and reset the clock. We're moving fast. I'll respond after I verify. Watch the energy change when your cadence becomes the metronome. Use delay as a filter in love, too. Don't respond to bait. Respond to need. When a sharp message lands, wait until you can be kind and clear at the same time. Anger writes long and sloppy. Strategy writes short and clean. I'm open to repair. I'll be ready tomorrow at noon. That single line carries more power than a dozen brilliant paragraphs fired in heat. With yourself, delay the spiral and respond to the data. When the inner critic shouts, pause and ask, what's useful here? Extract the one actionable point, discard the rest, and take a tiny step. Strategy is just compassion wearing a plan. Tonight, try one small practice. Pick a conversation where you usually react. Insert a pause and a clock. 5 minutes, 1 hour, until morning. Use the gap to write your aim in one sentence, then reply in 1 or 2 lines that serve it. You'll feel the difference. Delay. Respond strategically. It's how you trade the thrill of being fast for the quiet satisfaction of being right. 88. Anticipate emotions. Here's the quiet edge that softens conflict and sharpens results. People don't react to what you say, they react to how it makes them feel. If you can predict the feeling, you can prepare the ground. Anticipation isn't manipulation. It's respect for human weather. You check the sky before you travel. You can do the same with a conversation. Start by imagining the first emotion your words will trigger, not the final wisdom you hope they'll hear. A boundary might spark defensiveness before it breeds trust. Feedback may sting before it helps. A delay will likely cause anxiety before relief. When you expect the first wave, you stop being surprised by it. You talk to the wave, not over it. This might be disappointing at first, and I get why. Here's why I'm choosing it. That one sentence cushions pride so truth can land. Anticipation lets you seed safety in small, honest ways. Before a hard meeting, name the stakes and set the pace. We'll do this in 3 steps. What happened, what matters, what we'll do next. Watch how shoulders drop when uncertainty shrinks. When you share news, include the part everyone's nervous system is already asking. What does this mean for me, and when will we know more? Information is medicine for fear. Dose it clearly, and people can think again. With loved ones, anticipate the heart under the words. If you're going to be less available, don't just announce a schedule. Predict the ache. You may feel pushed away. That isn't my aim. Here's how I'll make sure you still feel close. If you're upset, expect the reflex to defend. Lead with connection before correction. I care a lot about us. When this happens, I feel ignored. Can we try a different move? You're not dodging truth. You're making space where it can be received without burning the bridge you're trying to cross. Anticipation also protects you from your own storms. Before a high-stakes call, assume adrenaline. Plan a slower breath and shorter sentences. Before a late afternoon decision, expect fatigue. Postpone the choice or add a second brain. Before success, expect the wobble of imposter feelings. Write yourself a small note you'll read in that moment. You did the work. Let the joy in. When you honor your emotional physics, you stop mistaking weather for climate. There's a line to keep. Anticipating emotions doesn't mean walking on eggshells or editing yourself into fog. It means offering clear truth in an order that nervous systems can carry. Anchor each hard thing with a why, a what, and a when. Invite response. What lands? What's hard? What did I miss? People tolerate discomfort better when they're allowed to breathe inside it. Tonight, choose one conversation ahead of you and script the feelings you'll likely meet. First fear, then relief, then curiosity. Prepare a single sentence for each moment. Then show up calm, human, and ready to listen. Anticipate emotions, and you won't need to control people. You'll guide the weather so the message can make it home. 89. Predictable manipulators lose. Here's a truth that makes the game fall apart. Once a pattern is seen, it loses its power. Manipulation works like a magic trick, only in the fog. The moment the audience knows where the hand goes, the illusion dies. Predictable manipulators don't scare strong people. They teach them. Every repeated tactic, guilt, urgency, flattery, silent treatment, becomes a signpost that says, I have no new moves. Think about the person who always arrives with the same script. When they want something, they praise you too brightly. When you say no, they act wounded. When you hold a boundary, they manufacture a deadline. At first, you feel tugged. Then you notice the loop. The praise shows up on cue. The wound appears on schedule. The deadline dissolves when you don't bite. The moment you can predict the next line, you stop reacting and start choosing. You reply in short sentences. You ask for details in writing. You set a timeline and keep it. Suddenly, their favorite levers, Fear, flattery, pity don't move you. It's not that you've grown hard. You've grown clear. Predictability is a weakness because it reveals motive. People hear the pattern and stop listening to the words. There it is again, they think, and the spell breaks. In rooms where truth matters, patterns are receipts. Colleagues share notes, and the tactics that once made everyone scramble now mark the manipulator as unreliable. Trust leaks out of the floorboards. Invitations dry up. Power that depended on confusion withers in daylight. If you've been on the receiving end, your strength is simple. Refuse to dance the same steps. Mirror back the tactic without heat. I hear the urgency. I'll respond by 3. If my no changes the friendship, it wasn't a friendship. Compliments are kind. The rate is the rate. Keep your voice warm and your edges firm. Ask for specifics, not stories. Replace endless calls with one email. Replace performance with process. The more boring you make the exchange, the less room there is for theater. If you recognize manipulative habits in yourself, this isn't a sentence. It's a turn signal. Retire the tricks. Trade predictability for integrity. Ask for what you want cleanly. Say what you mean once. Accept that some people will leave when you stop bending the light. Let them. Influence built on clarity attracts allies who don't need smoke to move. In love and work, remember, healthy people notice patterns and vote with their feet. You don't have to win the argument to win your life. You only have to stop playing the old game. Tonight, think of one conversation where the script repeats. Write the next manipulative line they'll likely use, and your calm, factual response. Keep it close. When the moment comes, deliver the line and stay still. Predictable manipulators lose because time exposes them. Let time work, and let your steadiness do the rest. 90. Be underestimated, strike precisely. Here's a quiet advantage most people throw away. When others misjudge you, they give you room to move. Being underestimated isn't an insult. It's camouflage. It buys you time, angles, information. You don't have to correct anyone's opinion. You have to sharpen your aim. Let them think you're soft while you study the wind. Let them think you're slow while you map the path. When you finally act, don't be loud. Be accurate. Think about the times you burned energy trying to prove yourself. You overtalked your plan, showed every credential, argued with doubt until your throat went dry. The more you pushed, the more resistance you created. Now picture the opposite. You listen. You nod. You ask 2 clean questions that reveal what matters and what's missing. You leave meetings with notes instead of bruises. You prepare in rooms no one sees. And when the door opens, you deliver one crisp move that changes the board. A document no one else could write, a boundary no one else could hold, a fix that ends the problem instead of describing it. Precision begins with restraint. You don't swing at every pitch. You wait for the ball you can place where it hurts and helps at once. You cut the extra words, the extra flourishes, the extra need to be admired. Each sentence becomes a lever, each action a hinge. You protect your tells. No sighs that give away fear, no rush that gives away need. You let silence do the heavy lifting. Silence gathers gravity around the next thing you say. To strike precisely, know what you're striking for. Not for applause. Not for revenge. For the outcome. Define it so simply it fits in one line. Remove the bottleneck. Protect the team's focus. End the pattern. Then choose the smallest intervention that gets you there. Send the one email, call the one decision, schedule the one conversation with the one person who can move the rock. Precision is economy. It wastes nothing. Not time, not words, not dignity. In love, this looks like gentleness with a backbone. You don't lecture for 30 minutes. You name the wound in one sentence and the repair in one request. Then you leave room for choice. At home with yourself, it's the day you stop advertising your effort and simply do the work, 10 quiet minutes at a time, until the result speaks in a voice that doesn't need you to translate. Let people think you're ordinary while you build something undeniable. The day you unveil it, keep your face calm. Let the work be the announcement. Those who underestimated you will adjust. Those who believed in you will smile like they always knew. Tonight, choose one place to stop proving and start placing. One clean goal, one exact step. Be underestimated. Strike precisely. Power doesn't need a parade. It needs aim, patience, and a hand that moves only when it counts. 91. Appear humble, act powerful. Here's the paradox that disarms resistance and multiplies results. Humility opens doors, power walks through them. When you appear humble, people relax. There's no need to defend, no ego to wrestle. When you act powerful, the work moves, decisions land, boundaries hold, outcomes arrive. Together, they are not a mask. They are a discipline. You keep your head low enough to learn, and your spine straight enough to lead. Humility is not self-erasure. It's the choice to see reality clearly. What you know, what you don't, what the moment asks. It sounds like honest questions and short answers. It looks like giving credit by name and taking responsibility without drama. You're not trying to be small. You're trying to be accurate, because accuracy is faster than vanity. When you enter a room this way, curious, steady, people give you information pride would have blocked. That information is leverage. Acting powerful is not performance. It's a calm willingness to do the next necessary thing without asking permission from your fear. You say, "Here's the plan," and then you carry the first brick. You set a boundary and keep it with a warm face. You choose clarity over popularity. We'll end here. This rate holds. I don't do urgency without facts. Your movements are simple. Your words are clean. Your timeline is real. The room feels safer because someone is steering without showing off. When praise arrives, humility receives it and moves on. When critique arrives, humility asks, "What's useful?" and power applies it. When conflict rises, humility listens for the value beneath the volume, and power shapes a decision that protects the mission and the people. You don't need to win the moment. You need to serve the goal. That's the quiet strength of this pairing. No wasted energy on theater, all your fire pointed at the work. Practice it in small places. Start the meeting on time and end it when you said. Admit the miss before anyone has to name it. Then outline the fix and the review date. Use we when giving credit and I when owning mistakes. Ask one precise question that makes the work better. Then, when it's time to decide, decide. Not louder, clearer. Let the silence after your sentence carry the weight your ego wants to carry with extra words. With loved ones, humility says, "I hear you," and power says, "Here's what I can do." Humility keeps you kind. Power keeps you honest. Together, they let you be close without collapsing, firm without hardening. Tonight, try a simple move. In one moment, lower your ego and raise your standard. Ask one real question you don't know the answer to, then make one clean commitment you'll keep. Appear humble, act powerful. It's not a trick. It's a way of walking that earns trust and changes rooms, quietly, consistently, for a long time. 92. Information is currency. Here's the quiet economy beneath every room you enter. Information buys options, and options buy freedom. Facts are not just facts. They are coins. Spent wisely, they open doors. Spent carelessly, they fund someone else's agenda. The person who gathers true signals, protects their source, and shares them with intent shapes the table more than the one who talks the loudest. Information is currency. Earn it, value it, and invest it where it compounds. Start by changing how you listen. Most people collect words. Powerful listeners collect patterns. Notice what repeats, what goes unsaid, where timelines slip, and who benefits when they do. Ask small, precise questions that reveal structure. What's the constraint? Who decides and when? What would make this a no? You're not fishing for gossip. You're mapping the terrain. Each answer becomes a thread you can tug when stakes are high. When others argue opinions, you move quietly with proof. Treat your inputs like a portfolio. Diversify sources. One trusted skeptic, one operator in the trenches, one voice close to the customer, one dissent that keeps you honest. Timestamp what you learn. Stale data spends like counterfeit. Write brief memos to yourself. What's known, what's guessed, what would change your mind. That single habit turns noise into signal and keeps you from betting the future on yesterday's headline. Hold back more than you broadcast. Oversharing is the fastest way to devalue your edge. Share information in a sequence that protects trust and advances purpose. Enough to align the team, not so much that you flood it. Enough to warn, not so much that you panic. Enough to empower, not so much that you control. When you do share, package it cleanly. One sentence of meaning, 3 lines of context, one next step with a clock. Clarity is the interest your information earns. In negotiation, let the other side talk first. Silence makes discounts appear. In conflict, ask for receipts. Feelings matter, but decisions need data. In leadership, publish a simple dashboard so truth doesn't depend on your mood. The more visible reality is, the less room there is for politics to eat your time. Guard the ethics of your currency. Information stolen poisons the hands that hold it. Information twisted will turn on you. If someone tells you something in confidence, protect it or decline it. Be known as the person who uses truth to build, not to corner. That reputation compounds faster than any clever tactic. With yourself, collect data on your own life. What hours are you sharpest? Which people lift or drain you? What tiny habits actually move the needle? Adjust your day like a trader adjusts a portfolio, out of weak assets, deeper into strong ones. Power grows when you stop guessing and start measuring. Tonight, ask one calm question. What single piece of information, if I had it, would make tomorrow easier to win? Go get that. One call, one document, one honest check. Spend your attention like money you intend to multiply. Information is currency. Treat it that way, and you'll stop being pushed by the moment and start pricing it. 93. Control access to increase value. Here's a simple law we keep trying to break. What is always available is rarely treasured. Attention without edges turns into background noise. Time without gates gets picked clean by other people's urgency. If you want your presence to mean something, control access, not to punish, but to protect the power of your yes. Think about the last season you were endlessly reachable. You answered messages in the doorway, on the stairs, in bed. Every ping jumped the line. Did your work deepen? Did your relationships grow richer? Or did everything become thinner? Half replies, half thoughts, half rest? Value didn't vanish. It diluted. Now picture the opposite. Your day has rooms. The first hour belongs to focus. Meetings have a start and an end. You reply in batches, not bursts. Suddenly your words arrive whole. People learn that when you're present, you're really here. Scarcity didn't make you cold. It made you clear. Controlling access starts with your entrances and exits. Decide when you're on stage and when the curtain is down. I take calls from 2 to 4. I'm offline after 8. I'll respond by noon. Put times around your talent so it can gather pressure, like water behind a dam. Pressure is not stress, it's potential. It turns what you offer into something that moves things when it's released. Guard the door to you with simple, kind filters. Ask, "What's the goal?" before the meeting. Ask, "Can you write it?" before the call. Ask, "Who else can decide?" before you become the bottleneck. Half of what wants you doesn't need you. The more precise you are about what earns your time, the more your time earns for you. People who respect you will meet the bar. People who want endless access will call it arrogance. Believe them. They're telling you they love your labor more than your life. This applies to love, too. Intimacy grows with boundaries, not without them. You can be warm and still have a door. You can be generous and still say, "Not now." You can care deeply and still require reciprocity. Controlled access isn't a test. It's a teaching. It shows others how to cherish you because you demonstrate how you cherish yourself. With yourself, limit what reaches your mind. Curate inputs like a diet. Fewer headlines, more pages. Fewer frantic chats, more considered conversations. Turn off notifications that auction your attention to the highest bidder. Put the phone in another room and let solitude bid first. Tonight, make one gate. A focused hour tomorrow morning. A reply window with a clock. A rule for meetings you'll accept. Then keep it. Watch how your presence thickens, how your words carry farther, how your yes begins to feel like a gift again. Control access to increase value, not to make yourself rare for ego's sake, but to make yourself available for what truly deserves the strength only you can bring. 94. Disarm with kindness, win with silence. Here's a paradox that softens conflict without surrendering power. Kindness lowers the guard, and silence closes the deal. Cruelty invites armor. Kindness invites a human being to show up. And when the heat rises, it's not the clever response that wins. It's the quiet space where truth has to hear itself. Think about the last argument that spun fast. Voices rose, faces tightened, and suddenly the goal wasn't understanding. It was winning. You could feel your best self leave the room. Now imagine stepping in with a different rhythm. You greet the person's dignity first. A calm tone, a name, a simple, "I hear you." Not to agree, not to pretend, but to make the air breathable. Kindness is the reset button of the nervous system. It says, no one has to perform to be safe. Once safety returns, logic can walk back in without a helmet. Then comes the move most people skip. You stop talking. You let a clean sentence stand on its own legs. "Here's what I can do. That won't work for me. I want to repair this," and you let silence carry it. In that quiet, postures shift. The other person hears their own tone, measures their own demand, notices the gap between what they said they wanted and what they are doing. Silence is not passive. It's a mirror held at the right angle. It shows without shaming. It gives people the dignity to correct themselves. Kindness without edges gets used. Silence without kindness becomes punishment. Together, they are discipline. You answer the sharp email with one warm line and a timeline. You respond to bait with a simple question and then wait. What outcome do you want here? When urgency tries to buy you, you acknowledge the stress and set a clock. I'll review at 3. When blame floods the room, you reflect one truth. We're both tired, and this matters, and let the quiet do the sorting. The noise will either collapse or clarify. Either way, you didn't have to swing. Use this at home, too. When a loved one speaks from hurt, you meet the person before the problem. A hand on the table. A softer voice. I care about you. I'm listening. Then you leave space. If a boundary is needed, you set it in one sentence and let it breathe. A real boundary doesn't need a speech. It needs consistency and a pause. With yourself, practice the same art. Offer kindness to the part that panics, and silence to the story that spirals. One gentle breath, one sentence of aim, then quiet while the next step appears. You'll be surprised how often the best move arrives when you stop wrestling for it. Tonight, try a small experiment. In one hard moment, trade the clever comeback for a kind acknowledgement and a pause. Watch how the room changes shape when you refuse to add heat and refuse to fill the silence. Disarm with kindness. Win with silence. It's not about defeating people. It's about creating the space where the right thing has a chance to happen. 95. Strategy is awareness in motion. Here's the quiet truth beneath every decisive move. Plans don't make strategy. Perception does. Strategy is awareness in motion, the moment you see what others miss and then translate that seeing into clean action. It isn't a binder or a slogan. It's the calm ability to notice the real game, choose the smallest lever, and pull it at the right time. Start by widening your field of view. Most people react to the last thing said, the loudest voice, the nearest fire. Awareness steps back a half inch. It asks, what's actually driving this? Not the complaint, but the constraint. Not the mood, but the mechanism. Not the headline, but the timeline. You look for patterns that repeat, incentives that explain behavior, and edges where a tiny shove moves heavy weight. Once you see those, motion becomes simple. You're no longer sprinting, you're placing. Strategy speaks in short sentences. Protect focus. Shorten the loop. Find the decision maker. Then it moves one square at a time. You don't announce war. You adjust the calendar. You don't fix everything. You fix the choke point. You send one email that clarifies who owns what by when. You say no to the meeting that breeds more meetings. You put numbers to a feeling so the room stops arguing stories and starts solving problems. Awareness gave you the map. Motion chooses the road. In conflict, strategy listens for the emotion under the argument and addresses that first. You're scared about risk. Here's our stop-loss. Suddenly, the volume drops and the mind returns. In love, strategy remembers that timing is half the message. You repair when both bodies can hear. You set boundaries before resentment curdles. You lead with empathy and follow with a single clear ask. This isn't manipulation. It's the order that lets truth survive delivery. With yourself, strategy is the art of designing a day your future can trust. You place hard tasks where your energy peaks. You batch similar work so your brain stops paying the switching tax. You create friction for bad habits and a runway for good ones. Phone in another room, water on the desk. A small start so momentum can find you. Awareness tracks what actually moves the needle. Motion repeats it until it compounds. Beware the trap of thinking without moving or moving without thinking. Endless analysis is fear in a lab coat. Frantic action is fear in running shoes. Strategy marries the two. Observe, decide, act, review, adjust. A quiet loop. Repeated. Tonight, try this simple cadence. Name the real problem in one line. Choose the smallest lever you can pull in 10 minutes. Pull it. Then write what changed. That's awareness in motion. Do it tomorrow and the day after, and watch how chaos starts to arrange itself around your steps. Strategy isn't about winning every battle. It's about walking the field awake. 96. Power without empathy destroys. Here's a truth that should make every strong heart slow down. Power can move mountains, but without empathy it crushes people on the way. Strength gives us reach. Empathy gives us aim. When power forgets the human cost, it becomes efficient at the wrong things, fast at breaking trust, skilled at silencing dissent, brilliant at building structures nobody wants to live in. Think about the last time someone used authority on you without understanding you. Maybe the rule was clear, the deadline real, the logic sound, and still your chest tightened. You weren't seen. You were managed. That's what power without empathy does. It gets compliance while killing commitment. It wins the moment and loses the future. People will nod, and then they will leave. If not the room, then the relationship. The light goes out behind the eyes, and everything turns into minimums. Empathy is not softness. It's accurate information about how reality feels for the person across from you. It asks, what's it like in your shoes? What would this decision taste like in your day? When you add that data, your power becomes surgical instead of blunt. You still set the boundary, but you name the impact and share the why. You still make the call, but you leave dignity intact. You still move fast, but you carry the people you expect to run with you. Try it in small ways. Before you deliver hard news, say the sentence their nervous system needs to hear. You're safe to ask questions. You won't be punished for telling the truth. Here's what this changes and what it doesn't. In conflict, reflect the feeling before you correct the fact. I can see why that stung. Then offer the path forward in short, sturdy lines. Empathy opens the door. Power guides the steps. Without the first, the second feels like a shove. With yourself, practice the same mix. Use power to keep your promises. Do the work, hold your line. Use empathy to understand your limits. Rest before you break, repair when you snap. Speak to yourself like a leader you would follow. If you run your life on threats, you'll get output and lose respect for the person in the mirror. That disrespect leaks into everything you touch. This world needs strong hands, but it needs soft eyes just as much. Tonight, think of one decision you control and add a single humane question. Who bears the weight of this, and how can I lessen it without losing the goal? Make one adjustment, an extra context line, a clearer timeline, a kind exit. Power without empathy destroys. Power with empathy builds something worth standing inside, and people will choose to stand there with you. 97. Influence without ethics manipulates. Here's the hard line we must draw in ourselves. The same tools that open hearts can also pick locks. Influence is not neutral. It bends toward the aim of the person holding it. Without ethics, every insight becomes a lever to move people where they didn't consent to go. You can win the moment that way. You just lose the right to call it leadership. Think about how easy it is to tilt a room. You can mirror someone's mood to earn trust you haven't earned. You can frame data to spotlight what helps you and dim what hurts you. You can spark fear to hurry decisions, sprinkle praise to buy silence, sell urgency where none exists. The techniques work. That's why they're dangerous. The question isn't, does this persuade? It's, does this honor? If your strategy requires someone to know less, feel smaller, or delay their own judgment, you're not guiding, you're steering from the shadows. Ethical influence starts with clean intent. Before you speak, ask, if the roles were reversed, would I still want this outcome using these methods? Would I be comfortable if my approach were filmed and played back to someone I respect? The answers are a compass. They keep your power from drifting into the easy current of manipulation, where results arrive fast and rot just as quickly. Influence built on fog needs more fog tomorrow. Influence built on respect endures, because people remember how you protected their freedom while asking for their effort. Use simple rules. Tell the whole truth that's relevant, not just the slice that serves you. Name the cost as clearly as the benefit, especially when the cost lands on someone else's day. Invite disagreement without penalty and mean it. "What am I missing?" isn't theater, it's a door. Offer timelines that buy people time to think. Urgency should be rare, real, and verifiable. When you persuade toward shared values, not just your convenience. In love and friendship, keep your hands clean. Don't withhold affection to force behavior. Don't label boundaries as crazy to get your way. Don't turn care into a contract no one signed. Ask for what you want in plain language and accept no for an answer without redesigning the story to make them the villain. That's what ethics looks like in small rooms, honoring another person's sovereignty, even when you're sure you're right. With yourself, refuse the inner manipulation, too. Don't terrorize your mind into performing. Let it. Speak to yourself with firm kindness. This matters. Here's the next step. Make promises you can keep, and keep them until self-trust becomes the ground you stand on. Tonight, before the pitch, the request, the apology, pause and choose your aim. Not merely to win, but to leave the other person larger for having met you. Influence without ethics manipulates. Influence with ethics dignifies. One builds a following. The other builds a world you're proud to live in. 98. Awareness without purpose paranoids. Here's the paradox that can save your mind. Awareness is a gift until it has nowhere to go. Then it turns on you. When you see everything but aim at nothing, every shadow becomes a threat, every silence a signal, every glance a code to decode. Awareness without purpose doesn't make you wise. It makes you watchful to the point of exhaustion. The cure isn't less awareness. It's a direction strong enough to carry what you notice. Think about days when your senses were turned up to 11. You tracked every tone in a message, every pause in a meeting, every shift in someone's face. You weren't living, you were surveillance. Your nervous system tried to protect you by collecting data you couldn't use. That's how paranoia grows, not from fantasy, but from unspent accuracy. The brain keeps asking, "For what?" and hearing no answer keeps scanning. Give awareness a job. Name a purpose simple enough to hold in one line. Protect my focus. Build trust on this team. Be kind without self-betrayal. Now your attention has a filter. Instead of "What does everything mean?" you ask, "What serves the aim?" Many signals fall away. The ones that remain become tools, not triggers. A raised eyebrow is not a prophecy. It's a prompt to clarify. An empty reply isn't proof of rejection. It's a decision point. Follow up once, then move on. Purpose also sets the rhythm. If you're here to create, you will take in less. If you're here to learn, you will slow down before you speak. If you're here to heal, you will notice pain without building a courtroom around it. Awareness becomes a lens you can adjust, not a spotlight that burns holes through your peace. Be careful with inputs. Curiosity without curation breeds anxiety. Choose sources that make you effective, not agitated. Limit how often you check the doors of your life, email, news, opinions, to specific windows of time. Replace vague vigilance with concrete checks. A weekly review instead of hourly dread. A conversation over a month of mind reading. The world quiets when you stop treating every ripple as a storm. In relationships, pair awareness with generosity. You can notice the missed call, the short tone, the late reply, and choose to ask, not accuse. Is everything okay? Leaves room for truth. When you do find patterns that harm, Let purpose guide your response. Protect your dignity, invite repair, or exit with a warm face. Purpose turns sensitivity into boundaries instead of stories that spiral. With yourself, use awareness to design, not to punish. See the hours when you're strong and put the hard things there. See who drains you and widen the space. See what brings you alive and schedule it like medicine. When the inner watcher starts inventing threats, anchor to your aim with one sentence. Right now I'm here to do the next honest step. Then do that step, small and clean. Tonight, ask a gentle question. What is my awareness for today? Write one line, then let it sort the noise. Awareness without purpose paranoids. Awareness with purpose becomes sight, steady, useful, and kind to the life you're actually trying to build. 99. Mastery is balance, not control. Here's the gentle truth that breaks the clenched fist open. Mastery isn't about gripping harder. It's about knowing when to hold, when to let go, and how to move between the two without losing yourself. Control tries to freeze life into a shape that never changes. Balance learns the rhythm and steps with it. When you chase control, you exhaust the room and shrink your world. When you practice balance, you widen it, and everything you touch begins to breathe. Think about the places you've tried to control. You micromanaged a project until your team stopped thinking. You clung to a relationship until it suffocated. You pushed your body until it pushed back. Control promised safety, but it delivered tension. Now imagine the same scenes with balance. You set a clear aim and real constraints, then you trust the process you designed. You check the pulse instead of the pulse ox. You ask, you listen, you adjust. Balance doesn't mean passivity. It means responsiveness, the kind that's rooted in calm rather than panic. Mastery is timing. It feels like releasing the bowstring only when the breath settles. It sounds like speaking one sentence when 10 would bruise the moment. It looks like choosing rest before collapse, feedback before resentment, repair before pride wins the argument. Masters aren't the ones who never wobble. They're the ones who return to center quickly, without drama. Wobble, breathe, correct, repeat. That loop is the real secret. Balance also knows which levers matter. You can't control outcomes, but you can shape conditions. You can't control people, but you can choose standards. You can't control the weather, but you can pack for it. So you build steady rituals. A start time that protects your focus, an end time that protects your soul, a review that tells the truth without cruelty. You say no before your yes turns sour. You leave a little space in the day so life can make a counteroffer without knocking you over. In love, balance is closeness with room to breathe. You hold hands, not leashes. You ask for what you need without turning care into a contract. You let silence do its healing work and laughter do its stitching. You give each other the dignity to be whole, even as you choose to be together. With yourself, balance is courage plus kindness. You keep the promises that grow you and forgive the stumbles that prove you're human. You aim high and walk small. You listen to your limits like you would to a friend you respect. Then you stretch them a little, again and again, until the person you imagined is the person you are. Tonight, try this simple test. Choose one area where you've been clenching, work, love, your own goals, and trade control for balance by 1 degree. Loosen your grip, tighten your rhythm, and set a clock for a gentle review. Mastery isn't the absence of chaos. It's a practiced dance with it. And when you learn the steps, the music of your life gets louder, in tune, alive, and finally yours. 100. The highest power is peace. Here's the paradox that ends the game. When you stop trying to overpower life, life stops overpowering you. Peace isn't the absence of conflict. It's the mastery of response. It's a steady center that doesn't need to win every moment to shape the ending. The loudest force in the room is not rage or charm. It's the person who can breathe, see clearly, and choose with a quiet hand. Peace begins as an inner promise. I will not abandon myself, even here. You keep that promise in small, ordinary ways. You slow your breath when urgency performs. You choose one honest sentence instead of 10 defensive ones. You wait a night before making a decision that could cost a year. Peace is not passive. It is deliberate. It asks, what matters most right now, and what is mine to do? Often, the answer is smaller and braver than your ego would choose. A boundary kept, a meeting ended on time, an apology delivered without a courtroom. Each act is a vote for a life that doesn't spill. People feel peace. It changes the weather. You can sit with anger without catching fire. You can hear fear without handing it the wheel. You can love someone and still refuse the patterns that shrink you both. Peace holds power because it refuses the bargains that chaos offers. Cheap wins, quick claps, righteous outrage. It trades spectacle for substance, noise for movement, victory for alignment. And alignment always carries further. This doesn't mean the world stops bruising you. It means you bleed with purpose. You stop mistaking reaction for strength. You stop letting other people's tempo control your steps. You stop using your mind as a battlefield and start using it as a home. From that home, you decide what to protect and what to release, who to invite closer and where to lock the door. Peace gives you back your time. It gives you back your voice. It teaches you the difference between carrying and being carried away. Practice is simple. Begin the day before the world begins you. Name your aim in a line. Touch your body to the ground of now. Shoulders low, jaw loose, breath longer on the way out. Speak less, but mean it. When conflict comes, answer the need, not the performance. When success comes, let it pass through you without rewriting who you are. Measure progress by the peace you keep while you move forward. Tonight, ask yourself a quiet question. If peace led me tomorrow, what would change first? My pace, my words, or my boundaries? Choose one and set it true. The highest power is peace, not because it wins every battle, but because it makes war unnecessary. In that strength, your life stops shouting and starts speaking in a voice the world can finally trust. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with others who might find it helpful. Your support means everything and helps this channel grow and reach more people. And if you'd like to go even further in supporting the channel, consider joining as a member to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes insights. Stay curious, stay powerful, and I'll see you in the next one.